This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
It's the final day of Stage 1. Can you believe it? And today, we're going to get our playoffs bracket all locked in. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. You're not going to hear that for a little while, friends, so, get used to it. Also, it's Mother's Day, so make sure you call your mom, okay? Seriously, all right? Just do the right thing.
Happy Mother's Day, mothers.
Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there.
All of you guys.
Make it happen. Now, of course, let's go ahead and dive into our action, because you know what moms love more than flowers? The Pulsar flick of the week!
Of course.
That's right, and this one's going to go to EG's Supermen.
Not their children.
No, not at all. At least not my mom. Yes, Superman.
This was crazy. This was
insanity.
Insane, because not only did he catch him vertically at the right height, but after he's passed through the wall. This shot was crazy.
Yeah.
And I think off of this, they won this round because of that shot, too.
Yeah,
It was kind of insane.
I know, what a hype moment there, but there you have it. Pulsar flick of the week, good shots there. Not gonna.
You could say it was a super shot.
No, you can, but then you'd be fired. So now let's go ahead and dive right into our first match of the day. We're going to talk about some skirmish side selection. We got a 1v1 showdown. It's a battle between light and dark. It's neon and darker facing off against each other. Because, neon's like light and, like a brighter. Daniela, por favor.
I do know that.
Okay.
But if you say that, you're going to get fired.
Oh, okay. I see. Whoa, knife fight to start.
Okay.
Knife fight to start. Shout out to my boys out in St. Mary's Park in the Bronx. All right, no, never mind. We got that one. First one locked in. Darker picks it up.
They should play every round off. I think all the players really like that.
I think everyone likes watching it too.
I think everyone should opt.
Especially Bren.
Yeah.
He loves the
I know Bren is watching the op right now. He is so excited. He all he could talk about off camera was how much he loves ops being used in
Did you
skirmish.
see that shot? He barely saw his head. It was like a little pixel on his screen.
Yeah, no, that's that garbage that Neon does from time to time. Oh my word.
Oof.
This is good, honest gameplay. Bren would agree that what Neon's doing here is good, honest Valorant. There you go. Brennan, you should be pleased. 5-1 for Neon, only using the op. What a guy.
I love that for him. Hey, it's just a warm-up, warm up for the game.
It's just a warm-up, exactly. All right, well, folks, look, here's the thing that's important to note here, right? You see the teams on the list, all right? Both teams, they've already qualified for playoffs, all right? But this match is still extremely important for the Alpha group because pretty much you need to see Leviathan get a map win. They need a map win. They get a map win, they kind of solidify their spot at the top of the group. But if they lose a map, if they drop a map, right, it's just a map, then they end up in a much different scenario here.
It's pretty interesting because I don't think Lev were expecting MIBR to lose yesterday. So now they're like, wait a second, we can get first? We can get first? That changes everything.
Yeah, I believe no matter what, if Lev wins,
as long as they win,
they get first seed.
Pretty much.
Yes, but for Loud, on the other hand, if they win 2-0, that's different than if they win 2-1.
Exactly.
They get the 4th or 3rd seed, essentially, is what they're fighting for.
Yeah. So, and it will be huge for Loud to be able to go from a team that we didn't even think would qualify for playoffs to getting the 3rd seed spot, potentially with a 2-0 victory. Those are going to be the things you got to look out for. Okay, friends? Just be on the lookout for it. There's more to it, by the way. It's going to get a little crazy. All right, numbers are all over the place with this thing. But let's talk about the roster, the stakes, what's at hand here. And more importantly, how does Lev look to continue to build upon this? Because, Dan, this is a team that we're hyping up big time for good reason because they have been performing immaculately well.
This is an incredible team. I think we were all talking about it from the beginning of the year, but now this is, of course, when we're starting to see it a lot more with a team that looks a lot more solidified, even though last week it didn't really go their way, losing against MIBR and getting destroyed in a way that maybe people were not expecting because they were expecting that upwards trajectory that they were going with. So for Lev, I think it's them, even if they had an advantage, for example, in a map like Breeze, being able to, or going back to the old patterns of playing slow, not being able to try, or not trying to be one step ahead like they did before. And I think that really cost them that series, but it is one of those things that they should be able to fix.
Yeah, I think the series was still close enough for them to be really proud of how they played. They were ahead, you're right, 5-0 at the beginning, and on that Breeze game, and then that one timeout from MIBR just changed the whole thing. But of course, trying to solidify that first seed is really good, because when they do get that first seed, it's just one more BO3, and they've qualified for London. So it's really nice to see. And I really think that that kind of pressure is something that these Love players don't really feel, especially a lot of the rookies. They just like to kind of hold W when King tells them to and pull back on the reins. So I think it's really nice to see, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them play today.
Yeah, I agree. I think Leviathan have really shown to be one of the more, despite some of the downs, some of the more consistent teams in the VCT right now. But for more on this, we actually had our resident Mother's Day enjoyer, Zoe, standing by with IGL King.
King, you guys suffered your first loss last week, but the general consensus watching that match was that it was really close. When we talked about it afterwards, just felt like you guys were missing the clutch factor. Do you guys agree with that sentiment, or did that loss maybe reveal bigger cracks to you that needed fixing heading into today's match?
Honestly, whenever we lost, I was like, what happened? But it is what it is. Whenever you have your first loss. So as a team, we just went, saw the VOD, and like, okay, we know what happened. It's not that big of a deal. So we fix it, and we hope to have a great match today.
Hope so too. Good luck.
And that doesn't shock me, because you have such great pieces on this team. In fact, one of those individuals, you know, the guy we always bemoan for not playing Neon, he is
that's only
by
you.
far, no, I think a lot of people do. I think millions, there are dozens of us at the very least. No, but seriously, Neon has been just so damn good for this team and continues to be good. Ever since he came into this roster, I really feel like Leviathan's stocks have just gone up.
Yeah, he was a top performer when he was playing against MIBR, even if they didn't win that series. But one of the reasons why is because they went back to this composition on Breeze where he was able to play the Jet. And I know we always talk about Neon and how good he is and the impact that he had on the team, but I feel like something that we don't talk enough about is the fact that he used to be a duelist player all the way last year when he was playing for Lev Academy. I was looking at the numbers, he played 159 games on duelist so far, and other roles that he has been playing a lot more recently, only 21 games. So it's a big difference in the fact that he's been able to flex, but also sometimes bring back the Jet. I love it.
Yeah, and when we saw it in the server, it was phenomenal. His movement was insane.
That one play at the back of Breeze, that was
insane. With the knives, that was crazy. He went 10-1 in first kills, first deaths, which is kind of insane. He also had 2 4Ks that map, and
this is so cool.
Yeah, so run us through this, Dan. What are we looking at here?
There's a little bit. This one specific is the fact that Sato and Luxio used to play for Galores and went from Challengers to Ascension together. But then you also have Blows. There's a lot of connections here with the Brazilian players. The other one is Erde as well, and Sato and Blows that used to play for Lev Academy last year. So you have in different ways a little reunion. I guess they're not friends anymore.
They're mortal enemies, you know.
But I love it. I love that they get the chance to face each other.
Yeah, you know, there's great history with these players, right? And what they have accomplished already in their short careers, and then what they're only going to continue to build upon here really is something to be so impressed by with a lot of these young players coming into the VCT. Speaking of, as a matter of fact, a great segue into this one is Erde, because that was another great debut. I always commend Neon's debut as one of my favorites just because it was a dude who just looked like he belonged there, but it's wild how Erde, he's a kid, and yet he commands so much attention both as a player and as an IGL.
And he's come in so late in this stage too, to kind of bring Loud back to this playoffs kind of setup. Erde, he's done such a good job in the server, especially as this Omen. Whenever he plays any of that controller, he's still able to be super forward, super aggressive when he needs to be, especially on a map like Lotus. One of the main reasons why they dumpstered C9 was because he was able to get so much of that information so quickly for the rest of his team and orchestrate the mid-rounds and orchestrate the rotations. And so I think both as an IGL and as a fragger, he brought so much to this team.
Which is so rare, because when do we see a team having to wait for a new player, but the player being the IGL?
Yeah.
We're usually waiting for the duelist to come in, but Erde is just incredible. He only played one game, and okay, maybe technically that game wasn't the one that qualified them for playoffs, but just one game and already making it in, it has to feel pretty good.
Well,
I
they
have a
won it.
100% playoff rate.
Exactly.
That's true.
Insane.
That's a good record. But they won it, and that contributed, right?
Yeah.
Regardless, every victory that you
course.
pick up here in this competition is going to put you that much closer to the playoffs. So it just goes to show you how incredible Erde was in that, not just in the opener, but how incredible we expect him to be in this game as well, because this kid, he's got a great mind for the game. But what really stuck to me when we talked with him last week is just how much his colleagues respect him. It really is cool to see this.
I was really impressed. I was doing interviews that week, and I was waiting to see who was going to win. I was watching backstage, and the way that they were hugging him and celebrating, it's something that I never saw from Loud before. I think this is a team that they're really close, they're friends, but what Erde was bringing, that it was a completely different team, and I really love it. I think this is what they needed. I think other players like Bang, for example, was mentioning, it's allowed that everybody knew could have had success, and now they're doing it.
Yeah, and I think that success is really big props for his IGLing as well. Because I feel like before we would talk about how Loud struggled with tempos, felt like half the team was on one page and the other half of the team wasn't. Maybe too slow, maybe the plans just weren't set in stone. Obviously, when Bati came in, we saw a little bit of that improve. But then when Erde came in, it's almost like they fixed all their tempo issues. Their mid-round looks so cohesive, and you can tell everyone's way more on the same page than when they were before.
And it even like rejuvenated some folks as well, right? I mean, one individual in particular, Kalanzine, had a great showing in that matchup. He is, weirdly enough, because we've been following Loud since the beginning, he's the one that stayed. He's the longest standing member of the roster. He's the guy who won the world championship with the team. So what I think is really crazy is how he's needing to find this next level, and he's doing so here.
And he was always a player that maybe was a little bit quiet when it comes to having those star performances, but we really got the chance to see it in that last years. I think, Athena, you and I were talking about round 23. I will never forget.
I lost my mind. We literally stood up screaming in the room. Like, that was it was a 1v3 clutch by Kalanzine. And then he broke every single peripheral afterwards, by accident, by the way. He just stood up and ruined everything. But no, like you said, he had a phenomenal game on Breeze. His Sova was so good. He ended up top fragging, getting the highest KD on that game. And the main reason was because he was just so good with his util.
Birdie broke that stuff.
Birdie broke it. Oh, it was Birdie's fault. Okay, I love that. He did a really good job with his util. His Sova util was the main reason why they could retake alongside with the harbor wall. And it just felt like when they were flooding, he was always there to help with the util, and then immediately after getting those frags.
Yeah, needed to find that next gear for him, you know, and it came right at the nick of time thanks to Erde and this Loud team that I think we're celebrating. We're excited to see what they bring to the table here, but let's be honest, they're going up against a brick wall, right? They're running up against a force in this Leviathan lineup, so no matter how you shake it, this is going to be a difficult game for Loud.
I think it's going to be explosive for both teams. Like, they're going to have to bring their best fighting foot forward because they're both so good. Their duelists are good. Everyone is so good at fragging. It's going to be kind of a hard one for both these teams, honestly.
Yeah, we'll of course continue the conversation though, but for now, let's send it back over to Zoe. She's actually have an opportunity to catch up with a former player of this team. It's Bati.
Bati, your roster is complete. Everyone is here. Everyone is back on their comfort roles. With this momentum coming just in time for the playoffs, are you guys done with survival mode? Is everyone starting to feel really locked in?
I mean, yeah, kind of. Right now, like, I'm back in the coaching staff. Erde is back on IGL rules, so kind of everything is aligned. So we are creating our own path on the timing that we have right now, but we're just creating our own path right now. So it's good. We're confident.
Do you miss playing already?
No, I enjoy coaching a lot, so it's good.
We enjoy seeing you on both roles. Good luck today.
Yo creo que el rol nuestro en sí, como crecimos mirándote a vos, en realidad, ¿no? Vos en ese sentido, para nosotros, o para mí personalmente, sos como un rol a seguir, porque nada, o sea, yo creo que nuestra región realmente, si hubiera sido por ese top 4 en el mundial, yo no sé qué sería nuestra región realmente, ¿no? Y nada, después de ver eso también creo que por lo menos a mí me hiciste realmente creer que en el rol que uno tenemos nosotros ahora, podemos crecer, podemos hacer las cosas bien, ¿no? Entonces en ese sentido uno siempre está agradecido también por todo eso, ¿no?
Bueno, gracias por esas palabras. Claramente nadie se esperaba ese primer año. Creo que nos sobrepasó todo. Hace poco estuve en la Master Santiago, fuimos a entrenar. Y lo que la gente más me hablaba todavía no era de Leviatán, era de ese primer año, inclusive ya algunos continuaban siendo fan de Crew, otros ya eran fan del Valorant en general, pero todos se acordaban dónde estaban en el momento que habíamos jugado contra Gambit y marcó toda una región.
The showstopper online to buy some space, to buy some time. Kevin is able to get 2 with Doma and Mystic snatch it back. Crew down to 2. Oh my gosh, it's all down to Doma, the 1v1. He's got the ult and they've done it! The bells of the ball take down another giant as our Cinderella story continues. Vamos Latinoamérica! Vamos Crew!
Hype moments is what the VCT is all about, but one thing that we love to do is bring the fans in, have a good time with them. And at the end of the show, we'll typically do our predictions where we're wrong, and then people get to mock us on the internet. So what we decided to do was get you guys involved and have you guys make the decision for us. This way, we don't suck. Ain't that right, everyone? Give it up. Yeah, all right. So we have 2 competitors joining us here. We're gonna explain what we're doing in a minute, but for now, let's meet our our contestants. Myrna, who do you have?
This is our Lev fan here. What is your name and why is Lev gonna win today?
My name's Charlie. Have you seen these guys? They've traveled all this way. They're here to win.
Period.
Okay, they're here to win.
I love that.
All right, and Dryad has someone as well. Dan, who do you have?
And I'm here with Alex. This is Loud's fan. And why is Loud going to win and why is Loud better than Lev?
Whoa. I mean, they're just the greatest. Come on, we're on a world tour right now. World Cup, Brazil's going to win. Loud's going to win today. 2026 sweep all the way through.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right, that works.
Louder than words.
Okay, so here's how it's going to work. We got 2 games combined into one. It's going to be the floor is lava, and then they got to get to this bucket, and then they have to toss the rings, and then once the rings are all tossed, whoever has the most landed on the target, that's going to win. Pretty simple, all right? You guys ready to help me out here? We're going to count it down, all right? 3, 2, 1, vamos!
Let's
all
go.
right.
Oh, whoa, he's
all right, okay, we got, he got big step. Oh, big step. Big step.
Okay,
Stay in there, stay in there, stay in there.
Oh,
all right,
yeah.
There you go. All right, now you got to toss the rings. You got to get it.
As many as we can.
As many as you can.
We got it.
Now, whoever runs out first,
we'll
that's it.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
We'll get the next one.
Okay, one for Loud, one for Loud.
Listen, don't worry about it.
It's okay.
Fine.
They're gonna miss.
You got this.
They're gonna miss.
Oh!
Okay, one more.
We have one more. No! That
go,
means
Alex.
because we only have one ring in the spot, that means we all have to predict that Loud is winning today. Do we think Loud's winning today, chat?
Exactly.
Do we think Leviathan is winning today? Okay, can we try that again? Can we try that again?
Well, yes, absolutely.
How about you go do it?
All right, do we think Loud is going to win today?
All right, not bad, not bad. All right, now for Lev. Do we think Leviathan are going to win today? Okay, a little Lev love out here. All right. So now that everything's locked in, let's go ahead and check out our totally fair and totally reasonable predictions and see how this all shakes out. So there you have it. It is a VCT Americas guarantee.
Thanks
Actually,
to
I
Alex,
think-
we're gonna be right.
Yeah.
Not you, Alex, of course, because
No.
Yeah.
you.
I think thanks to Dan, because she's the scriptwriter.
That's true. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but Dan writes the script for the show.
Yeah.
So
It's
if
a good
anything,
script, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. If anything goes wrong, it's basically going to be Dan Dryad's fault. Of course, our community, though, they think Leviathan are going to win today at a 77% rating, which is pretty wild. So it's really anyone's game here, right?
Yeah, actually, I think it's going to be a super crazy game. I still have a feeling that Lev is going to win, but it's okay.
Yeah,
Don't worry
now
about it.
we have 1 whole minute remaining, and I'm going to be completely
so
honest with
loud.
y'all and keep it a
L is
buck
for
50.
Lev. L is for loser loud.
It's okay.
We didn't budget this amount of time, so we're actually we're just waffling right now. So I think what we're gonna do here is so that this way, I want to see genuinely. I just want to see if I can hit the ring from back
You're
here.
not
That's
gonna
all I'm
get
gonna
it.
do.
There's no way he's gonna get it.
That's all I want to do. All I want to do.
There's no way he's gonna get it.
You
That's all I
won't
wanna do.
even be able to do that up close.
Girl, do not doubt me. You know why? Because I'm a wizard.
Yeah? Yeah. You almost
That was
got it
way
in the
enough.
pocket.
Put it in quick.
No.
Put it in quick. Make it. All right.
This is the better Alex.
But now you gotta do a blue one.
Hold this for me real
Now you
quick.
gotta do a blue
All right,
one.
listen, if I miss, you put it in, all right? Okay, here we go. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Wait, you're
we got
asking-
20 seconds, baby.
Just way off.
Hey!
Never doubt me. Never doubt a Puerto Rican. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us here. It's now time to get the show on the road. Our two teams are going to take the stage, and we're going to see who locks in their spot for playoffs. The VCT Americas Stage 1 starts right now.
Playing against Loud, I do think a lot of people sleep on them, they underestimate them, but I know what they're capable of.
Acaba eliminado o Oxy mais uma vez com essa banca. Bora, Cauã. Tá bem no round. Bora, Cauã. Ele sabe da posição do Oxy. Ele viu. Cauãzinho é o seu momento. Vamos ver os dois indo pra cima. Uma máquina!
Playing with Leviathan, I think it will be like a very hard game. For this match, I think we should anticipate like a very fast pace. They have Neon, they have Blowzing, they have Sato, they have Spikezing. Like these guys are insane.
Neon, el choque. Neon. Con el doble castigo. Tranqui, amiga, Todo bajo el plan. Cuidado con Neon. Dios mío. Lo que pega el tipo.
Actually, I like being the underdog. Like nobody gives a.
Olha o Cauã! Segurando a entrada, 3 jogadores, 4K pra ele!
If you lose, everybody was expecting that. But if you won against Leviathan, it will give us like a lot of confidence.
All right, Riot Games Arena, it's time to get this show on the road, and let's bring out your first team. Put your hands together for Leviathan.
Today, this is the chance for them to secure that first seed in playoffs. Again, if they get that first seed, they only have to win one more match before qualifying to London. This team has so much to prove now that they're playing against this Loud team. They have a lot of the firepower. They have all the potential. Yeah. They just need a little bit of these things to fix. Small games from when they played against the other team that they played, making sure that they get a lot of those small mistakes underlined, because the amount of firepower, the amount of talent that this team has, it kind of goes unmatched on paper.
Yeah. No, we heard King talking about that earlier. After the loss, they went back and said, what do we do? How do we fix this? They seem like they have good heads on their shoulders, but so do their opponents as they make their way to the stage. Welcome to it. You have Loud.
And Loud, this is a team that we didn't really know what was going to happen towards the beginning of the stage, but now they have secured playoffs and they're trying to warm up, be ready for that potential Masters London. This is a team that with the addition of Erde looks like a completely new one, renewed, energetic, and with more potential than we've ever seen before for these individual players. They last week got a win against Cloud9, and that felt like was just the starting point for all of the potential that they can have.
Yeah, and even though it was like a lot of people would look at that win and say like, yeah, you know, they pulled off a win against Cloud9. Cloud9 were also in a really unique situation, coming in with some new firepower too. So it really was just a question of who was going to step up in that moment, right? And as your first time in the field. And what he ended up getting was Erde, and leading the charge with this team was brilliant.
I mean, for this VCT Americas stage where anyone can beat anyone, it is literally anyone's game every single time that we step into the server. But we're going to go into these maps here. Leviathan picking that find first, followed by the Breeze. What do you think, Dan?
I think this map of bind is interesting because we haven't really seen it for Loud. And it felt like in the past week we've seen a lot more bind
compared to like kickoff.
Yeah, the first couple of weeks everybody was avoiding it, and now for Loud is, you know what, let's bring it back and kickoff. Like you said, for Loud, they were still playing with Mankata. Obviously, very different team, very different vibe. And Leviathan, though, recently played it against Envy and won 13-4. But I think this should be a little bit of a different story. That was an Envy that, well, before yesterday, that was the fastest game that we had.
That was in the rankers. You know, they had excited to play them.
I think it should be a lot closer, and like you said, Athena, earlier before, this should be a very explosive game.
Yeah, and I think when I'm thinking of explosives, I'm thinking of Breeze, because that map, we saw Loud be insane on that map. They're so good. It was a close game against C9, but they're overall 3-0 on this map. This is kind of their bread and butter, so I'm looking at them to make sure that they close that one out, because Leviatán, they haven't won this map a single time so far this year. So it's gonna be really interesting. But jumping into that bind, we have the Neon and the Phoenix, which I actually really like.
Yeah, I kind of like this one here. You, of course, tried and true Brim on Bind, right? It's such an iconic duo.
Yeah, and even for the Phoenix as well, for Sato, before last week, he had 100% win rate on this agent. He has been incredible. So going back to it on this map, it just feels like it's something that suits him and the team really, really well.
Straightforward composition. Love to see it. On the other side, though, got some changes, got some mix-ups here, and I like seeing Luxio on that chamber.
I think this makes sense because Loud, they've struggled before in the past when they did play this. Again, they haven't played it since that kickoff. We've only seen them play it with the Yoru, and obviously that's not really viable unless you're Exter. That's fine, it's back. But this makes a lot of sense for me. I'm looking actually at Lev to make sure they solidify almost this win, because it feels like both these maps are so one-team sided the first couple maps that I'm expecting a third into this.
I'm really excited to see it. I think especially going to be a lot of momentum early on, and who's going to be able to carry it, especially because, again, we haven't really seen this map for Loud. And I know for a second we saw that right at the top it said Batty in the middle. No, I promise you it's not Batty. It's actually Erde, the one who's playing. I know, if you miss maybe a couple weeks you might be confused, but yeah, Erde should be there. He's back.
Yeah, and I think also one thing to keep in mind is Bind isn't going to be in playoffs. This map is going to be gone in that rotation. So a lot of these players are probably either really, really done working on it. They're like, we don't need to learn anymore in this map. We need to get ready for a set. But I mean, maybe they still have a lot of those creative strats that they haven't shown yet in their back pocket.
And I'm excited to see it too, because last week we got the chance to see Loud, and we got the chance to see Erde for the first time in VCT Americas. But something that we didn't really get the chance to talk about is how it was Onur who used to be the coach for Erde back in Lev Academy, alongside Sato, alongside Blozin. That is the reason why Kesnet is who he is today, why King is who he is today, why Masino is who he is today. He is incredible, like I said before, a player development. And so, but he also, because he was the IGL and coach, they work together, they know each other pretty well.
I think we need an Owner counter of how many rookies he's brought to the stage.
Yeah, very influential, as you heard in that coach's interview as well. Of course, folks, it is now time to start the action. Let's head into our first pistol round of the day and send it over to your casters. Here's Rivington and Van Silly.
We're definitely ready for the action. It's time for the match. Before we get on to Bind, we've got a few things on the list to go through. The fact that Lev's ready to get themselves into playoffs with this one. They want that win, but Loud's also hungry. There's still a position they can jockey with here.
There's also a scenario somehow that Leviatán could get 4th seed going into playoffs after this game. And that's if Loud is able to win 2-0 today against Leviatán. So that's why the Des was saying this matchup is super important to try to get that #1 seed going to playoffs, which means one win in the playoffs will get you to London.
It is time for that match start presented by Samsung OLED as we head on to Bind to see how these teams are going to play up against each other. We heard the agents being talked about a bit before. See if Luxo can show up on this chamber as well, as it's going to be imperative for that attack side to, I think, pick apart Lev a little bit with how slow they are to their sights if they aren't doing this kind of move down B long.
And some centered stuff for Leviatán to really try to push and go for these group fights, take some long B control, take the orb for the side of Sato as well. But let's think about it from Loud side. They haven't played this in stage 1 yet, so this is a new comp coming out for them. Verdi going on this raise instead of playing the Yoru from the kickoff, of course, because of the nerfs. So let's see if this will help out now for Loud, moving in now towards his B site.
Space given it A, but it seems to be all about B for the time. Nice little dog check over towards right side. I think I got an eye on Luxo. And they're just going to swap the site for this moment. Oh, nobody else actually jumps out. They give Spike time to fight that one, and Verdi goes down in the process. Still walking around as much as they can.
And the issue of not having a buddy system there, you can't instantly trade out Spike. Only had 10 HP remaining, and now he's healed back up and has enough HP to win another fight. And the lurk.
Another 1v1. And they peek again, though. They get the advantage on this. Looks like Erde could have been covered too as well.
Boy, this is super nice. If you don't make any noise right now, you're forcing the TPs. That's huge.
No way. One stays.
Wait, blows just TP2. Now they have full info on the 4 TPs from Leviathan, and they could set up. So luxo's in a prime position to stop them on the rotate. Yet, Lev going through the TP again.
Oh, are they going to know where it is here? One for him. The trade comes through. Are they going to be able to get the back line? Luxo tries to get into sight first,
Beautiful
and they
flash.
should be able to just swamp this, right? Another flash hits them square in the eyes. And now they just look, keeping one on high. It's Neon and Hookah. That's the pistol round going in for Leviathan.
And that's the tough part when you're looking at Verdi's responsibility here as that tip of the spear for Loud. You need a little bit of that buddy system to come out for the trade, especially when you made it out so silently, and there was never any pressure coming out from Leviathan to get information in the mid-round towards Hookah.
Yep.
You have to expect there's some pressure out towards Long. Get that system in, get that buddy in to allow yourself to get a better opening towards that site. But they almost made it possible here with how they broke angles for Loud by having these lurkers up towards that A site. But Leviathan still scores up on top with the pistol round. Look at this force buy.
Stingers with a Marshall for where? Still towards Showers? They get a repeat on. I like it. Neon looking for chip damage through his own smoke to start this one off.
You could wait it out here for a good 20 seconds if you wanted to here, because you still want to get the potential luxo moving up to get a headshot with that Marshall. So you could start moving in and taking over sites with these Stingers. Instead, everybody's rotating towards this B site. The jiggle is good here for blows. He sees a couple. That initiates Loud to go a little bit more quickly towards this B site.
Not a lot of delay here, so this is going to be Loud taking the site. Hookah's covered. Let's see if they can get the plant down and keep it safe. It feels weird since they can't really see what's around them, and that's just going to be Lev setting up for the retake. So the push through, maybe, from Loud gets stopped right at the front door. In goes Spike Z, and they get the judge down as well. And now
Doable.
Loud's trying to turn it. It is doable. Erde and Verdi looking for where the last one could be. And King now trying to reset, reload, making a bunch of noise, so he almost has to cut it and reset the situation. Quick peek. Looks like they're both just going to take this off the smoke. No, they let it dissipate. Stinger's not penning much here. 7 HP, 7 in the mag, 13 HP. This would be huge for Verdi to grab here, and needs a little bit of room for Loud to grow in this game because Lev's already going to have the advantage. King gets a third, and he knows, bring it on.
The repositioning from King was way too good here. Never expected by Verdi. After he did the damage onto King and forced him to fall back, he thought he had the advantage by repositioning himself, but lost a little bit of his opponent in the field of view. Unfortunate, too, that was probably his 13th occasion in the clutch throughout this whole stage for Verdi, but unfortunately couldn't capitalize on this one. King also is making it known. And that was an expensive round here for Loud. Remember, it was a Stinger buy with the Marshall. They couldn't get the plant down, too, because of Leviathan being very quick to flood off the double duelist in the back of that site. So Loud will have to go for a full eco this round.
Neon taunting this Bulldog through the smoke for 2 rounds now. Gets luxo on the second time around. And now Loud's committed to this B side of the map unless they use a lot of util to re-clear. That'll help a little bit.
Adding another one to the tally here as an opener for Verdi. Actually quite up there in the column of the first kills, close to even Jogimo and Zekin.
Great delay. King switching to site to make sure they have a bit more time to buy for Lev to get into position from this one. Oh, a lot of smokes going down. A little blind for Spike Zine, but he's able to clear his eyes there with a quick rub. And Neon's able to come up with 3 quickly, but also patiently taken back by Lev there as they knew they had the time that they were bought from King's Snakebite.
Ends up being a good damaging round for Loud onto Leviathan for that one, too. Things kind of stay normal. It's almost as if Leviathan won their bonus round, and now we'll see Loud go back into a bye. Good eliminations round coming through here for that second and third round for Leviathan, only getting the plant for Loud on that pistol. But they've done a nice little entry so far towards this long B site. This is twice now that they walk contact into the corner. They expect a jiggle peek coming out from Blows, who's been so good in this spot. Remember, he was laser beaming his opponents when they were playing on this map last time around for Leviathan. He was definitely an unstoppable force. This time looking to get challenged one more time. It's Verdi at the point.
The economy's so good, you see him sitting with the Guardians still, ready to stay back, play with the money a little bit, and yeah, he's gonna play his life. Goes for the clear, Run it back, comes through. Misato's going to make quick work of Erde. Nice swarm of the site coming in from Loud, but it's already Lev starting to pinch them in from every side here. And the spike, unsure if it's safe to plant. They go for a little bit more util clear to make that confirmation.
Yeah, no choice. You got to plant right now. You know that they're encroaching towards the back.
They're still getting stopped. They don't know. They're trying to just bait the plants out at this point. They know they have 50 seconds, so it's a lot of time to work with, and they're going to choose to take a fight instead. Getting on hard angles towards the spawn. Re-cleared by Neon. Backs himself up, coming all the way over from Showers to do a bit more work here on the B site and help the squad take it back. Lev, 4 in a row from the defensive side.
Right now, the protocols for Leviathan 2 has been amazing. You just talked about it, Riv, the amount of times they're able to delay these plants, but at the same time, understanding where the gaps could be. Loud had a decent idea. They knew the pressure was coming towards Elbow when they lost that fight on that side. They knew they were getting double flanked, so they're like, okay, maybe we can push towards the spawn and then try to plant on the A side. Yet, Neon stays all the way back at this position right here to not allow for them to move forward into the spawn, and then the value that Sato is getting on flashes, on kills. They got to find a way to stop this man.
And it looks like they will just try to stop the momentum a little bit. Calling through a timeout coming into the 5th round here. Just punishing rounds. The second round bye for Loud's obviously going to throw them off a bit. So they got to figure out what that next win condition is as they all start to come online.
Yeah, and you definitely see Leviathan just stepping up right now every time they win a round and looking across the stage.
Yeah.
Although this is a rivalry for a good seeding for Loud if they can potentially make it to the 3rd seed, but most importantly for Leviathan to guarantee the 1st seed if they finish here 4-1 in this stage 1. But they talked about that history at the desk here, Riv, the ex-teammates between Sato and Luke show. So you know there's going to be a little bit of banter going on through there. Erde that has to play against Blows and Neon from the Leviathan Academy. And of course, the coach duels, the coach battles, right? Owner coming in from Lev Academy, but then also Romanilli that has had experience and guidance from Owner in the past.
Yeah, we just heard about that a little bit ago.
Lots of the Padawan looking for something to prove on the side of Loud, for sure. At least they found some success in this stage here. Somehow guaranteeing to make it to playoffs. That's nothing that we were expecting when we were looking at the first few matches of Loud this stage.
Neon has been very forward in this position on Showers, and it looks like the rest of the team's going to join. The distraction's enough for Neon, clearing 2 as Lev now just turn around knowing they have the right side of A, and it's going to be very uncomfortable to try to get that spike back for Loud. Oh, he's going to self-cook.
I guess he gets less damage out of that one, right, when you flush him out, but he's just pushed him away. Gives a chance right now for Loud to reset, though, because the amount of util that was used by Lev to hold that spike was a lot of smokes, blaze walls. All of that is disappeared and gone. So Loud can now group up and do the walk glitch and see if they could get an opener here on a duel.
Hit that corner with a molly if they really... Oh, no, they're going showstopper.
Forget the walk glitch.
Right past him. Okay, Neon goes down. Woo! That's beautiful from Birdie to come up with 3, and it's exactly what Loud needs right now, coming out of this timeout to be able to put one in the win column. Darker follows up onto Blows, and Erde's left here as King tries to get a little funky with this one, and Erde's having none of it. Loud come up with their 1st round.
And now they have a chance to stand up and look across the stage with smiles. And that's going to feel good for sure with how dominant it's been for Leviathan since the beginning of this game. And they're able to answer back with nice redemption off the space that Birdie takes. He almost got caught off guard there by Neon, but was just very flicky for that 1st kill. Wins 2 individual 1v1s. Gives that chance for Loud to come in and go for that plant.
It's a beautiful turnaround on that, especially losing 2 right away to be able to convert still. Very smartly done there by Loud.
Yeah, Owner's not happy with that one either because they've lost that spike on the side of Loud instantly. And Leviathan, they go for a little bit of a change of pace. They went for double duelists to peek out towards that Sands, expecting maybe Loud for a default split towards his B site. They caught a bit of Verdi, who's forced to fall back to re-heal for a sec, but Loud has a chance to reset now. They have Seekers also to start opening sites. When I talked about walk glitches, though, they're actually using their ultis a lot to try to get info and space, and they're instantly doing it towards this A site.
Holding still towards Showers. They're going to keep coming through the teleporter to bring that power back to A instantly and try to give Lev a lot of trouble out of U-Haul here. They just almost saw Spike. Verdi did catch a blink of that. And nobody wants to give up the first kill here. This is where it gets tight.
It's that brimmy smoke that's annoying. So what you're going to try to do here is for Lucho to get a backstab. If he gets the opener perfect, they can execute towards this A site. If not, late TP back towards B. But it's Verdi on the top perch that gets the opener onto Sato.
Turned around. The time's a bit reset for the flanks, but it's still going to be power in numbers as they charge through showers once again. This could be a really cool two-pronged attack to activate from U-Haul as well. Neon making up for last round, and he puts a cherry on the top with a third one in showers. I don't think they're getting the Spike back this time. Darker's still going to try his hand. 60 HP here, and Spike's able to just swing it to pull it right back in the favor and reset Loud.
Very nice for Neon. Just stepping into similar positions here. He likes to hug that wall inside the showers, and unfortunately you're seeing it from this POV right here on the replay. Peeking one by one. I guess all of them really had their crosshair placed towards the entrance of showers instead of going for the 3-2-1. Let's really try to push as a group and try to get maybe a little bit more of a wide swing, and Neon's just able to ISO a couple of these fights very easily.
Yeah, he's been in there every round, so they know.
Yeah.
He's just doing the work.
Yeah, remember the missed showstopper by Verdi. Still hugging that wall in that spot, so they have to start identifying that here for Loud. That's a kill through the smoke. That's unfortunate to start the round for Lucio.
Well,
who's been fairly quiet this game so far when you're counting a lot on somebody like Lucio to be the closer for the team for Loud.
Yeah. We'll get the Tour de Force online next round. Might be able to clear a few of those lines that really open the space to get that momentum going. Because again, Lever always playing a flip side. They're not playing back B. They're ready to TP. They're ready to hold long. And it might be that situation again. As King actually, they do start to trail back in. Oh, he missed that one. Can they repair this? Oh my God, it doesn't even matter. Cowanzine with the Bandit's going to be able to get a little bit of damage, but the Molly mission just goes to show that the aim is online for Lev right now, even if the utility's not hit.
But they did talk about it. Cowanzine being one of those players stepping up to the plate here as another closer for the team. Fully flashed. Not going to be easy. Not easy at all. Dude, Sato's flashes has been so annoying. If you're looking for the POV of Loud, they're getting hit by everything too. Every single time.
It'd be crazy. I'm glad they're kind of faded out for us because we actually wouldn't see anything as viewers. That's just how good they are right now. All of them are hitting. Really playing Valorant out there. King is excited right now, and you know those are going to be popping the calls up a little bit more. He's active in the comms. Everybody's feeling that momentum.
Yep.
Especially Neon, 12-2 on the Brimstone. That's his showers.
And the crazy thing is that most of the times he's doing this solo, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's really no util on that side for Loud except for the walk contacts that we see, or they crunch from this side here on B site whenever Neon's feeling that pressure. So again, the protocol is there for Leviathan.
Nice reaction from Darker. Returning fire there as Spike tries to get a little cheeky down long. And they slow it down. We did say Luke Show was going to be getting the Tour de Force soon. We'll have to get a point for that. And I wonder if they look to work a kill on the left side of the map so he can find it as a lurk.
See, I like this, that we're walking back and re-clearing for the side of Loud. What I'd like to see a little bit more, though, is maybe work the late round inserts into showers, too, so you can have a plan of escape if you're getting stalled here towards this B site.
Yeah. They are kind of committing to that one side and losing a bit of knowledge in the process. So now it's the hookah hold with King in sight. We'll have a bit of delay. Let's see how Loud reacts to this one. Ultimate goes down from Darker if they get in here, I would assume. They really start to make Lev second guess taking it right away. A little delay is already in sight, so that space is gained. Sato taking one down quick, and it doesn't look like Verdi stayed up high too long. They're back into sight, trying to gain each other's anchor points and fire on these trades. Lev now 2-2. Just calms down, the dust settles a bit, and nobody wants to do anything until that Spike has made noise in the plant position. Neon on one, blows on the second one, instantly finding out where Loud is. They are, in the middle of these fights, they're calming it down and disappearing, making it feel weird for Loud, and then coming back in for the finishing touches if they didn't get it right away.
Yeah, and the reads are good, the calls are great, the stall is even better, so that every single time that Loud is getting stalled and looking to re-hit, there's always going to be somebody else to trade instantly here. No hookah control that you see from that round. Again, no real inserts that you have from any of these lanes outside of where the main pressure is coming from for Loud. And that's going to call already this second timeout. And again, this is what I like to see, maybe going back potentially to the basics for Loud here. I'm down to see a 3-1-1 if they can.
Yeah.
Get some value off of Darker lurking up towards the short side wall on A, because you haven't really seen any real pressure coming out from Leviathan by pushing those lanes with how they're currently playing around Spike and Sato as it's double duelists. What really happens here is if Loud is making a lot of noise towards showers, they're getting crunched from long B side. If they're going to slow things down on the shower side, Neon puts the smoke down for 20 seconds. So you have a chance now to have Luxio just wait that and battle that 1v1 against Neon on that side, and still add pressure on this B site to make sure that you're not going to get crunched by the blow splash, the Spike Zeta and Sato TPs onto the showers, and it allows for you to work the map a little bit more here. Lev, despite it being 7-1, you're still giving a lot of space for Loud to really get to the entrance of these sites. Now it's for Loud to take advantage of that space and to force these rotates.
They got to figure out a way to set up that post plant. It's like Lev's, if you drew a line vertically through each site instead of horizontally, that's the way they're playing it, left, right, instead of top, down. And it seems like Loud's just really having trouble trying to figure out where that comfortable position is in the vertical site. They do get the space. They got to be able to hit the shots, though. We've seen Lev just on it. Now, the operator is going to be out for the side of Lev.
That's a little bit of a surprise, because that's the first time that Lev pulls it out, and even a Dota False gets no value, unfortunately, against Sato.
They continue to lights out Luke Show. And they're going to be looking for more. Feeling comfortable here. The push around coming in from Neon again is still checking showers, making it uncomfortable to plant with a bit more utility right on default of sight. And Spike slugs in that shorty probably. They don't even have everybody here from Lev. They're still waiting to see if there's a rotation from Loud. Great clear from Verdi. He's been able to open up some big space for the team, but they still need to find a way to get the Spike down. Microwave into U-Haul. Darker. Oh, the quick scope hits one, but Neon quick to the shot as well to trade. And another round for Lev.
I still respect the idea of what Lau was trying to do, right? Because we were just talking about the short A side not really being pressured by Leviathan. They are trying to move up and give an opportunity for Luxio to get an opener. But Enerday peeking out towards showers very early in the round when it's not being smoked. He hears an orb being tapped. He thinks it's another 1v1 fight on that side, and he kind of just gave his life away. And it's hard to do that for Enerday IGL here, because the one that was responsible working showers the whole time was Luxio, so you don't really know what's happening on that side. And it's a bad peek that you did.
Back down long. So active and Darker. So I'll do it again. You give me that shot, I'll hit it again. Consistency there.
But Sato's taking a space, though. They're always going to be ready for this one as the late hit for Loud into the A site because of this push.
Sato gets ult if he can come around with a kill. That's a huge retake for the site, and Loud's going to use their showstopper to get in. Oh, King from the back. Unseen is the deadliest, and he takes down that ultimate as Neon trades it right again.
Just got the Blaze Wall across there from Sato, but unfortunately Seekers are coming out here for Kawadzin, so that's going to give the tell of that big flank so they can take advantage of these fights.
Nicely done to continue pushing forward. I feel like they've allowed these spaces to be too strong for Leviathan, and now Loud pushing them together to clear out those danger zones. Sitting in the pit is a perfect position here for them on the last one. Looks like they'll be able to pick up a second round as Sato here just gets the last few seconds of damage in on a few players. Well, hot hands in to give himself some more space, but Lev finding a way through. It is a battle in these rounds, but they're looking like they will need 4 to make it work on the next half.
Yeah, so far it's definitely looking like, outside of small hiccups here from the side of Lev, it should be fairly one-sided until the end of this half. Even you're seeing these duels where Luxio has been very good. That 1v1 where he has the tight angle against Sato still loses it against him, so definitely does feel that Leviathan a little bit more comfortable on the stage right now. No matter what, though, they are playing for the vibes for Loud. They've known they've already qualified, so now it's just to make sure that they're getting the reps in. Interesting, too, they were playing on blind because that's going to be out of the pool soon, but it is what it is.
Show less, right?
I guess.
That's all you got to do. Nobody needs to see the tricks right now. U-Haul being held by the judge, and this is a much slower round from Lev. They'll allow Loud to make the move first once again, but Spike's down, so this is a go around and find everything out that they can round.
It has been that story since the timeout, just to default and wait where the lanes are going to get pushed up. And this time, instead of using bodies, they're using a dog out from Kawadzin, so that is going to be able to push him back a bit, which is the defender of Neon, allowing here the walk-up of another off attempt of Luxo in short A. Still a 3-1-1, but on the reverse side, so they could really try to open up this A site.
Was that a fake runaway that they tried to do? I like it still. Didn't really buy a kill on the left side. A nice kill onto Neon. As Loud continue to creep forward. Again, the shift space being gained. Oh, Spike just taking one down instantly. They're toying with him here at U-Haul, but Luxo's not having any of it. He's been able to circumvent the site and these smokes and really just weasel his way into a dangerous position. Now Spike's got to figure out where that might be, and he can't. Right to the hip. Luxo gets another one as he's cleared just a handful of players in the last few rounds by himself. Really making it work.
Yep, sneaking through here to chip boxes through the smoke. Found that timing against Sato, who threw that run it back to get info towards the front of that site. And again, that was a free kill. He just had his crosshair placed onto where Sato is going to TP back to. And Sills finds a different position to take down Spike in the back of Triple from the bench. So nicely done for the lurk. But it was all thanks to the first opener by Airday. Catch and it rotates across, and I felt like maybe we kind of over-rotated a little bit too quickly for the side of Leviathan, because we hadn't really made too much noise from the side of Loud on Sands and on Long B, with the exception of the of Darker letting himself being known by the flash thrown by Blows so that they could fake a presence over on this B side. So maybe that was that one element that kind of forced the over-rotate from Loud from Leviathan that Loud took advantage of.
Ooh. Very clean. I think a lot of those Loud realizes too that they were gaining the space, but losing B long or losing one side with that vertical site play. So it was never safe. You're never really gaining the ground. So doing a little more, like you said, defaulting out, finding where people actually are, paying off big time. Right to Showers. Oh, committing to the line. Just in rendezvous though still. Hello. Oh, he steps out of it for a second. Spike and Sato are gonna punish. They back up, leaving one insert, and they play a little bit here with Darker on the left side of the map, but it looks like the commitment will be towards A.
Got fully hit by that flash, both players there, Luxo and Kawadzin. Again, another huge flash coming out from Sato.
Yeah. He's still gonna stay in, ready for the swing. Saw what Neon did earlier from this position. Says, look what I could do. No, they double peek it.
There you go.
This time. And that's what we need to see all over the place. The fundamentals coming in before the strats. They rinse and repeat for Loud here, and they can get themselves a fourth round. Neon in arm's reach. They're looking to get the side. Oh, right to the shoulder. Gives actually a chance to get that trade down. And now it's Airday versus Blows. The two young ones. No, he's going to run right back to where he thought safety was. But into the waiting arms of Blows to make it a 9-3 first half. Hearts all around. And King's like, why'd you do that? Why? We'll find out.
That's why it's all smiles, shooting his old teammate after winning a 1v1. But look at that flash, man. Kawadzin had no chance. We never switched out to the Headhunter after for Luxo, trying to go for a quick no-scope. He got caught off guard for sure. Big first half won here by Leviathan with a 9-3 scoreline.
Lev came out strong to start this map off, but we did see Loud wake up towards the end. Let's see if they keep that momentum coming into the second half. We'll be right back.
We got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Welcome back for the second half of Leviathan versus Loud. Loud coming out swinging in the second half is the name of the game. Pistol round is almost a must, but they were already trying to get funky in the second round of first half. They buy in, they try to get the Stingers, they try to get the Marshall. Lev said no. We'll just have to see what they can do. Everybody up there is having a lot of fun, though.
Yeah. I mean, we were just looking at the player shots before, and it's basically Erde mimicking what King was doing on the other side of the stage. So we're, again, just having fun against these two teams for Leviathan and Loud. But yeah, this is now Loud on the defense. We saw Luke Show starting to warm up a little bit here with this operator, and now he has an opportunity to let players come towards him. So we're going to try to test the line here at the pistol.
Cool. Headhunter. Between the heads, there were too many to choose from. And they'll use that space accordingly, but everybody's here from Loud. This is a perfect defensive positioning for them. Sato up on top tries to take control, and the rest of Loud are trying to play this one safe, and that's not the name. We saw Erde backing up there, seeing if they could get into a secret spot, but Lev was really hunting for the kills and just sourced everybody in the blink of an eye out of B.
Darker's too far away for the fight. Has a bandit.
Toxins going up.
They're just hiding. Just like crawl in, and then they're all going to peek out on him. Another pistol for Sato entering the site, hopping up on top of B, and somehow living throughout that as the rest of the team just fanned out into the site. So you can see the coordination there from Lev. Just flashes again. Oh, that's how he lived. Okay. And just with the fall bump, too, making his aim go wayward, still hits a headshot.
Yeah, he's different today. Just simple crosshair placement, but being very precise. Good reaction times, and he's winning a lot of these duels. Yeah. Already 1 away of getting the run it back. I don't necessarily think they're going to try to use it this round unless they want to make sure that there is nobody stacking towards where they want to lead towards to, which is this B site for now. Lucio's trying to watch a tight angle with the headhunter there.
If they could up B long, they could just go run it back Phantom with Sato. He buys into this round. That doesn't mean the Sheriffs won't catch heads here from Loud. It just takes a few shots.
And that's why it would be nice here. He's the one that's invested the best weapon in a round.
Yeah. In
the server for this round. So if he gets a pick against pistols, easier for him to get to run it back. He can now farm orbs for the other players instead. But Leviathan are making sure here that they're not walking into any of these traps. They're still waiting back towards the spawn. The best positioning you have for now is Verdi right out towards the spawn. Finds that timing for that tuck.
One of those shots, putting a little bit of an advantage in Loud's hand, but they're still down considering the weaponry in this round.
There's that kill on A.
Yep, Verdi finalizes that. Come around, a few more Sheriffs ring out as Blows is finally able to trade one back. Loud in the advantage right now if they try to creep back into the site. Spike just catches the back of Luke, and they're going to have to repair this one. Cowanzine gets slid on as well by Spike as he knows the fight's not over. And now they're already watching behind them, so this elbow crew can just stay steady and wait for the site to be taken.
Big game of timings for this round. Everybody finding their backstabs, their kills, but the advantage is still here for Leviathan in a pulse plant with weapons.
Walks right up. Oh, wait. Chest. Erde with a big shot there. Can they get it to half before the damage comes through? Neon makes the noise. Runs straight at Spike to make sure it's in his favor, and he still plays Verdi. Red Bull clutch for Neon. An absurd buying game so far.
At 1 HP as well. They knew there for the side of Loud that they had timings. They had an opportunity. You had to stick onto that Spike after that first shot. The other one had to run knife out. Verdi almost had that timing, but then unfortunately, the smoke is their demise. Ooh. The one that they dropped to try to get the defuse allows Neon to get the crosshair placement, catch your opponent, and then put Leviathan at 11. No more timeouts left for Loud, so they're just going to have to ride it for the rest of the half.
We're buying into this to try and keep their backs off the ropes of game point. And Sato has to run it back already. We were talking about before, solidified through the previous round. Verdi shuts it down for a moment.
Nice shot.
How much does he fizzle out? The Strat King's there to snuff out his play, and now Luke Show has to get forward with the Bucky. pre-fired and then corrected. King gets a third. Neon with the finalizer, and Lev are just finding Loud before they can get into position.
Yeah. Loud letting this map float it so that Leviathan could take it. I think that's very smart to what you were saying here with for Leviathan to not show their hands going into the playoffs by playing these type of maps. But they're still playing it so well.
They are. People will be like, okay, God, we don't have to choose whether to pick this or not against Lev now. Good Lord. 20-6 Neon on that brim, cycling in a lot of the util and smoked for the team. Got the assist to prove it as Luke Show now trying his hand, getting as much out of the rendezvous as you can. You love to see that, but the kills just aren't solidified there.
Nice combo.
Taken down as he was slowly walking back into sight. That's the thing. It seems like Lev, they activate, and there is no time to walk back into sight. You already have to be in position.
Even throwing a smoke up towards Hookah, so there's really no way for you to
answer a trade.
Exactly. No denial. You have to wait now, and as it dissipates, well, everybody's also dying around the map, so Darker was definitely isolated by it.
Cowanzine with a few of his own. They have a huge mountain to climb ahead of them with this level of skill Lev is showing on Bind right now. 2 towards B long. Cowanzine with the first one, but Darker's expecting the swing from long. It's not there. Blows, stands tall for 2, and Lev take Bind.
A great dominating first map here for Leviathan. Great defensive holds, not giving a chance here for Loud to really entry and execute towards these sites.
Yeah.
Right? They gave them that space. Loud thought they had opportunities to really execute to these sites, but there's always one player somewhere in a different angle just to trade instantly. It looked really clean from Leviathan to start.
A lot of those. Comment, okay. Yeah, it's definitely been fun on stage for these guys. Lev is feeling themselves, though. So the shots are hitting, the 1v1s are clicking, and now we get a time to reset and breathe to see what Loud can do coming into the second map of Breeze. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. Right after that, more VCT Americas.
One enemy remains. One enemy remaining. So awesome. Attackers.
Acaba eliminado o Ox mais uma vez com essa banca. Bora, Cauã. Tá bem no round. Bora, Cauã. Cauãzinho é o seu momento. Vamos ver os dois indo pra cima.
Estas rondas pierde el equipo que pone las compras. Cuidado con Neon. Dios mío. Y ahora a ver, no quiere venir a jugar. Cuidado ahora porque está. Lo busca.
Onur, you played such a pivotal role in the development of so many young players. Today, you're facing off against a former pupil of yours. How does it feel to see them succeeding and making it to the big stage?
Of course, I'm happy for them. We have a lot of talent, young talent in our region. I started in 2021 with Crew. They were young, you know, King, Massino, Kesnit, all that players that you are like watching right now, like stars. They started like Neon, Glow, Erde. So I'm very happy that they are like having success in their careers because it's very hard in our region to make a good career in esports in general. So I am very happy for them.
Does it help you? Does it give you a special insight facing off against him today, knowing what he likes to play and what tendencies he has?
Not really, you know, we only focus in our game, you know, our own adaptations. We don't think too much into the person behind the rival. So no, just playing our game.
Right on. Good luck, Map2.
Always a pleasure to hear from Coach Onur, an absolute legend in this space there. As Zoe was talking with him earlier, having worked with so many players and of course has had so much success. And that success continues here because they picked up a big map win. In fact, I'd probably say a dominating map win.
Yeah.
13-3 on Bind, Dan. A great way to start things off. That win is going to help Leviathan get one step closer, but they're still not there yet. They have to be able to win out this series in order to get that first place spot.
Just one map away though from securing the #1 seed, being the other team that is just one match away from making to Masters London alongside the same region of Crew, who's just also there and waiting. But I think for Leviathan, they looked amazing. And I think we really started to see where this was going. First of all, with these reactions that they were sending to the other side for Loud and talking about the friendship that we had. But also, once they see the bonus won their way, I'm just like, I can see where this is going.
I see a little running spree going there. And I think Lev is actually trying their hardest to break that record that was just set again yesterday for the fastest VCT Americas game, which initially was theirs to keep against
It's
Envy.
a nice Sunday. It's Mother's Day. I'm okay if they want to go a little fast. You know what I'm saying? It's all right with us. It's okay.
Prediction is Loud, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I forgot.
See, this is you're bringing it back. Now, of course, so let's go ahead and talk.
What was his name again?
Alex?
Alex.
Alex.
What the heck?
Me. I'm Alex.
No.
Let's, though, that being said, though, right, you got so much skill on that Leviathan side.
Yeah.
And you could really pick apart any player and, like, have a deep conversation about him. We talk about Neon a lot, but it kind of, he's just a guy who demands the conversation be centered around him. He's so good. He has so much presence in the server. And you really do feel like every time you're on this dude's screen, he's going to be good for one at least for you every time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we talked about him before this game even started, because look at this. The amount of times that he was able to get extremities control, specifically in that showers, by himself, purely with his crosshair aim, is insane. He constantly was good for one, like you said, GP. He was really good at being super self-sufficient, as well as throwing down those smokes just in time to be able to retake. And it just looks so good, so crispy as well. It's kind of insane that my Brimstone is just fragging out that hard the whole time.
It's insane. And it's also, he's still new to this Brimstone, by the way. The 4 times that you see him play, that's pretty much the first 4 times that he's ever played Brimstone in his career. We mentioned it earlier on. He used to be that duelist player. He has over 150 games of playing duelist versus not even 50, not even 40 on any other role. And I mean, doesn't matter what he's playing, he's fragging out. But on top of that, he's going probably to be playing Jet next map. I feel like he's just set up for success this series.
I feel like that's his 4th game on Brimstone, and that's his performance. That's in officials at least, and that's insane. But yeah, I think going into this next map, we're gonna see him back on the Jet, which we really love to see because his operator is insane. This guy is so flexible, being able to play with the rifle, being able to play on the operator, as well as just being annoying as a duelist with all that movement. It's been really sick.
Yeah, it has certainly been a lot for this Loud team to have to deal with, as you can see evidence points from that 13-3 score. So now let's see how the Loud camp is feeling. We have Zoe standing by with the coach of Loud.
Romanelli, you guys are down 0-1, but we're heading to Breeze, a map that you and your team have been extremely successful with. Overall, an 88% win rate, and this stage you're 2-0. Is there any temptation to switch things up when technically it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it?
We don't need to do like a 100% like switch. We just need to adjust a few stuff going like game to game. Depends how much the playstyle of the other team sometimes. But besides that, not so much. Like, just keep our game, keep it simple, and that's it.
Let's see if we can head into a map 3. Good luck.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe. And yeah, I mean, they're going to need to play their game and keep it simple if they want to try and force this Haven map 3, because coming up next, it is going to be their pick on a Breeze, which is a great choice for them. Good way for them to maybe get themselves back into this game, right?
I mean, if I remember correctly, they're 3-0 on this map so far this year, and they haven't dropped it a single time.
Wow.
They've consistently played it really well. Yes, they got a little bit close the last time they played it. Yes, they fell onto a lot of these clutch rounds in order to get that dub, but it doesn't matter because this map has been so good for them for so long that I'm looking to see them start really fast and have a lot of that momentum going into it, because they need to get out of that slump that Lev just put them in.
And it's not going to be so easy, but my eyes are going to be on the 2 Neon players. We've talked a lot about Spike on this Neon, especially when they switched the composition a little bit on this map of Breeze, but on the other side for Verdi. He had some great moments going into this map, but we need to see more of that. We need to see those duelists at the very top if Loud wants to push it to the third map.
And of course, for Leviathan, an opportunity to secure that first seed. Can they do it here with a 2-0 win, or is Loud going to make that map 3 a reality? Riven Van Silly will have you covered after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Bet it all on me. Step to the line, that's 3. Weight of the crown, that's heavy.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Lev and Loud about to head over to Breeze.
Yeah, Breeze a good map here for Loud, as they mentioned here on the desk before, and the last victory that they had was against Cloud9, where they actually lost both pistols on that map and was still able to win 13-11 against C9, which was probably one of the biggest upsets that we've seen so far in this stage, with the exception of maybe that NV and MIBR yesterday, but we won't really talk about that game, right? I'm like, nonetheless, though, let's see what agents we come out with here for both of these teams. For Loud, there's not going to be any changes. So on the first time that they played the map on this stage, we had Verdi on that on Jet. But ever since the last time, since C9, they're going to stick to that Neon. I think now playing with no Viper to have an extra slice if they need to, in terms of a last resort to really get map control would be kind of good. But I think also the other thing is Enerday playing on this Astra is going to help a lot here for containment, for fights, for combinations with Luxio, so that Verdi could get the best value as possible from the support of both the initiators.
We heard Romanelli talking about just a few things that kind of needed to change fundamentally there. Not everything. They realized what was happening in that game, just couldn't get it to click. So see if it happens here on Breeze. They are going to get that chance to start off on the defensive side and try to read Lev in their aggression on this attack. They got to start off strong, though. I feel like the momentum is going to be everything here for Loud to get themselves into this.
Agreed. Leviathan on their side, though, did you remember Leviathan with Neon playing some Chamber in the past? He was really good on flicking as that spot, but he's actually playing a Jet this time around, too. So they're playing a double duelist with Neon and Spike. They're actually trying to leverage timing and elevation, too, to maybe try to catch this whole type of, like, darker flash peak, trying to maybe catch them off guard here when Loud is going to play for these type of team fights against Leviathan. So we'll have to see how that pans out for this second map. But again, I think after seeing a little bit of Bind and the form of Leviathan so far in this matchup, it is definitely going to be a tough one for Loud. Last thing to talk about, too, is that Leviathan, with that map win that they just had here on Bind, will at least guarantee them not to get 4th seed going into the playoffs. And that's super important. right? Because you're starting at the bottom bracket if you're 4 seed. You do want to get that first seed, though, so they want to finish this in a 2-0 or 2-1 for Leviathan. If not, they also have a chance to even fall down to even 3rd seed if they lose this 1-2 against Loud.
I'm interested to see how the comfortability of the little swap for Darker and Erode do here with the Astra and the KO switching. Erode had that versus Cloud9. So keep an eye on that as Loud starts to push down. Lots of info mid. Take some long shots there. Quite a bit of damage done by the Ghost onto Darker. And they will not retaliate anymore. Actually going staying quite far back with everyone else and just allowing this 2 team to walk towards elbow and seek things out. About that 1 minute smoke mark, is that what it is? Towards mid. It is going to be that B play for Lev. Slow as it goes, though. The shift strategy.
Yeah, Lev is not worried about this, right? With that smoke, it's pinged out, but the most important thing is the high-low stack towards the staircase. You see how passively they're playing towards this B side? They're just trying to play the retake as they let Leviathan in.
It's a full retake. Darker, a little hurt, but still has the knife. Could look to get it backside. He goes down with the sprays coming through. Verdi's made some good space, though. This would be a huge opening, but King sits him down. As Loud starts to take the space. They get 3 as they light up the kill feed. And that leaves Sato running for the hills here. They're trying to get in some secret spots right now. There's one. The Sheriff is big for King. No. Should say blows rather. Erode on 2 with the Ghost as he's able to clean it up right on top of the spike and make a big impact in the beginning of this map.
That came in really close, though. It's a nice knife that we had thrown from the KO of Erode so that it actually takes a little bit of that util away to allow also Cowadzine to move through and get these kills towards Castle. But at the end, it still came down to a 1v1. Big hero plays almost came through here from blows. But then Erode was quicker, just scanning around this gulag and was able to get that. Huge round on the 1v1.
It's something they were scattered on before, not being able to really get any of the post plants in their favor or seek out Lev. Nice job to collapse on that.
Yeah. Now Loud has a chance to really take the upper hand as they win their pistol here. Leviathan has played their comp in the past when they played against... Oh, wait, hold on. Let's hold that thought. We actually have a big push from Leviathan into this B site here. Just a full classic run-in. Oh, what?
A little bandit damage as well. And Lev's able to clear Loud. This is what Loud tried to do with guns on the first map, and it's just going to be classics for Lev. They're able to regroup, pick up 2 Bulldogs now in their hand. Luke Show gets in close, gives himself a little bit of a break in space here to see if he can gain any more ground once Cowadzine gets in, but they have so much to do. Looks like they will try to join hip and hip before making a move. It's just too much, too many members. Oh no, it's not! Cowadzine finds one. Oh, the util dumped into there was crazy, and Spike takes full advantage of that. Lev pull it right back in their favor.
Yeah, for Spike to still have that relay bolt on that 2 versus 1 was huge. That breaks decon for Loud. I literally was just talking about a potential upper hand that they have. And look at this. They're not playing a flash comp here, so with the amount of walls and smokes that came up and nobody to pop through, playing out in the open should have been such a good position there for... Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering the same thing, Romadilli.
Yeah.
But yeah, they really got caught off guard trying to swing off through the Astra util, and yeah, the aim was a little bit better there for Leviathan on the attack side, and now it's a walk for Loud down towards middle.
Ooh. They've watched it last time, so King's going to be ready for something here, and they have the timing if anything came out of A, so those guys will be able to rotate and kind of sync up with what's coming down mid, but Lev are actually expecting something real scary, and they haven't made more of a move than to head over to distant B.
And it's fine, right? We're just waiting for the smoke for the Omen. It's 14 seconds. They're waiting here. Remember that 1 minute mark? There was actually a cove that came through on that side as well. So everybody's stacked up on that spot. Potentially Darker could go for a flash peek right after. But instead, Leviathan are not going for that protocol at that minute mark, which is why you see now Loud falling back, rather. Realizing here there's no split towards the A site.
A chance to grab King's gun. They're going to re-smoke. Just figuring out when Sato can get here because they might lose this one. Darker kills it. Can they smoke themselves off and get it is the question.
Yeah, I mean, you still have Cove. You can pull out the shield. Ooh, that was in too early on that one.
Huge. Neon's able to get one. Sato does find another one in mid as they pick apart Loud, who is creeping ever closer to having an advantage in this round. It just falls away as Lev realized what's happening mid-round. Another good kill. Big damage they need to start doing to Lev here. They cannot let them run away with the economy like on the first map. Into this one, a quick push from Blows and Team Ace there. As you see, it takes everybody of Lev to find out what Loud is trying to do that round, and they get a second round.
Neon's a little bit too far to pick up that Vandal that was left behind by King. But overall, just nice little damage at the beginning to surprise him. You were asking the question if they had util to try to pick up the weapon. Luxio had a full kit. He had the Cove, he had the High Tide. Unfortunately, Kawadzin was a little bit too preemptive jumping across and trying to pick it up, and he got caught. It's supposed to be free, the Cove. You could add the shield. But nonetheless, this was still an eco round for Loud. They had the rifle to work with now, or rifles. And it's fast, actually, for Leviathan.
Ultimate coming through, sight split on A. Let's hear what Lev's talking about on the hit.
Meio, vamos matar esse cara aqui. Vamos. Bora, meio.
Tá. Tô de strafe. Tô de reta. Foda-se.
Caminho pra frente.
Vou abrir também. De reta. Mano, vou tentar matar ele, tá, guys? Pra ter uma orb.
Vai, gatão. Tô comendo aqui, Nino.
Ele vai guardar a arma.
Calma. Tem smoke, hein?
And if you're watching Shile Wager's watch party here, he was probably translating all those comms rather from Lev. Seems simple, just trying to identify where the players were at after the reckoning towards the A site and winning all these fights and making sure that they're staying as a group for the attack, and it capitalizes for 3 rounds in a row. Also leveraging a double ult on top of that with Blows' Hunter's Fury. And that's a huge run to use it, right? Remember, this was a buy round we had previously for Loud.
Yeah.
So you shut down the economy again. You force him to be on another gamble of pistols and a Marshall now in the hands of Luxio.
The movement's so specific from Lev, right? We had that second round where they sit at, or the other round where they sit at B expecting Loud to do something weird, and the moment it's gun on gun, Lev go for the throat with a split on A, knowing it's going to be more of a default setup from that gun round of Loud, just playing the state of the game so well right now. Loud's just trying to move up mid and see if they can gain any early info or catch off an angle.
Take flight.
Lev patient enough to read it with util though. Not that. Verdi getting sneaky. It's enough to deter the side of Lev for now. And start to rotate back over as it looks like there is a bit of a line here for Luxio and mid through that smoke.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we already went for the right click on the Cove though, because Verdi was already inside that smoke with a judge. That could have given him a good position here for a good 20 seconds, but now as it trades out a little bit at least, and they feel that they have some good map control and expecting Leviathan to go for a re-hit towards his B site, so those two guys are just going to stay close by leveraging a judge that was left behind by Verdi.
Through mid, right?
That's probably going to be the plan with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a long walk around if they do try to split this even more. So they re-go to what we saw last round for the same strat, just a little less util, more eyes on the play. One focused off. They're going to call over the rest of Loud from B on this. 13 seconds for the plant. Can't really do much. Looking off that to get a Hunter's Fury. Tags one. Can he grab a second? What a TP. And a save of the life from Lev.
They won it on time, though. That was well enough done for the Hunter's Fury to really push people across for Leviathan, looking for the late hit and plant over on the A site. So you talk about the TP, but the other side too, I think Blows was also getting tagged or something like that, but they never had a chance. Really nice repositioning from Kawadzin we had towards the end. Loud's still able to get level up a little bit of that playing field by winning that Thrifty.
I think it makes Lev rethink playing that time down so low now. And they know Loud's not going to be peeking and giving them the kills they want. They'll have to go searching for them. And Neon's going to try to do that right now with an operator already towards elbow. A little bit of a play here from Erday. They walk right by Ships in the Night, and he's actually going to have 3 behind him for a backstab. Knows there's a second. Saw an ankle, but he doesn't know where they're going to try to exit the smoke. What a play if he's able to take down Sato here. And they realize they've kind of swapped, but he looks away to see if there's somebody behind him. And they reclaim mid, but good damage already coming in from Loud.
He thought he backpedaled enough to start going back down towards that staircase. Runs into a wall and face plants on the ground after by Sato. And that's a huge advantage in the round for Leviathan now, a 4 versus 2. Now you're forcing players to re-clear and find info. And just these tucked angles, it's just, again, well played by Leviathan.
They want to activate on something right away. There's a kill. They go to see what can be had from that situation even more. See Neon pushing down mid, or pushing into mid, getting that space so they can still hold elbow. Lev is not happy with just 1 kill. If they can get more, they go towards it. Now plant towards A.
Simple one.
Simple, yeah.
They heard Dark already towards that B site. That's why double pings came out, and you saw the knives out. Pulled from Leviathan with the rotate over on A. Darker trying to go for a save here.
Just cut off. Would have wanted that to go around the side. Nice identification of one on the left to take that fight. And now make a little bit of noise just to get a peek out of one. He's trying to draw that with a step and now cut noise. Darker, this would be huge.
Oh,
to get another, it's always the turn! What is this timing? Sato gets another one in the same way and they're able to capitalize on the round.
Sato blessed by the Valorant gods today in terms of timings on Breeze and also the amount of flashes that he was hitting on that first map of Bind. It was a nice little attempt towards the end. But again, I'm still questioning it. Should have we saved that rifle from Darker? The money was still quite good to maybe try to get an opt-out for the next round, which it won't have now. I think this is the reason why we're seeing this timeout coming out from the Brazilian organization, so they could figure out what they could do next here, and Romanilli has lots to say.
Yeah. I mean, just the owners listening to the squad, seeing what they're feeling, right? It's a much different situation right now. And Loud's rounds have been the timeout. They were kind of that hard-fought pistol round, right? They required a good for the Flood retake, where they caught Lev off guard, but it's really the only time where we've seen them kind of have that upper hand in the round. Lev seemed to always be able to switch it back in their favor, or even have an audible to strat A and B when they need it here. And Loud's trying to figure it out with this timeout.
It's tough for them to really get their footing, too, with no early ops or anything. I mean, it's also very tough in terms of the comp that they're running to try to run an operator on their defense. Maybe they want to give it to Verdi instead of Flickshow. But also the thing is, I have to commend Loud to their attempts to being fairly proactive around the map, especially for mid control at the beginning of these rounds. But it's just a reaction after that at the minute. What do you really want to do with it?
Yeah.
Leviathan has been slowing things down every single one of these rounds. Always starting a little bit more passively behind towards their spawn.
Oh, Neon starts him off again. And now you get that identification of Darker out. A huge trade from Airday. But that's a source position. You know somebody's going to try to kill him there, and immediately with the way Lev's playing, he's done a good job to hide himself, making Spike feel kind of weird now. Back and forth. What's the timing? Oh, he gets another one, playing it exactly the way it needs to be played for this elbow situation. And it's another turnaround timing shot for Lev here as they find Loud trying to reposition.
Yeah, Lucio just counted. That smoke comes up. He has to fall back to try to save his weapon. Let me just shoot through that. Here is that push back down here from Loud.
Player standing.
The jumping? Okay, King. They're heading back the other way. This is going to be a big catch for Verdi, though. This could step it up. This could build the momentum. King still got it. And finds the Vandal hit to give Lev another round after Loud's timeout.
Yeah, an 8 HP remaining after the first duel, too. That was so close for Verdi. Picked up that rifle, moved forward, try to win that 1 versus 2. I love that jump spot from Neon. You have to be quick here to flick onto that one. Unfortunately, Darker had a lower weapon. Couldn't be as precise as he wanted to.
One enemy remaining.
Get out of here.
So after jumping judges on the nerf, it's what, jumping Vandals?
Yeah, yeah. Right, please.
We're just going to keep going down that list.
Loud 1-0 ult away from having everything, and you're gonna get Spike overdriving right away, trying to make it feel awkward in mid. Erode says no, it's his.
All a fake. While they're making so much noise on the middle, pretending that they're gonna go for a mid to A split, because the Owl drone was also moving in from blows on A main. Sato went for a full TP towards B, realizes that it's clear. So now it's up to blows that cuts to rotate. But Erode wins that one, big advantage.
He's starting to have his own timing now. They keep playing off of that. They'll start to turn things around. They already need to tack down on the economy that Lev has. And here comes the retake. They know one's close. They're just waiting now for Luke Show to be able to finalize the smokes and get over here with safety.
Last player standing.
Shots. Here they looking for the ace. That's Darker actually getting the fragment kill as they come into the site. A confident round, a lot alive on that round, and it's exactly what Loud needs to turn this one.
Yeah, and that's Leviathan finally for the first time being a little bit more aggro outside of the, what was it, Reckoning Hunter's Fury split that they did towards the A side. They wanted to up the tempo for mid control and running right into the Loud setup. That's what they wanted. They wanted to see the aggression coming out from Leviathan, and they know how to stop the mid aggression. But it's also thanks to Erode getting, what, a 4K and a 2K in the last few rounds, making it very close for Loud.
Honestly, I said it's whether him and Darker switched the Astra and the KO coming into this. His pop flashes were good, not pop flashing and sidestepping into smokes to trying to change that entry technique. Always has something on his mind to make the play work. And that's why we're seeing him at the top now for Loud. Verdi's able to tack down the first blood here. Spike gets an evener. And they slowly move in, trying to cut these walls. The perpendicular hits from every one of the controllers, and Lev lighten up the screen a bit. Okay, Luke Show. Making an entry into the site with an entry into the site.
You have to look at their POVs of how quick they have to be on reactions too with all these walls. Off of Reckoning, it was a nice little first blood also by Verdi. That was really needed for the last two players inside that site for the B anchor to really stall that push from Leviathan, but now into the mid round, Spike does have the high gear, so it's easy for them to rotate back towards the A side, and blows, once again, responsibility to cut the rotates, this time from B to A.
A lot of pressure here. The angle was just off for that check to happen. I think that's what has punished Loud quite a bit here. Luke Show, 87 HP here. Same HP, same armor, actually, as we come into this fight, and it's gonna be Spike who comes out on top. 6-3 for Lev.
Plants the spike, defends the spike, is Spike himself.
Yeah.
Nice little 1v1 in and off angle too, but look at the chaos that was ensuing towards this B site. Again, I have to commend how good that was for Loud to defend all of that in the first place.
Yeah.
But you have to be aware when it comes down to rotating back here to understand where players could be inserted and clear those angles. Plant only just got planted, so you still have time here to keep gun out to clear all those 10 angles. And then potentially 2v1 into the A site.
The relay bolt's huge. Spike trades one off here. Yeah, they know this fight is going to happen, and Loud's able to flex even more this time. They just have to get away, right? The wall's not going to drop. Okay, no back shots on that from Neon. Here we go, moving back in. Neon safe. No, he's not. He's not. Luke Show takes him down, and now 2 left for Lev as they seem to be falling apart, not knowing that Loud's moving that much faster in these rounds.
And this is good. This is actually Loud's turn to have these inserts. So he catches Leviathan's players off guard here after adding so much pressure into the elbow control. Again, they're really good at that for Loud.
Same spot. It seems to just be ending here all the time. Not the nail in the coffin this time, though.
This could be. Should be.
I mean, he's going to get a money. And they still have quite a bit to their name, too, after working a few of the rounds in their favor. It's good to see Loud able to really start to work on those pockets, though. Just get that cash away from Lev so they don't feel confident to make such aggressive plays. Oh, God. Squeeze down onto King. Darker gets that. See where they trade this one over to. And, yeah, they're going to try to get Luke Show back up on that ultimate.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that King didn't give himself a chance here with Util to isolate some fights, get some 1v1s. He had a Cove to work with. He had a High Tide to work with. Thought we were even going to try to Cove plant, but he had the enough confidence to just plant out in the open. thinking that nobody's there to flank on the main. At least Luke Show's not whipping in the server. He's just whipping high fives outside of the server here.
It's like I gotta focus on kills. Let me kill. Let me get more. The rounds they have been able to get onto the spike, all post-plant diffuses. The timeout round with the Hunter's Fury. But much better from Loud so far as they find their footing here on Breeze to look to push this to a third map. Cowanzine peering down that A main spot as the team from Loud starts to rotate back over. But Lev's not even going to give him a chance to blink on this. Hunter's Fury comes out amongst the chaos. Loud's able to pick up a few, but still traded by Lev here in the 3v3 situation. Neon's made space, and I don't think Airday's going to think to check it. He's not going to have to. Oh, no way. He still gets a kill out of that. A little bit of an error. It's traded back for the 2v2. No commands up. I don't know if Darker just wants to pop that. No reason to in the situation. And they're not even going to have a chance to. Sato and Neon clean it up to grab a 7th round for Leviathan.
Nice swing back from Leviathan on a 2v2 there. Protocols, again, way better for the side of Leviathan than we're seeing here so far in this matchup. I was scratching my head as well on the high tide that was thrown on the exit for Lev. That's so deep. And it doesn't really cut too much because who the heck really plays towards A-ramp? Who the heck really plays towards bridge, really? Against execs, right? And somehow they were still able to capitalize on space with trading. Even if Loud contained them back with Lucho's own high tide.
Yeah.
Right between the pyramids. Last round, though, of the half. An opportunity for Loud to turn it around, though. They got some big ults to work with here.
No, Darker actually from heaven in the nest, able to get 2 there in mid. This changes the round, but Loud's still going to look for more. The jump up here from King, he's making noise. He's actually surrounded. He does go down eventually. As Verdi is dancing back and forth, trying to get the upper hand in the situation, but Spike's able to clear 2 in mid as Lev have the answer each time. And now Luke Show has to go searching for this. Ultimate's up so he can use it. Has the last round, see if it makes an advantage, but they're all just going to be able to read where he's coming from.
Another round where the Loud team has a great fight for middle control. And then after that, it's unfortunate in terms of not being able to capitalize on Spike that knife out in the beginning. Luke Show, though, making it possible.
Big kill. He's been popping off. You know Luke Show is good for these situations, but does he have the timing? Spike able to route him and get the shot. Another round for Lev. 8-4 in the first half.
I think he even had that reckoning too, and he was looking to pop it inside there. Never expected to re-wrap onto elbow. But Leviathan, despite losing a couple of these early fights here in the rounds, they always capitalize on the round and a dub in the end.
Second half of Breeze right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Leviathan on the verge of locking in that first seed in the Alpha Group. Just a few more rounds and allowed have to get the momentum here. They have to find the pistol round. It was actually pulled away from him by Lev on the first half. So it's not even really an up or good for them after that. It's just been tough.
And when we talked about losing both pistols and still able to turn it around here for Loud against C9. Won the first pistol, but those dreams of getting that confidence after that pistol round for Loud immediately evaporated after Leviathan got that eco pistol run into this B side. Now a knife already catches one. That's the Neon, so they expect the walk down from left towards elbow, and that's already going to call for Loud to instantly exec towards this A site.
And for the pistol, it's highly unlikely that's alone. So yeah, they move forward, knowing it's going to be a bit of a timing here. Oh, Luke Show, very nicely done to wait for that rotation, and he'll still cause trouble, forcing everybody to go back towards the mid side and even look for him.
I love this.
Pushing forward, Verdi taking space. Need to see a few kills coming in for him. Get that momentum right as Rain Cowanzine answers. Loud looking good on this round, but Lev haven't put their final touches on yet. They don't even get to, as 2 quick kills come from Cowanzine and Darker to end that pistol round.
Ends up being a very nice pistol for Loud there. So again, after the knife gets info, you could start tempoing towards the A side, but the most important thing was actually Luke Show watching that flank after throwing the high tide. Yeah. He calls the info of 3 players flanking after killing 1, right over here, right? So he gives a chance now for the 2 players towards yellow. Pop flash through that, get the backstab, get another kill, and then just converge and crossfire it into the double doors. There was some space being taken by Neon, but again, it was like pretty much a 4 versus 2 at that point. Now hopefully Loud could hold back and win here and string an anti-eco, where Leviathan had actually 5 players there.
No buy, but all 5 this time. Ready to just throw everything at one player if they see him. And that first player is going to be Erde. He realizes it. He's been very good at playing his life, just drawing them right into the hands of Verdi as they clean up a few more and get those alt points online. Just farming up the ecos.
Yeah, go pick it up too. Even if King is gonna maybe get Erde, not even needed.
That's big.
Yeah, and huge actually for the ones that are getting the kills for the last 2 rounds. It's both Cowanzine and Verdi here for eco kills, for pistol rounds, and they're already both of them past halfway mark to get their ultimates.
One enemy remaining.
Just take a few to calibrate. There's windy back there too.
60% of the time, it hits every time.
Every time.
Yeah, big bonus round for Loud. They didn't lose too many players in the process. The Outlaw that was picked up by Verdi on the previous round is actually given to Cowanzine, so they're actually trying to create a little bit more of that space with the fast lanes and that Bulldog that he picks up for this round.
Oh, that's timing for Neon, and he makes a little too much noise. Erde did the same thing with the KO, trying to punish this position. He gets one as Spike will do Spike things and slide right into a kill. And it's a retake for Lev now. Loud's actually kind of huddled into this back corner. They're going to have to be careful if any util gets dropped in. They're not looking at too much.
They high-tided towards that site, thinking that they're going to flood back towards the B site, but they're actually triple flanking on A main for Lev.
They spread out. Loud's in a bit better position here to defend as they get Spike and the rest of the team to create their own way back in. Hugs out. Yeah, Luke Show's going to be giving that one over to Spike. They slow it down. Trying to play the crossfires. Beautifully done here by Loud to make it look like just too much to get back into the site for Leviathan, and they'll be able to grab this round.
Stopping both, too. No weapon save for the side of Leviathan trying to run back. Nice little pop flash, too, and selfless play from Darker. So the other ones can run out and instantly take down those 2 players from Lev. Big util, big positioning. I think it started off quite well from Erde at that mid double doors. After getting that first pick, and then it comes down to the util that was still available for Cowanzine in the post plant. The Owl Drone confirms that there was no flood behind the high tide in the back of that B site, so they could focus the rest of the util to stall towards that front side. Molly was still available as Darker threw his on the ground, so yeah, that was just very nice. That means that they didn't have to use too much util to entry towards that B site in the first place when he realized that there was no opposition from crossfire setups or whatnot from a simple knife from Darker right in the middle of the B site. The circumference of what you're able to get from the KO knife showed that there was nobody really there to try to challenge back on Leviatan's side. So that was all very nicely laid out as a plan here for the attack on the bonus round.
Using the info very fast on the side of Loud here as they're getting it this time. You know, activating off of a lot of things that it seemed like they were either delayed on or just weren't in position to really make a snap judgment on.
Right there.
Well, a good snap judgment, that is. Has brought them a few rounds now. They get through the bonus, which is huge. They should be able to collect a few more. And then, as you were saying, Verdi, halfway past ult on that, should have it online here with a few kills or an orb. And it looks like they'll actually be selecting the soft site for what Lev's defending, so it shouldn't be too tough of a round.
Yeah, potentially even in a fast round as well. The position from Luxo is looking to run that smoke towards that front B side and then just high tide right away. I think that was what they did a couple of rounds ago. For the rest, it's a walk contact. I think after they spot here, King potentially out in the open, that's probably when the high tide's going to come out.
So they keep controlling mid, control back. Nice to make that look like it's actually coming from mid of sorts. And they're still kind of wondering if it will. Double check going in from Spike. Yeah, here comes the rest of Lev. And a nice setup and a little bit of a misdirection there from Loud to make sure they had enough time to do that and no funny guns would happen. Good cleanups. Keeping the sheriffs and shotguns at range. Verdi getting some very necessary kills for himself. Okay, Spike. Does he still have wrists after that? Holy moly.
That is age 100%. That's just a regular Tuesday now for Spike, trying to save this Phantom for the next round. But yeah, after realizing that nobody's really peeking out towards the A-side pyramid, that's when the high tide came out. They're probably thinking, okay, they're leaning more towards middle, leaning more towards orange. And then Loud's able to enter in. Yeah, some good damage is done, but at the same time, this is lots of unanswered rounds. Fourth one so far. And the ones that actually got kills as well in the anti-eco was huge. This is Kawatzin right here, getting the Hunter's Fury right after that frag. And even Verdi pushing towards that spawn, getting a double kill, allows for him to get the overdrive for the next couple of rounds. So lots in the arsenal for Loud to continue a strong attack side. Op coming out for Leviathan, though. This is the first time that it comes through, and Neon's looking to challenge that right away into middle.
They're going to knife him out? Yeah. So they push him off the line. Nicely done, so they don't at least get a first and opening kill. Still keeps that mid line with the op, though.
They never heard the push out from the TP, though, from Sato, so he's in a prime spot. That allows here all of Leviathan to hold middle and A-site. Their deal is kind of cool. Just add that pressure towards that B side, funnel them towards middle, but that KO knife from Darker didn't allow for Neon to really go into a mid pick.
Making quite a bit of noise to run up through here. Crossfired by both Lev. This will be a nice little 7-10 split if they can get these kills coming out here. Let's hear what they're talking about as they go into the fight. Oh.
Down B.
I think they said, man, we're all dead. So Kawatzin LMS.
Yep. That's timing. What a setup. There was just so much run. There's, I think Verdi ran a bit, and then somebody else ran a bit. They had that call forever before it happened.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm trying to say here is they tried to go for a little bit of a trap play towards that B main to funnel towards the up for Neon. You also had a recon dart that came down towards that cannon side, which gave full reign, free reign for Sata to go and TP into the window. So, yes, it makes a lot of noise, but you never really expect somebody to push all the way down towards that window on that B site. So it was just easy for Leviathan to set up for this. Look how he's actually getting the backstab kills on everybody moving forward, while here Spike is the distraction.
And then Kawazin's looking like, what's happening over there? Boom, shot in the back. That Lev are just on the timings right now of what they need to do. And that's, you know, that makes Loud feel uncomfortable. And they're like, okay, we should be checking every corner, but now we have to move slower and check every corner if the strat isn't to just util hit.
Yeah.
It's got to make it feel uncomfortable to move around the map for us Lev right now.
The good news, too, for the Leviathan camp is I don't think that Neon really shot an op out yet, and they never really saw it here for Loud. So that's another element of surprise that continues in this round for defensive team as the Owl Drone comes out on the attack, trying to go for attack with the Hunter's Fury that we were talking about too. Reckoning to try to stall on the defense.
Ooh. Freddy playing for the dart, playing for anti-flash, still swings a kill on King. Beautifully done there. Definitely starting to come online in a very necessary moment with these impact frags for Loud. Spike in and out of that wall makes it such a weird interaction. Takes one down, but it's a Hunter's Fury to cause chaos in the site and put Loud back on top. Oh, can't overdrive that one home. Erde comes up with the kill, and Loud get it right back for a 9-9 scoreline.
I was just about to mention that the Hunter's Fury not needed when they were droning into the site and realizing that it's still open here. Head on a swivel, by the way, right over here from Verdu to get that fight and that win against King. But instead, they're using the Hunter's Fury to disrupt in the pulse plant because nobody wants to play into A main.
I'm stone cold right now. I'm stone cold.
I love it.
Agreed. Coming in, shot calling, taking solo fights mid in some of these rounds is just incredibly comfortable. Incredibly comfortable on the stage.
One suppressed.
Yeah, I like this continuous knife protocol from Darker into the mid double doors. You're really not allowing here Leviathan to try to find timings through these smokes and to go for a pick. So they have to stay a little bit more passively as you're setting up somewhat of a crossfire towards mid. And Loud wants to disrespect all of this.
King with the spam, but not before it's traded back by Cow and Zine. Loud's not going to have any more of these no-traded smoke kills coming through. They're on the ball with that one. Alt's going to wear away here for Darker. We'll see what the hit looks like coming in from Lev. Spike obviously has to open it. They choose to go back site onto their own side and just kind of retake it default. Nice shot from Spike to open this up. You see one die, but they're still looking towards mid on this, and Lev just starts to walk through the members of Loud, but Cow and Zine is so close to being able to make it happen. Neon shuts that possibility down, and the defuse goes to Lev.
You just saw in a little camera there, Sato standing up. Thank you for saving us in that round as Cow and Zine was about to have a little clip to get posted on the socials. But yeah, you just talked about it, the communication of who's watching Spike sliding down here after that first kill, but that's because there's just so much chaos being thrown by Leviathan on that flood retake. So yeah, the comms must have been messy there for sure for Loud in the pulse plant, but at the end of the day, still that 1v1 won by a Neon. That puts Leviathan back in the driver's seat for this series.
King being pretty vocal here in this timeout right off the bat. And it's a Lev round. Lev timeout. So they're definitely either confirming something or being sure they're ready for something here towards the end of the game, because it's very possible that Loud continues to go back and forth with the alts they have here.
And here are my mind games now. You're thinking about this protocol knife being thrown consistently by Darker over on this A side. They try to finish for the mid-A split. After timeout, why not go B? Maybe, right? Because the amount of times that Leviathan have pressured back and fought towards A and middle, B is a little bit passive, right? With the exception of that trap play. I want to see the up move towards that side to maybe try to challenge that. Because if you have Neon trying to go through the double doors, that knife should be there so you could avoid that. But if you're actually pushing towards that B main instead, it catches potentially Loud off guard because they don't have any starts and defaulting towards that B site. If you're looking at the scenario here, there's a potential here to maybe even take down Luke Show towards that B site. But instead, there's no changes coming through from Leviathan in their setups, with the exception of a double push towards A main.
Loud focusing that early information, the knife towards elbow to see if they get a push from Lev.
And that's a change. There's no knife towards middle to identify that. The conditioning's different this time around, so Leviathan should have been reacting to this right away.
And that's a hit. Already on to B, right to the front door, only 30 seconds into the round, and they're looking to plant. As Cow and Zine takes a bit of damage on the entry, but they're gonna look to be fine here. Airday in mid, looking to get one. Neon shuts them down right away, and they are hightailing it over to B.
It'll be just enough time at the time they make it there. The Cosmic Divide's gonna go down, and it's time for Leviathan with Util and knives to trade back.
Throwing knives. Sato gets one as well. They're all just peeking and jumping together, allowing Neon to be the one to break the crosshairs as they go around the corner. Neon gets another one, a 3K on the knives, dashing through the site and still finding that target. Neon gets a 4th, and they're able to just take it right after their timeout and understand what the win condition is.
Yeah. Seeing here that the gap was there for B main, where they didn't want to challenge it, head first. They just went to make sure that they take down the lurkers. So again, the double duelists sticking together, opening up the space, taking down NRG. There's no grab well for the pulse plan, and then they just flood beautifully. The lead now by 2 for Leviathan.
You see that confidence. You saw the play as just dashing through, spike on Neon.
Yeah.
And then how comfortable would you be as Neon on Jet? This sounds so weird. Throwing knives. Everything is almost slowed down for them as they're doing it because it's working so well.
And that instantly calls a timeout from Loud right after here. And yeah, you're right. From what you were just talking about, the movement from Spike. And that's why this Spike is so good for the Arsenal and for as a player here for Leviathan. You have those moments almost like a Dante style too, where if you want to try to make space and jump around, you're going to be able to do that for the team. He's been the assist player for Neon to get that 4K on that previous round. But then when it comes down to, hey, I need a frag outlay, he's going to drop numbers for sure. So he's already now at 19 and 14 on the top of the scoreboard in this server. Leviathan on back into a form where you are expecting for them to be one of the top dogs going into the playoffs and potentially one of the top 3 teams going to represent the Americas in London.
Best time to peak is when you're hitting that playoff form. Make sure you get it at the right time. They've definitely shown that a few of the members are hitting. Loud is hitting as well. It just seems like 1 or 2 are hitting and they don't get enough for that day, for that moment, that map. Here, trying to write a different story as they're only 2 away from evening up the map versus Lev and possibly pushing us to a 3rd. All the cards on B for this round.
B-side hit again. This is Leviathan going to have to react one more time on a flood retake. Blows his responsibility pretty much as they're moving in here is just to stay alive towards the arches. He's been doing that consistently just to make sure nobody's flipping the map against the lurk, against the flanks.
Spike planted.
The last few rounds have been the successful post-plant defuse from Lev. They're just giving this space up, feeling that retake is comfortable. They've split the site twice, creating that lane in mid as one wall falls. They still haven't get...
Nice shot.
He's actually able to start it off. And Verdi too, as Loud is now going to start moving forward for the kills, making sure Lev cannot trade each other. Cowanzine throws out the ultimate to cause chaos, and Loud shut down Lev's timeout.
Erede was still able to win that fight. Asato was actually double flanking with Spike in the first place, and he's talked about it. Erede said, "I'm feeling stone cold."
Yeah,
and Erede said so.
This is timeout wars right now. Lev call one, Loud call one. It is successfully grabbing each other around, but it's wasted now. It's up to the players. It's the owner. Wants an answer to that. Wants an answer to that. 10 to 11 now. Loud creep ever closer. Luke Show with an ult. Verdi with an ult here if they want to activate, and it looks like that will be on A. They're wasting no time. They are going to meet Neon in the back, though. Been hot for the series and starts off with one to get himself to safety. Is he chased? He is not.
What he's got to do is stay alive now for the rest of the team to fall back. The Owl drone to try to clear towards the wall. Verdi trying to find his timing.
Delay. Delay is the name of the game. Neon will not be stopped. Finds another one on the site with the help of Blows. Loud with good trades, though. They light up a bit of the kill feed, but it's still looking dim on this one. Neon gaining. Oh, they can't trade together. They're still on opposite sides of the pillar, but Erede's able to find the back of Blows. And now he goes forward for a few more. The timing is perfect. The timing's perfect. The running helps him out even more as he gets the double star. This should be a kill. Oh my God, the flick from Neon. Can he do no wrong? Spike. The spike, though. The time on the spike, it's going to be for Lev, a 12th round at .25.
Was it so close for Erede to be able to clutch a 1v2. .25 remaining on that defuse. What a nice little opener by Neon again.
Oh,
that was a nice try though by
crazy.
Verdi, right? He was trying to find that timing, got hit by the L drone that had to be quick from Kawazine too. They tried to answer back from the Reckoning on the post plant.
Oh.
That was thrown by Luxo, but we fought back with aggression for Leviathan. We didn't care about the ults. Yeah, that was a close round for Loud to keep it and to stay in the game, and now backs against the wall. Thankfully, still weapons to work with, though. This is map series for Leviathan to guarantee the #1 spot in the alpha group of the stage 1 of the VCT Americas.
Still playing one on-site in A. You'd expect King to drop back here. Again, this post-plant game they have has been so deadly. And Loud's going to try to activate post-plant right away by getting in. They've identified one towards mid-side, but the site gets split vertically again, and they have to play towards mid, towards spawn. No, they're moving forward.
Yeah.
They don't want this play again.
They're just fighting. They want to try to break the Owl drone too. There's that peak.
How far can they get? There they with one on the spike, but they know moving forward is the name now, and Loud gets 3 more instantly. That's exactly what they wanted to see. Pushing forward, they get another round from themselves. 11-12 now.
Yeah, what I'm really liking so far here is when you're watching this Harbor getting more and more picks towards Breeze, they try to react and isolate, right? You're trying to throw high tides to contain within the site, and the high tide is supposed to slow you down to go through the walls. But when you come out here for Loud is not only Verdi disrespecting the wall with the high gear, with the speed, but there's also the double flashes being thrown by Darker so that you could support Verdi for this, 50-50 when it comes down to trying to clear sight. And then it also allows for the rest of the team to follow behind that and to just fight and not allow for Leviathan to retake and flood retake. Like they've been so good towards this B site, but not as well here towards A. It always came down to the wire. One that was a 1 versus 2 that unfortunately Erday couldn't clutch against Leviathan. But this time when they had a 5 versus 5, it was a nice hit by Loud to attempt to tie this game now in the last round of regulation.
Worried about the push. Oh, catching Neon. I almost think Loud don't even need to activate off that. They should feel more comfortable to do something else. And they will. Slowly backing, make their way to the left side of the map here, knowing Neon is just a sneeze away from death.
Yeah, they need to change weapons here, to be honest with you. King does have a Reckoning to work with. Huge kill by Blows. Huge kill by Blows on the back of B.
He's able to identify too. That's the site hit coming through. The relay boat's fed in. The utility confirms. Wow. Slid into it. Verdi goes down to Blows. He's so ready for the kill. And they are going to have to back up on this one. They find a few of their own kills. We see Sato going down there, but the 3v3 is what stands between Loud and a map 3 Lev and first place in the alpha group. Loud.
10 seconds left.
Another one. Luxo comes up huge on the transition between sites, and he might even have the timing that's going to have a King on the other side.
Doesn't hit.
Different plant.
Stays alive now in a 3 versus 2 for Loud. And you always have to respect this lurk that you had at the beginning for Luxo, so everybody has to walk contact this time for Leviathan, so they're running that clock down. Advantage now for Loud to tie this game.
Weaponry in favor here, really, of the side of Loud. Just make these Vandals sing one more time and you get OT of regulation. There it is, there it is. Able to hit one. What is that, 25, 26 kills from him? As Loud get into OT versus Leviathan.
Nice fight in the end. I mean, it was a nice attempt for Blows in the very beginning towards that back of the site. First nice big blow literally here with the Guardian, and then also stopping the Neon rushing through. You wouldn't want any other way right now for Loud. They had a very slow start at the beginning of this stage.
Yeah.
But with Erday joining the team, been starting to find a little bit of resurgence right now, making it competitive against the other teams that we currently see in the VCT Americas. Yeah, it was one-sided maybe on Bind, but it was an unpracticed map for Loud. This time around, though, on their most comfortable map, definitely making it competitive versus one of the top teams we currently have this stage in Leviathan.
Swap it again, Loud on defense. Lev hitting from that attack side. Verdi played this just a bit ago, and they're still not ready for it as he grabs 2 immediately in the first overtime round.
That's huge impact frags, and you're playing OT with a judge. That's so annoying.
That's a sit back and relax for the rest of the round. Let Lev make the mistakes from here on out. What a position to put the team in.
There are a little bit of gaps right now, though, right? There's no mid control from top window. You have to now jiggle peek for information here into the tunnel and also in mid double doors. That might give that gap that Leviathan needs here to win some duels. Yeah, Verdi has done his job, but you still have Sato and Blows to deal with. They already spotted Sato.
Tempting the fights. They give that to him at B main, and still there. They goes for the trade amid the double, triple peek solo. As they have the team coming through, it's going to be no pressure to go in for a flawless first round of OT.
And not taking a lick of damage is Loud.
Flawless.
Verdi inside the smoke. Some damage should have happened on him. He's still running out of that at 150.
Very clean confidence here. It's that brain activation where they've had to have said to themselves, yo, we can win this game. Like, map one might have been map one, as you were saying, but the team tells themselves that. They go round by round, and anything's possible.
And it definitely sees here from the side of Owner that he was desperately looking for that timeout. Because remember when he was putting his hands up trying to figure out what the hell was happening, that was like, what, round 20, 21? And there was no timeouts left for both of the coaches. So now that he has the opportunity to do so, he was actually counting on at least winning that first round of OT. But now it's a timeout not only to salvage this map, but also hopefully run away with it from here on out to close this on a 2-0. What we really see here is a little bit of a change of positioning once we get back into the server. We'll have this operator in the hands of Neon. And I think what really changes with him, instead of playing towards that middle double doors, and I was saying a pivot somewhere else. The question is he going to play on the top here of Castle? He's going to play on the top of Ladder? Or is he going to try to walk out for that pick? As we were mentioning here, a slower walkthrough from Loud at the beginning of these rounds when they're finishing towards this B site.
And it's looking good. If you look at the way the map went already, 9-3 for Loud, but that 3 was on the defensive side. They got through the defensive side of OT like nothing. Now they're onto the attack side where they were finding most of their rounds and might even feel more comfortable to bring this to a third map now. That mid pressure again does spot one, but it's not going to stop Lev from pushing.
Neon was definitely watching a passive angle at the beginning towards that B side and realizing here that there's no pressure coming out from Loud yet. They're gambling now that the hit will be coming towards this A site.
This is a rinse and repeat. Verdi goes to the pillar. They start pushing a little bit more back site. This time that seems to be stalled. Ping will kind of play into that. And yeah, Verdi's still going to try to take the space. Look how far Darker is as well, trying to push up a little bit. They're right next to each other in this smoke. They don't even know it. Neon's able to get 2 out of the situation. Insane. Lev now on top of this one, but just by a player.
He's 1 HP left.
I wouldn't even say by a player at that point. Okay, Sato goes down. It's even 3v3 as they get back in. The site's in a default hold here, front and back. Cowanzine on the spike. Still going to be the last one alive as they get in. Verdi makes it that much harder for Lev. Looking to push the third map. Cowanzine gets the first, and Verdi will get the third. 14-12. We're going to Haven.
After all, Loud able to close this second map. Again, one of their strongest maps that they've shown here at this stage. Made it very competitive for Leviathan in the first place, but it was never the cleanest of victories for Loud on a map like Breeze. It's open. It gets really brawly when the teams are playing close against double controllers on both sides. It's very tough to get some good footing in there, but good on Loud. Again, with the arrival of NRG, are showing that there are still a force to be reckoned with, and that we've been sleeping on Loud in this first stage. They have a chance now to close this on this third map of Haven.
Actually wild what we have been able to see the IGL edition of Loud be able to bring to the squad, and we're going to get another map of it too. It's going to be crazy stuff to see as we make our way to Haven. I think both teams now warmed up. This should be a banger of a game, right? It's not going to be the fast one. Everybody cross your fingers. It's going to be awesome. When we come back with VCT Americas, we got map 3 between Loud and the Leviathan. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy.
Estava eliminado o Ox mais uma vez com essa banca. Bora, Cauã. Tá bem no round. Bora, Cauã. Cauãzinho é o seu momento. Vamos ver os dois indo pra cima.
Estas rondas pierde el equipo que pone las compras. Cuidado con Neon. Dios mío. Y ahora a ver, no quiere venir a cocar. Cuidado ahora porque está. Lo busca.
Having aired is pretty good to me. I just need to focus on my game. And I think what I need most is confidence again, because we are losing a lot, so it makes like us feeling bad with the game. But as soon I get winning a lot, so my confidence will go back, and I think I'm gonna play very good every game. So that's it. And I'm practicing like all day long, so that's it. I focus a lot on myself now.
Well, they say practice makes perfect, and in the instance of Loud and Cloud9, the work is paid off. They are forcing a map 3. Now, despite the fact that they lost that first map, nothing can really change for Loud's perspective here in the playoffs. But what we did see, though, from Loud, Dan, was a team that was not willing to give up and was going to play every single round through, so that this way they can only just continue to refine what they have.
Very, very different, and they continue to be undefeated on this map of Breeze. I feel like towards the beginning, that first half, we got a little bit worried.
Yeah.
There were a lot of great ideas coming in for the Lev defense and how they wanted to approach it, finding great timings, playing around the smokes as well. But once we go into the second half, you can see mainly how great the idling of Erde is, how good he was at making those call-outs, make quick rotations, when they are able to spot an enemy, how that play is going to follow up. And I think that is really what allowed them to come back and take it all the way to OT.
Yeah, it feels like they started with these really nice 4-1s a lot of the time, and it actually enabled them to get into a lot of the sites, make sure they're getting into those executes. But yes, Cloud9 did a really good job. I think we almost saw him do that 1v4 clutch in that puzzle.
Yeah.
Again to clutch it out. But he's just been so phenomenal, consistently being really, really good and really smart with his utility. We saw in a lot of those executes, him using that dart, having those full execute setups. It just looks really nice, and I'm really happy to hear that he's playing with a lot more confidence, or at least looking to play with more, because every time he plays Breeze, he looks insane.
Yeah, no, he always looks good. Team looked great on that one.
Yeah.
You guys noted, right? Still undefeated. I think if you're, maybe going to face off Loud in the playoffs, might want to consider Breeze, right? That being said, though, part of the reason why was because we were also seeing the team not quit, and they push it to overtime. So in OT, we're thinking, all right, this is where it's time to see, Athena, how can this Loud team deal with the pressure of the moment, or does Leviatán get that 2-0 win? But instead, it was Loud.
Oh yeah, the pressure was not on the second that I saw Verdi with the shotgun, just ready to get those 2 initial kills to start off overtime, but they just played it really well. It felt like they had a full understanding of how they wanted to kind of fix the tempo and make sure they bring that momentum, because again, they were down so far early in the game. Towards the end of the game, that's when they started winning those rounds. That's when they bring it to overtime, and they kept that momentum up all the way into those rounds as well.
It is also one of those rounds that we see later on the impact that Lucia has again. I know we always talk about him on the Sentinel,
Can you
the
blame
Breaker,
us?
but he's just insane.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, even with this harbor. Immediately, you see the team rotating.
Yeah.
The time is running out. He gets an insane position to try to get the numbers advantage. Then goes with the rest of the team on A side. It's just little things like that make him such a good player, and the reason why he was #1 in pretty much everything coming into this week.
Yeah, and I think that, when you look at how this Loud team more importantly, how they just need to continue to refine this, build this out with Erde, and you just see Luxio continuing to contribute to that. Cloud9, as we had mentioned prior, right? All the impact that he's been having and the experience he brings to the table. But you were also seeing that too on how they were approaching this attack. It was like just very clean, very decisive. It felt like Erde came in there with a very crystal clear game plan for the squad, and they followed it to a T.
Yeah, it really felt like once they started doing a lot of those 4-1s at the beginning of their attack, they kind of conditioned really well how they were playing against Leviatán, and Leviatán started leaving that mid just slightly a little bit open, or feeling like they can rotate a little bit more freely. But every single time, like you said, Luxio would catch them off guard, or anyone in general would just be able to trade. So they punished Leviatán when they were consistently fighting that elbow, but it didn't matter because they were 4-1ing on the other side, ready to hit.
Yeah, into the second half as well, you see a couple of the scenarios where Lev is trying to play forward, then he's trying to as well to hold around Orange and playing around that A side, and then getting shot down. So that's already a numbers disadvantage that you have to work with. Then you see sometimes Verdi being the one that has to push forward, trying to get a bit more space. And yeah, sure, maybe he's once again not the one that is at the very top, but the space that he was making was crucial for those post plans to be successful.
Yeah, their post plans, they started being super aggressive, and I think that's probably one of the main reasons why it even went to overtime, because that's when they kind of switched that flip and knew how to kind of play against that fast retake that Leviathan was really good at.
It really strikes me as this team, this Loud squad, is a group that when they work together, right? It's like, yeah, you know, one individual can have a pop-off moment, but they really are the sum of all their parts.
Yeah.
And when they are working together in cohesion like that, it is scary. And of course, it is going to be scary for Leviathan. You don't want to lose going into the final week of the stage, right? That would be terrible, especially with playoffs around the corner. Leviathan are playing for a first seed here, which could be huge for them. But on the other side, for Loud, because they had already lost map 1, they don't have an opportunity to be able to get that third seed in playoffs. Instead, they're going to be content with fourth, but now they're playing spoiler, Dan.
A little bit of, you know, you can be evil sometimes, and you know, sometimes you want to be a little evil. I feel like green and evil. I feel like, in a way.
Okay, all right, a little wicked, you know.
Not like our predictions. I think everything is leaning towards the Loud win, right, guys?
Yeah, I agree with you. And also, Evil Geniuses played yesterday, Mara. Come on, get your head out of your butt. All right, let's go ahead and do this, folks. Map 3's coming up around the corner. Leviathan's going to be fighting for that #1 seed, folks. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. After an overtime win, Loud pushes all the way to Haven, a third and final map. Like Beth said, see if they can play spoiler to Leviathan's chances at a #1 seed in the group.
Exactly, because right now, if you're a fan of Brazil Valorant,
yes, sir,
you're not only behind Loud to try to get a victory upset against Leviathan, but also a win for Loud in this third map also puts MIBR in #1 seed in the Alpha group, right? And that would put actually Leviathan at 3rd seed. So no matter what, you're looking here for the Brazilian side of Loud to just get a dub.
That's a crazy mix-up.
Yep.
A lot can happen off a match. Verde and Luke show the thumbs up as they ready to go. What are you getting? What are you getting? Ooh, okay, okay.
Wow.
Sneak peek. Oh, there it is.
I was just about to mention this. I'd like to see Darker coming out here as a Phoenix going into this game, which is fire because if I'm not mistaken, I feel like I've seen this before where Darker has played some Phoenix or at least some duelists over in Challengers in the VCL and in the LATAM region. So this is nothing new for him at all here for the team. And it allows for also Loud to play the double duelist in the mirror composition, just like you have here for Leviathan. I think the only change is Erode. Does he want to play into the Astra or does he want to play an Omen instead? And Omen and Phoenix can still be very good on these flood retakes. That's the extra piece of flash that will be needed here for these fights to retake for the side of Loud. So it's okay which one that he chooses going into this very last map. That determines here the seeding for Leviathan. Will they get 1st seed or will they get 3rd seed?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Loud coming off that OT win are going to start on what to them feels like they're more comfortable. What the stats say is the more comfortable side. But they were stronger on attack for Bree. So we'll see if they can just fold that over and keep the momentum going. Pistol rounds have going back and forth. You see this man on your screen has been calling the shots all day, making the shots all day. Stone cold, as he said, ready to dive into this next one.
Yeah, stoic and staying calm too. And as you see, the leveraging the maximum timer until the agent locks in, so they can just focus going into the server now, and you will lock into that Omen as you saw on his screen. A big match coming up here. This is, probably not a lot of time of practice as well for Loud. Remember the last time they played this composition, I think they had a Vise in there. And only playing a solo duelist also on the side of Loud. So now this is a change. Yeah, some practice coming through here for the side of Loud. That was very last minute to prep for this matchup here against Leviathan. And again, these two coaches going head to head. So Romanilli,
crazy
assistant coach in the past there for owner for the Leviathan Academy, now has a chance to even surpass his master. Surpass his mentor going into this third map and also trying to beat him into a almost mirror composition.
Yeah, said he always looked up to him. The way that you could know and grow as a coach through anything is something he always looked up to. It's gonna be crazy to see if that's the case here. 50% across the board for their pistol round win rate. Wouldn't have it any other way as we start our third map between these teams. Loud versus Lev. Let's see what they can make with an impact on the standings.
Yeah, we're riding a little bit of util as well on the side of the defense for Loud to try to delay hot hands in the hands of Darker 2 and playing a bandit instead of Sheriffs for the duelist here.
Scattering into the site right away. Lev able to take down a few members as Loud retaliates, stepping back in, but it's just not enough. What a clear, what a save. As everybody on Lev has each other's back.
Hard now for Airday to really try to win this 1v4. Two of them are very healthy for their side of Leviathan. Just a quick push that you saw there on the attack for Lev. Couldn't slow them down well enough.
Just trying to make some opportunities. That's all you can ask for. If we'll find a 1v1 on the left. Ooh. Just a haircut for Spike on both sides, and he will go, Airday will go down, rather. A pistol round again for Lev from this attack side. I don't think they're gonna let up.
Housing really got caught off guard. That was the biggest thing. I think if it wasn't for a recon dart towards that wall, they were trying to throw that side smoke too so they could get some sprays if he's able to ping some players at the same time. The good news, at least, is that Sato wasn't able to farm as well in this Phoenix as he did on Bind previously, so he still has a lot of orbs needed before getting this run it back, but he's still investing into this Phantom. They're still trying to take this long sea control, as on the other side, though, Furia trying to slide down.
Everybody shook up on the util for this one, and Lev comes out on top. Man, the chaos that goes into these fights that you have to understand and get out of to make your play is insane right now. And Lev just absorbs everything that comes down that C long side as it's a low buy from Lev, or Loud rather.
And a kill there, win easy. Right now, Neon's trying to back up. He should back up so that Sato could pick up an orb. He could run up towards the C site for a plant. So I love this patience that you're currently seeing from Neon staying alive. And there you go. King goes for that pick. Meanwhile, we did get the plant on that C site, so making sure here that the protocols for Leviathan are there to give their chances to turn around this bonus round. And because you're 2 orbs away, though, for the side of Leviathan, I'd like to continue to see this type of aggression, this walk down from Loud.
Yeah.
This time with weapons, it could really stall that push. And the orb control attempt here from Leviathan.
We'll keep track of the Chamber v Chamber matchups too as we go through this. Already saw one of them. And Neon 3-0 here to start off. Same thing with Spike. Fast to the sewers. Oh my God, drowns him in that one. Luke Show instantly down by Spike. And this space Lev is gaining just causes Loud to go into util mode.
Enemy mark.
Trying to close that gap to see if they can catch him off guard. Hot Hands makes it all the way back into spawn. Avenues are created to enter the site. Flash actually a little awry, but still able to work off. It doesn't bother Sato one bit as the rest of the team also comes in.
Doesn't even care about the orb either. Big flash coming out from smokes and walls. He catches players off guard and he just laser beams the anchors inside the A site. He had no choice but to save this time around here for the IGL of Loud. Yeah, the floods that you currently have from Leviathan continues to be very good. I mean, you saw it from the aerial view. What Loud was trying to do to stall here, that big push. They threw hot hands right in the middle of the fast lane so you could isolate fights and try to force the players into the left side graffiti where they could maybe crossfire at that spot and play around the turtle smoke. But didn't have a chance to set up. Just the flash was too good, too easy.
There's such an aggressive attack too. Spike just into sewers. Right? That's basically the confirmation on the run the strat, right? You do find that one in sewers, it goes right away. You don't, might take a little bit longer, but Lev has been getting a lot of those kills that continue their strats right off the bat. Yep. Oh, couldn't even get the rendezvous out too.
The reaction from Spike is huge as well. Because he was looking at a top if anybody was playing high ground, and then just flicks down for the instant headshot onto Luke Show.
That's where he was pistol round.
Yep.
Already.
At the end of the day, I could still respect the position that Luke Show takes. You talked about the rendezvous that's available there for Luke Show to escape, but at the same time, he is that type of player that could flick back and take down a sliding Neon. And after the amount of rounds that we've currently seen that's currently being played in this whole series, you definitely saw that Spike and Neon are warmed up from that second map of Breeze. You just mentioned it. It's supposed to be a brawl coming through right now for these two teams because of how it looked in terms of momentum for Loud to be able to close out their map pick of Breeze. But at the same time, man, you got to face against some crazy firepower that comes out here from Leviathan.
Yeah, I mentioned at the end before we went to break that Lev is definitely in a position where playoffs is perfect time for their skill to be peaking right now. The way they're playing their maps, who is coming online and when, and a lot of time it's more than one person in a game, which is really allowing them to capitalize on advantages, roll the momentum as to where Loud is having that one player, maybe Ariday's fragging 26, but there's not a finish to that round that was really great because the 1v1 didn't go somebody else's way. It's really tough to be able to measure all that on a full eye test on every round, but I don't know what's happening in the rounds, that is. But yeah, Lev just seems to have the answers.
There is definitely a change of tempo after this timeout. Look at Luke Shaw already moving up. And he's pretty much playing a one and done here. No place to TP out, way too far out of range, but it allows at least for Loud to get some good map control, good information.
Yeah.
Deploying drone.
Until there.
Sourced out. Nice little save there. Oh! Neon. Short or long, still hitting these ones. Actually takes quite a bit of damage, I say that, and he just gets a miss onto Verdi, quickly moving in and out of that garage area. They're still pushing, though. The space is prepared. Blows. Sits darker down right away. And they still have this space for Cowanzine.
That's a nice try. That was a 145 there from Verdi to almost take down Neon. That's a headshot at that distance. But does not confirm the kill, and Neon's just going to stay back for the rest of the team to protect them.
Last player standing.
Still an eco round, yeah, trying to do as much damage as he can. Verdi that repositioned himself all the way from garage out towards A long, and fortunately, there's still a trip up there.
10 seconds left.
Gun for him.
Spike planted.
A little bit of a position. And honestly, just a round to kind of get the aim online. Beautiful, sees that, and the aim is coming online. This is exactly what he needs to see as he gets himself on the board, ready for more.
Just gotta move quick to tap that spike, though. I think you have to force out a grab well. You have to force out both the peek from Sato.
Grab well. Oh, now it's been so long. He's checked every angle. He doesn't know which is the right one to go back to just yet as he sees it's going to be Sato. Or I say rather, King playing with him long. As Sato comes around from spawn. Leviathan waltzing through these rounds right now to take him away from Loud.
Yeah, but we just talked about econ damage, right? That you wanted to see coming out from Loud. So great little shots from Verdi. Another quick flick from Neon. Just reminds me of that previous map where somehow in a small smoke that we couldn't see, unfortunately, on camera, but that had to be impressive. A close range op shot to a shorty kill on a 180 or something like that. This reaction time from Neon has always been insane to stage.
Yeah, he is so ready for any play presented to him.
Joke's over.
And that's what Loud needs right now. They're going to be forced to see what Sato's run it back has for him. Cowanzine goes to fight it straight up at the top side of sewers. Going to cost him his life here, but a nice flashback will regain sight. Damage is already done, though.
And that was a fake the whole time. Luxo had the line to look down towards the garage, but because on top of that you get a kill from the running back of Sato, it forced to rotate out, so that's an open C side, sorry, for Lev to plant into.
Almost ready to play off the paranoia, but it looks like Lev is even more ready to stop it from coming into the site. We gotta love the fact that Loud is just flooding back in. No respect to how much space Lev could have grabbed there, and that's exactly the pressure Loud needs to create. Oh, Sato. Oh.
Down, B.
He's got the wall up too. This should allow for the plant to happen. They got inserts at the same time. Nice backstab by Spike. Great mid-rounding call from King too. They were both, and all of them actually stalled by the blaze wall thrown on the defensive side by Darker, which got them off the plant, being Lev, sorry. And then they were able to pivot back towards this B side because of the lurks, the late lurks that you had, the inserts. It was actually King walking up there towards that front B site.
Yeah.
It was easy for Sato to move through and get those picks towards that back of the site.
So what is the answer for Loud? Even being kept under 5 kills now, being pulled around the map. It just seems like they have to react to everything Lev's doing. Yeah, this one they're definitely going to have to react to. Tough spot now for Luxo out towards long. And Kawanzin's going to activate actually as they try to convert this one now with 2 up. What a play inside the site.
That's the reason why Kawanzin was getting caught off guard in these moments, because he's not afraid to go for these type of picks in these type of fights.
Spike down A.
King here's couldn't get out of the relay boat in time. He's trying to get the dodge in, but Loud. Verdi is there. Overdrive to secure it, and it's a thrifty for Loud.
A big round and salvages the op too. Huge round from the anchoring, as you just mentioned, Riv, from Kawanzin inside that site. Scores his first 2 kills of the map with this one here. Against a spiked overdrive, and then right after to the default spot.
Sick little behind the back flash there. They throw for both of them to peek out a default. Yeah. Nice job by Loud to grab a thrifty for themselves here.
Owner couldn't be mad about that one, man. That just came down to just shots that were insane from Kawanzin.
Say okay. A few of those. Push down again from Loud. Staying active, proactive. They just want to make sure that Lev knows angles aren't being held. They're being pushed around the map right now.
Yeah, the issue is right now is you're breaking trip. You're trying to fake your presence, that you're taking control of this long seaside. But a lot of teams these days don't care about that. They're just going to re-clear it as a group. And then once they realize that this space is clear, they can still go for a full side exec, despite the early map control that you've taken on defense.
Calling their bluff. Said you're not going to stay and you're giving up the site. A beautiful call here from Lev to get back in, but this is the full force of Loud. Hunter's Fury to break some crosshairs, cause some chaos. Spike says this is easy enough. Let me just take a few shots. Lev with 3 already on the retake, and it's Kawanzin left. Oh, Neon more than ready. 6-1 for Lev.
We're preemptive as well for Loud. You saw once Lev made it into the site, they tapped onto that spike to try to bait out the Hunter Sphere in the first place. And instead of waiting for the second tap onto a spike attempt for the attack side, they tried to find a timing, which is Loud, to just Hunter Fury, try to go for the Blaze Wall, Hot Hands, and flood back in.
Okay.
But they had no information going through, unfortunately, because one's throwing the Hunter's Fury, so they don't have like a recon owl drone to see who's really positioned in on the C site. Leviathan just had the upper hand all along.
State of the game read. Spike, rinse and repeat. Ooh, shorty for Luxo. He wanted revenge on that, and it changes it. They still decide to activate on the strat, though. It's something we considered last round as they continue to move forward, and that's not expected. They haven't been peeking until the util fully comes through. Loud starts to switch up the pace, and it throws Leviathan off. One last kill. King actually looks for the crown on this one. Going to expect there to be somebody coming around from behind since it's been quite a bit of time. And he knows where one of them is. So yeah, a minute to play. He's going to go ahead and keep looking.
You've already closed the gap, though, for Loud. You also have a trip in front of that B site, so they kind of really know that King has no choice but to try to re-hit towards A. Luxo's trying to play that distance, which is why he's holding all the way back towards the spawn in case King wants to walk through. then it's the op line on that, right? He has a total fuss to work with. And even if you're throwing this smoke for King on that right side of that A link, they already know it's a fake because of Erday's position.
This is going to be looming in the minds of Loud. Tex was able to take the 1v4 against him last series they played on Haven. Will it be able to be the win here for Loud, or does King repeat history? They're giving him a bit of time. They're not going to be able to come in together as much. Erday makes the first move, still giving space to Luxo because it's just that shorty for now on the push through. It's going to have to be a swing from King. He's choosing the outside. He knows it's going to be a peek, but Luxo gets the crouch, the kill, and a very much needed round from Loud.
Well done in the end, too. It all came down to just Erday walking up, trying to make sure that he clears towards that long A side, that King's not falling back towards that spot. Re-clears the sewers. Once those two lines are clear, you know he's playing towards hell. So he jiggles to confirm, allowing Luxo to take that space. Yeah, nice little teamwork in the end.
Yeah. Starting to battle back. Keep it off of a 9-3. Loud can make it the 6-6 if they can keep it from here. The defensive side was a little shaky for him last map, and it's going to be when you're playing on Haven and Lev gets to choose where they want to go. But the push forward from Loud here, figuring out where Lev is, seemed to work quite a bit.
No tight angle this time. Oh, but Neon's always ready.
Going to be tough to push the operator anytime. And Luxo goes down, but Spike's already in position. Moving forward, Verdi doesn't even expect that link to be covered yet. And you just see the kind of timing and the state of the game that Lev is creating for Loud to play in. Sato's still there. As they can back each other up hopping into the site. They're everywhere, and Loud is not expecting it.
Yeah, both teams just trying to find their timings there, right? It all came up in favor of Leviathan, unfortunately. But it was a two-prong attack for Leviathan. One watching that push, but the double duelists were already moving towards the A site link to punish the rotate from the A site to B. You can respect the attempt of that hero play from, I think it was Darker moving in. But at the end of the day, couldn't really get that pick. Couldn't deny the Spike moving in. And around then comes back in fear of 11 one more time. And again, just too quick moving up on the haystack.
That choice, too. Yeah, we'll opt towards Garage this round.
Yeah.
Expect the peak.
And sorry, it was Erday trying to move in toward that B site to try to get that timing, so unfortunately still misses it. Did some damage there onto blows, but just couldn't confirm the kill.
Loud again from Garage and from Long. A little bit stronger this time. Neon still gets a kill out of the situation.
Silver lining is you got the turret, right? So if you want to try to re-push down that lane later on, you have the chance to do so for Loud. But yeah, it was a great punish in the beginning from the op shot from Neon. Verdi, unfortunately, out of the equation very early in the round when just tried to go for the double pinch of A-Long into the long B push for Loud.
Lev just playing this situational game where they'll get some kills and then make Loud feel like they need to make the move. Peak, you think we're coming up? They're just buying so much time before they crash the site here.
And all they got to do is wait. They drone to make sure nobody else is pushing out towards that window. Right now for Loud, they went for that smoke front B site so that hopefully you funnel everybody back into a last-second push towards the C site where this flash from Darker could do some good damage.
This time Loud choose correctly. It's going to play right into their favor. And they're confirmed now. Cowanzin's able to make quite a bit of ground here, so all they have to do is look down Long. 2-3 kills. 2 of them are for Lev, though. Not what Loud wants to see. The flash from Sato comes through to perfectly clear the back sight. And now they're worried about Cowanzin.
Spike planted.
Don't even know where he is yet. The smoke clears and he'll have multiple eyes on him already. There's the clear. Blows gets it. 8-2 for Lev. They buy the time at Long and are still able to take the site out of a covered C by Loud.
Yeah, with 3 players there, the only thing they had was that curveball from Darker. There was no paranoia to help out from Erday, and this is what hurts. The recon to the fast lane. So the fast lane nullifies the flash from Darker, and then the recon that was thrown from Blows allows for the wall bang to happen from Leviathan. They had the right numbers, they had the right read, but unfortunately couldn't counter the util because everybody was so focused on trying to go for a trap play that there was nobody responsible to break the dart. And speaking of fast plays, nice little curveball on the top by Sato. An assist to allow Spike Zine to get the slide kill.
I mean, why wouldn't you try to go for a little rendezvous play? Everything's been garage focused for the past few rounds. Yeah, there was going to be an op from Neon that got an early kill, but that's exactly what Luxo is trying to headhunter out of the way and meets a Phantom. The way Lev is switching up, what Loud thinks they're going to see is just crazy.
Lev going back to the tried and true. They just know that now on a 5 versus 4 that the defenders have to try to make some sort of play. So they're just winning back towards the spawn, knowing that they're facing against an anti-eco pretty much at this point. Guardian's the best weapon you have for Verdi. He's trying to be the contact on that ramp, jiggling with the Guardian, and once he finds contact, if he finds contact, Darker flashes out, and then it just flipped through. But it's the call now for King to walk out towards the C site because Neon hasn't seen or heard anything for the past minute.
Well, it's definitely a good idea for the teams watching Lev that they are going to be a pick-focused team if you are playing slow. Just op on op, trying to source out an early kill somewhere before they move. And just Owner is not afraid to slow these guys down before they get aggressive again. It's really throwing teams off guard. And Loud for sure here as they try to retake the site. Everybody from spawn, it looks like it's going to happen that way as the wall goes down.
I think you want Kawadzine to at least run in.
Here it is. Few hit. Relay Bolt is actually just going to harvest these kills for Lev. Sato's able to get a few. His blows takes down Kawadzine on the jump, and Darker now looking for a few. He's going to have a really tough time getting long and getting safe as Neon takes that shot, gets that kill, and a 9-2 for Lev is the scoreline.
Yeah, dying to Spike, dying just at all it would be the name of the game there for Loud because you need the econ to stack up in the next round with the bonuses. But I think Kawadzine dying is the most important thing because you have the Hunter's Fury to work with for the next round.
I am so...
He's doing that as Phoenix.
It's like I'm still running around doing things, don't worry. And look at that, Spike has 12, Sato has 12. They're continuing to cycle ults. They're helping each other out. They're behind each other. It's just working so well.
Yeah, those are the heavy hitters from Leviathan. And it continues on there with that pick from Neon. And right now, the heavy hitters that you usually have here for the side of Loud is going to have to be Kawadzine and Luxo. But so far in this map on defense, they've been shut down so many times on the A lines.
Yeah. Spike down, C.
Good clear by Darker. They have a good idea that the round is slowed with that spike down, but if that's not the case, Kawadzine's trying to figure out where they're going as Darker still has that cubby control.
One enemy remaining.
They've made this round really weird for the side of Lev right now. Beautiful job by Loud to get into positions that just throw them off. And they got to hit the shots too. It's something that Loud's been kind of going wayward with in the moments they're called upon. It starts to count here for a very much needed third round. There it is, 9-3. They do collect it. And Loud will be able to secure that one.
Kawadzine really wanted to get that kill. Not let Sato escape there on that last round. But what a big round by Darker. Being that second line, pushing down that lane after they've lost Luxo in the first place. And look at the picks he gets. Keeps the fight alive now for Loud for the second half.
9-3 first half coming into Haven in favor of Lev. We'll see what Loud has when we come back after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Jump up, chicken down, go. Turn up, turn up your flow. Na na na, clap it down. Rock out to spin it round. Move fast, gotta walk, no. Stop good, got you in the got you in. Hey ya, lay the floor. Right here, right now, one more. Move fast, gotta walk, follow me, no. No stop, got you in. Move fast, gotta walk, follow me, no.
Welcome back. It's VCT Americas on your screen. Thanks for joining us. It's great to be here today. We are in the third map of our first series, and Lev is on the cusp of locking in that first seed in the Alpha group. They get taken down on the second map. Loud found their footing, but again seems to be slipping as Lev take full advantage of that and run with the momentum to that 9-3 first half.
Yeah, you can definitely see here for Loud that the map pool still being worked on, right? Bind maybe because it was a choice from Lev for their strategy going to playoffs. Ray still looking pretty good, but Haven coming out with a new comp. So you're testing the waters here, knowing that you're still guaranteed a spot to go to playoffs, so why not just try things out against Lev here as they tried to go for the triple peak for Leviathan and orb control for Sato.
Yeah, still
works
protected.
Out. Yep.
B is covered by a trap for Lev. They continue to kind of rotate around, and with long control here for blows, they start to focus more towards the side of the map that Loud want, and that's going to be the activation. The go button is pressed as King gets a little bit of burr. He's getting out safe though. Loud are going to feel good, but can they get into a position that makes it feel better? Spike says no. Oh my God! Lev is just, what? Are they coming through the walls and not around them? Luke Show fires back though with the headhunter, gets two. And they have to resort to find blows. Now what a save here for Loud to come back and still be a number up in this.
One-way smoke, that's huge. That gives that timing for Ederday to play that 1v1. Lucio's just trying to run that clock down.
Nice patience. No kills, no plays. Wait for the double peek if you even need to get it. And they're still hearing not half, so easy here. Ederday, a lot of patience. And there it is. They find it. Sun was in his eyes. Luke Show gets 3 on that one, and Loud start off with that pistol round.
Yeah, at least he got a dink. I guess we'll take that one there for the attempt of blows.
Dang, the retake speed was adjusted so well by Loud. Got to give credit there for them to be able to react to this finally.
Yeah, gotta love also the recon being thrown from the A site to C. That's something I've seen Poppin also do with Envy when they were playing on the map of Haven. Trying that out, and the thing is it's not necessarily always going to get you the best success rate because of the neon fast lanes and how you scale through across that, but this time it definitely did work to allow for Spike to get a nice little second kill.
Oh, I was going to say 5 alive, ready in C, but that is not the truth. Loud quickly dropped them, and a flawless round goes their way.
And Darker's already going with the run it back for the bonus round. This turns out to be pretty good for Loud for the last 2.
The map that Loud came back on was a 9-3 to push it to OT. Yeah, already 11 and 13 for Darker. We'll see if they try to flex this into garage, clear space, or use it only as a last resort. Looks like more C. They're going to condition C until they feel like Lev is uncomfortable in it.
Yeah, let's keep hitting it. So far, Leviathan only has King playing defense on that side. He's also playing it solo. If you're looking at the positioning of where they're putting the trademark this time around is to hold a solo A site. Double walking down towards mid. Lucio can get the kill, though.
Should have been a kill, honestly. They now start to push around. Darker clearing with the run it back. It's 3 big informational players there for Levin Garage.
And the post-plan util. Darker still has 2 flashes as well, so he's going to have to play towards the default boxes to try to help out the back of the site.
Paranoia just absolutely shuts down Spike's vision, so it doesn't work like they want to do coming into the site. That doesn't matter. Sato's Phantom is working. There's still 3 Loud members, though, and they're keeping this safe with Ederday in sight. He is not even going down, so this isn't a problem. Looks like they're going to try to get a save on these guns here and even take down Sato. Ederday is hungry for more.
Big round from Ederday. Guardian for the 3 kills, denying the run it back from Sato, too. As after that double kill, the 2-piece, spamming back towards that boxes, allowed and gave a chance for Leviathan to start flooding back. But not until these shots that came through that were crisp, not only from Ederday, but also from Birdie. A bonus round is converted for Loud. And also you're denying the run it back from that previous round from Leviathan, so that's going to take a couple of rounds again for Leviathan to build that up. And yeah, it almost seems a repeat from what we see from Breeze. As soon as you're seeing some great starts from Loud, Owner really wants to stop that right away, so calls out the timeout. Honestly, I can't really say that there's big reads you can really take or something you can really digest from the past 3 rounds here from Loud. It was simple, right? You won pistol, then you went into an anti-eco that you're just waiting for where the push could be. You denied that. So really, I feel like the conversation now for Owner with the rest of his team is just to calm things down for the next couple of rounds too, and making sure that we're aligned when it comes down to these flood retakes, or at least into these team fights. Because macro-wise, again, there's not much that we've seen from Loud with this compositional change, right? They're playing that mirror comp, with the exception of the controller.
We've seen the way Erde wants to play, that's for sure. Somebody coming in and so quickly fragging out, being the front of plays, not worried about IGLing in the middle of the map to get the information by himself, and just seems to be really fluid with the calls. It's just I think they're missing the aim a bit as the day started versus Lev that's now coming online. So let's see, out of this timeout, can they shut down Lev's call once again?
Nice shot.
That'll be a start.
I was going to say the best thing they have for Leviathan right now to open things up is probably the Headhunter and the Sheriffs from all Neon Blows and Sato. And now Lucio is able to get the nice quick flicks and give Neon a taste of his own medicine.
Safe space towards A that they try to gain while really playing the mid of the map. And Lev gives up nothing. I think it was
Teleport's ready.
Owner either saying don't go as far forward and stop playing as aggressive as we do on our extremities, right? And wait for the retake, or hold sight, because when they lost the sight is when it really gets tough against Loud, so it is to play in sight here. Bucky for Spike on default. Blows will be watching the right, but it's the shift strategy once again, so this becomes a little harder to read. Oh, there's the time. He turns around just in time, but Lucio still has the aim down the scope. Sato is able to repair what happens in sight, though. 2 left. The blind is not going to allow him to find, and yeah, Loud's just coming through to get their plant, get their kills. King's going to have to do something crazy out of here to get a few. Wait for this smoke to clear. And they'll be forced to go into the next round, wondering if Loud's going to maybe just go back towards C again.
A nice little adaptation for Loud. I was scratching my head a little bit here to see Loud walk back towards this A site. Because when they did add that pressure on front B site, you heard the Neon, right? Spike was jumping across and also landed the last footsteps towards that A link. So you would expect here that Lev is pivoting towards a stack on that site. But the walk contact, the full walk into the site, really allowed for them to open it up and to get the round.
Useless individual.
Grab it and run. Can't ask for anything more out of that round. A nice shot by King to get one. And Loud pick up a 4th in a row here. Very nicely done. The attack side instead of Breeze was really something that got him going. They're able to work off these little picks. Whenever Lucio has that operator, it slows them down, but only until they get that first kill. They're being able to make the Outlaw work to get them going a little bit more.
So this is where the timeout shines. The same trademark that you currently have placed here on this A side to allow the Sova to play solo over towards A.
Trap destroyed.
Good on him to do that with the, was that a shock, yeah?
Yeah. Just starting to map up a little bit. Getting Lev out of their original positions. You can already see how much movement they're putting into this. Still feel comfortable, however, with King on C, but he'll play his life. They have really zero map knowledge right now of where Loud can be. It'll easily play into their favor as they walk up. Run it back one away, and that's going to be the plant. So this would have been the round specifically the timeout was for, right? I mean, maybe a little bit of talk about the low buy round Lev just had, but this is the round, and it looks like Darker continuing to pause that Spike retake is found out by Neon. They know the op's there. Spike, he caught a paranoia in his face. It didn't allow them to get the vision they wanted on the site last time. It's all about the timing here as Loud puts 2 on the board. 3 there, another one for Darker. And he's going to push in for a third one right there, rather. Erde gets that other one, and Loud find themselves another kill in a round where Lev seems to be happy to give up the site, move around to the other side, but it's not working for them.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, I feel like the timeout was to talk about how do you flood retake, how are the util is going to help out here. They tried to flash with the recon, but Darker just gets great position by spamming through the smoke. And they're all just kind of like funneled going into the meat grinder. This is the second time that they're trying to do that, and then they're just getting crossfired and grinded down. And yeah, that calls the timeout right away. And you mentioned it. They are, the game plan, at least at the beginning here for Leviathan, for the macro, is to play, you know, one guy towards A, one guy towards C, soft side, play the retake if you're seeing the pressure that's coming through.
Right, just be fluid between sites.
Exactly. So what's important is the coordination on the flood retakes. And for 2 attempts in a row on that C site, Owner was not happy with what he saw. And that's probably another timeout again to say, how do we clean this up? What is missing right now for them to really cross that line of scrimmage back from the C side spawn to really get into C? Is it to have more proactiveness here for walking down so that they could come through garage? Should they get some flanks as well? Because you're also only playing against a chamber. I'm saying only because you have an opportunity to walk down and get some aggressive lines to maybe punish Luke Show or try to find that space for you to get the backstab and the late lurk towards the end when you're trying to play for these retakes. But I haven't really seen that yet from Leviathan here.
Yep. Yeah, this is the part where Owner is like, I should not have taught them so well on Lev Academy.
But at the same time, it was also the similar issue that we've seen once when Lau was playing the defense as well, right? So both of them having a hard time with their weaknesses here of the choice of the Sentinel player, of the choice of playing the op as well.
And Verdi sees that get destroyed. So he knows it's a confirmation. There's no trademark. Oh my gosh, the timing's so good, but they know! They trade blows. Big kill for blows, but big kill to get the site for Loud and the rest of the team. And that's an instant wall, insta plant. The speed from Loud has picked up huge in these past few rounds. And they continue to then put the pressure on Lev for the retake.
And for twice now that you're throwing the shock darts to break that, that's some tape being learned here for the coaching staff of Loud.
That smoke just comes up, make the entrance even a little more awkward. Safety on top of the box with a very nice team smoke. Trying to give entry into the site, but it's not enough. They can't cover each other with the angles that are created on the side of Lev, and Loud say thank you very much for another round.
And I'm liking, too, that Darker is becoming a pain point as well, playing this Phoenix. Just trying to look back real quick. Like I said, I felt like I've seen him play a Phoenix or a Duelist before in Challengers, but I feel like this might have been his first Phoenix so far in his career. Don't quote me on it, but I feel like it is.
Well, it's like riding a bike. You can just put the Phantom back in the hands and take shots, and with Phoenix, you get to do it twice. So, yeah, he is 17-15 right now, feeling good. And we're seeing the little protocols now start to come out of Loud, but you got to say the same thing for Lev as they start off with the Hunter's Fury up the gut and a push on mid. Oh, catches the back of Darker too, so they get confirmation on more bodies heading over towards A. Oh, Loud is falling apart across the map.
Talked about aggression, that's what I wanted to see, so they actually were able to punish Luke Show, right? They took the aggressive line.
Trying to get more, almost worried about the situation when they don't need to be. They had the chance to sit back, get in sight. And now only 2 to cover the Praying Mantis formation as they look forward and back. It's not going to be enough for 2 kills. No, it won't. Blows and Sato end that round. A 10th for Lev as they get the defuse on here, and that retake game is coming into play.
It was a nice try, too, for Darker inside that site. I think if you actually got that one pick, I'm sure you fall back towards hell. You throw out your own run it back because now the chances are there for you to be able to win this because you're playing a 2 versus 3 instead of a 2 versus 4. But Sato getting his own value with his own run it back. And it allows here for Leviathan to come back for the retake and maintain the lead. They're 1 round away here for Loud to tie up, or to take the lead in the game, rather, in this series as well. But Leviathan to keep their foot down. And they're still trying to close this series. Again, on the line for Leviathan is the #1 seed. Losing this against Loud puts them 3rd seed.
Yeah.
It's important here right now for Leviathan to try to close this out. Sato dropping 20 bomb to try to make this happen.
This peak. Covered by the operator and Spike. This is the chance to finalize a kill, but still does nice damage to Erday. 1 point away from 5 ults for Loud. They still have to work against the Overdrive and a Cosmic Divide on Lev, though.
And Leviathan at the beginning of this round are doing some similar conditioning. They're adding that pressure towards that mid line, and when they fall back, remember what I said before, some teams like to disrespect it and walk back and regain that space by walking through. But they actually had the position of Neon on the top of B, watching down towards that window in case somebody was walking across.
Sato would calm drone, going towards sewers in that position. This is Blow's jumping. Oh, he's got silent jump on. Easy peasy. Plays the anchor smoke. Doesn't get the ping that he wants on that, but he's still going to be a nuisance here in the site as Kawanzine gets 2 on the Hunter's Fury. Just burns down Leviathan with the ultimate, and that is going to be the site for Loud. You can already see Lev turning around.
I was surprised too. Again, another one of these rounds where I'm questioning. They were so good in throwing the consistent shock darts to break the turret, the trademark at the very beginning against Luke Show, but as they walk back towards the A site, they never broke it, so you can really go for a short to long split into the A site, but instead it's just a pop. Fast lane into the Hunter's Fury, and Kawanzine gets 2 picks out of that with the Hunter's Fury, and we'll take it. Loud now once again tie up this game. And trying to make sure here that on the side of Lev, they can't save these weapons, especially the operator, but you definitely see here the last player is a little bit too far away. So the op could still continue in the next round for Neon.
They play retake towards C, a little easier to retake. Trying to get into A is always harder, so they play in A, but it still doesn't stop Loud right now. Just too good at taking this space here, and some of it being like the unknown space that, wait, they're that close already situation that you're just not expecting. This, I mean, that's as clear as day. 2 on the Hunter's Fury is huge. Cleans that site up.
Remember, there's no more timeouts, too, for Leviathan, so Owner cannot clean up the act for Leviathan. It has to come down to the idling of King. And the amount of times here that they tried to go for that mid-control and punish, it worked for one of these 2 rounds, but now it's up to Loud to go for these fast hits on the extremities, and they're able to punish here Leviathan in these moments. And look at the change of tempo. King's calling, okay, let's go for the extremity control.
Yeah. And what does Erday say?
Let's go mid.
Let's go mid. One of the first times they're really pressuring it this hard. Loud is on such a run in this second half, and Lever just being left in the dust. Spike trying to come around from the outside, but it's still covered. Nice fast lane, but it's heard. The Luke Show knows he's going to get chased down here, but he has the help. Ooh. Like one more kill might be another save if they even have the chance to. No, committed his blows, so he's going to be in the site. You can see Neon doesn't really want to give up the operator.
Yeah, so it's blows alone just to try to do some damage.
Yeah.
This was definitely a save no matter what, right? It was a 5 versus 2. Man, Lau was everywhere on that map. The fast hits, the inserts that they had on the A side, there was no way here for Leviathan to really get their footing. And you could even see the game plan, trying to push down towards his long C side, trying to get some control towards the garage, but there was always a player there. So as much as Lau wanted to show, hey, we're going for some 4-1 split, some fast hits towards the site, this time around with the change of tempo, they kept some players behind and just let Leviathan walk into their crosshairs, and were able to capitalize on punishing the flankers. Very, very nice. Now it's Loud in the lead at series. In this series, rather.
2 maps where we're getting 9-3 like halves. This is absurd right now. Either team finding their footing when they swap the side on that defense. It seems to be all about the punch and none of the block right now.
This would be an insane victory for Loud against Leviathan. And really a weekend of upsets that we have in the VCT Americas.
It's the anything weekend. Like a broken record saying that, as many games have been upsets. And Lev still getting into this push game towards long. And Loud want to test B again.
All right, now with the eco that you currently have from Leviathan, they know the weapons is an op and a phantom. And in the mid mark, when they realize that nobody's really pushing or trying to find a lane with the operator on mid, well, it's a call for Erday to say, let's go middle again one more time.
knows. Clears it. Verdi keeps that in. Gets 2 kills. And yeah, they're going to have to push through on this. The op's going to make it difficult. Neon's trying to get the crouch peeks in. He does find one, but he's the only one left. Does that matter? Does it matter? Yeah, Luke Show's able to hit it from mid. 12 for Loud as they throw the series onto game point in their favor.
I don't think I was ready to call this right now for Loud at map in series point against Leviathan. The turnaround that Loud has shown so far. And Luke Show warming up here for the last few rounds is not what you want to see here if you're in Leviathan's camp. But again, the Brazilian fans are behind Loud and also behind MIBR. And they want MIBR to get this first seed going into the playoffs. And that push that you had previously from the op of Neon could still buy one here and could still have a tour de force if they're able to salvage this round. Round number 23 for Leviathan on defense. Lucio pulling out his own tour de force. And he loses that battle against Neon, which is huge.
He rendezvous back. Safety still towards A. It looks like it's going to be a fake. Are they actually going to full fake this off the ball? Meaning Verdi's going to throw lane, try and get himself into sight, or at least make his way up C. Double duel is fake. I'd buy it.
This is good, because if you're actually moving into the C site and you're able to sell the fake and even get a pick, well, actually, you could get the spike over to Erde and he just TPs into C site and they go for the plant. If not, the Polar rotates. They try to get the entry into the A site.
This is, we're seeing Erde at full call here, right? This is what he wants to happen on the map, and they TP right back, knowing the space was gained. It's going to take a little bit, though. This is the pressure moment where they have to fill this space with not getting pushed and making Lev still believe it's here. Yeah, they have to fight it. They have to push through, and Loud get a few of them. Oh, it's getting real sticky here. They have to back up.
And they flashed everybody for them to fall back.
And Neon stay alive in the situation. They're still not playing. They have to play it 1-1. They've already separated from each other. They know where Blows is, and that's going to be Neon going down Loud.
It's up to Blows.
To put the finishing touches on here. What a series they were able to come up with to shuffle the group standings of Alpha around with this win. And it looks like Blows will try to get his hands on that spike. Knows they're in cubby. There comes the shot. Darker gets the 3K, and Loud takes down Lev.
Standing up and waving across the stage as Verdi and company of Loud get the upset win over Leviathan. Erde able to win against his ex-teammates of Blows and Neon. And they are walking out happy with Romanilli just bear hugging everybody.
He just caught like 7 feet of air off the stage and jumped into his team. that was a fist bump of fist bumps. What a game coming out of Erde.
Yeah.
Second map to third map, fragging out of his mind, calling out of his mind. The last round call to TP back over to C with a long run spike. Not something Lev was expecting, and neither were the attack sides coming out of Loud. What a fight coming from this squad. Late changes through stage 1, and they still find their footing.
Big hugs that you saw across the stage 2 between Luke Show and Sato, ex-teammate from Galoris, out from the Ascension. I think they finished 4th going into that group, and then you saw them separate. Sato moving into M80, trying to qualify with M80 with a North American organization. But also the big storyline, also Romanilli able to get that dub against his master, against Owner. And giving a lot of hope here as well for not only Loud for stage number 2 with this roster, but going into the playoffs. Because remember, this is also a seeding game for Loud. They were guaranteed moving into the playoffs, and now they also have the confidence for the lower bracket run, because they are now in the do or die gauntlet. 1 loss and they're out, and their chances to go to London is gone. While for Leviathan, they have to play the 3rd seed now. MIBR is the team that actually needs 1 dub to make it to London. How the tides have turned going into the last weeks of the stage number 1, and how Americas is unpredictable so far.
What teams haven't been showing each other, the changes in agents that needed to come through, who's adapting the quickest or just feeling comfortable playing what they want to play. Loud to make an IGL change and still see the success they did out of Air Day, incredible. You can't state that enough in what he was able to do over the course of this series. But that's it for us here at the desk. Right now, we're going to send it down to Zoe on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Air Day.
Thank you so much. Once again, everyone, please give it up for Loud. I've aired it with me for a quick chat after, wow, what a series, especially those last two maps. We're going to talk about them. But first, I want to talk about the emotional aspect for you personally, because you played against a former teammate, a former coach. Did that add something extra to you to really perform today?
To be honest, I really hate them. Like on a professional way. You know, they are my friends.
I hate them professionally. That's the best thing I've ever heard.
I mean, I know the coach, I know the players, so we're kind of like expecting what they were doing. So we did that and we won. It was like, to be honest, we didn't show like a crazy game on defense side, but on terrorists we're like really confident. So yeah, that's it.
And let's talk about your attacking side. On Breeze, also here on the third map, like you guys just like grinded it back, because the first half on both of these maps, it was iffy, you're not gonna lie.
Yeah.
How did you guys find that momentum again in that second half?
I mean, we always like, I always try to give like confidence to all my team. Like, I think we were all confident because we prepared a lot for this series. We wanted to win, and we did that. But yeah, I mean, it was all like kind of prepared, so we were kind of confident. Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's what you have to have when you're rocking on this stage. Do you have any nerves at all? Because you're coming into this as a rookie, right? And like, it's not showing in the server, it's not showing in the stage. Do you feel it at all?
No. In fact, in the first map, I was like kind of like fuck, bro. I cannot feel the hype. I'm so calm. So I tried to hype myself a little bit for the second and third map, and it really showed some results.
All right. You kind of need that fire lit under you. Well, we hope to see more of you and the gang in the playoffs. Once again, congratulations on the victory. Everyone, give it up. We're not done for today, though. No, we have one more match. It's going to be NRG versus Sentinels, and you don't want to miss that.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I feel the NRG is trying to find themselves. They might be improving, but they still have a lot of stuff to figure out.
Another Bucky waiting right round the corner. 30 seconds left. Stunted at the bloody doorstep. Sentinels pull off miracles once more.
We can know that they don't like the meta, and I mean, I have one of the best Neons in the league, so I think it's gonna be one game for Jerwin Piston up.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fake too. Digizine on one, slides back, tries to get into a good position, but he's just squashed by 2 players of Sentinels. And that's gonna be it. Jerwin gets the 3K, gets the kill.
If they get like a good momentum in the game, if you let them build like a good round streak, they have good players and they have good crosshairs. We see Keiko like actually frying right now.
Although NRG have been really halted here, some good utility traded both ways. Keiko finally for 3. NRG flood on through. It is over in the blink of an eye.
We really want this win against NRG to get a momentum back and fly like a rocket in playoffs.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, and our final match of Stage 1 is finally here. I'm Golden Boy alongside Dryad and Athena, and we're gonna break it all down. By the way, talk about that loud result. Oh my word.
Dude, that was crazy. That was a really fun game.
And we got it right.
And we got it right.
We got it right.
I might have yelled at you, Alex, but it's okay.
We predicted it perfectly. Our brains all in alignment. Now, of course, though, let's talk about what we have on the docket, because it's gonna be Sentinels going up against NRG. And this is going to be a massive matchup, because not only do you have 2 orgs in the North American region who are so prolific, but it all boils down to the wire. We're jumping straight into the skirmish side selection here. You got Mata playing the Viper, Redux playing the Sova, but we can talk about what is at stake here, guys, because we're going to be hitting it a million times throughout this matchup. Pretty much for either of these teams, it's win and in. That's it. Win and you're in. Done.
Yeah, whoever wins qualifies to playoffs, and whoever doesn't is no longer able to
So are
be
either
that.
world champions
Exactly.
or one of the most popular teams in the game.
Yeah, this is
only one can make it.
All I'm going to say is Dan did a good job writing the script,
She
leaving
did.
the most important game to last.
Everyone needs to go find Dan. What's your what's the Twitter again? It's Dan. Go find her on the social medias and just go ahead and let her know thank you for the script, especially if Sentinels lose.
And again, this is all because Hundred Thieves won that match that nobody was expecting them to win.
Yeah.
So because they won, then this is a do or die for
And who was the
Sentinels.
only person who predicted 100 Thieves? It was Dan.
We're also.
So again, guys, Dan, it's Dan. She wrote the script.
You got force powers or something like that you ain't telling me?
Guys, hold on.
I've been telling you, you're just never listening.
Guys,
What?
it was 4-1 and now it's 4-3. We're
Whoa!
back. It's 4-4. They tied it up. Come back.
Okay.
Redux is so back.
Knife fight to end it, but in real
That'd be
life.
fun. What?
Okay, maybe not. Just saying, you really want to settle the score, do it the right way. Hey, there you go.
Oh, snap.
Mata, unfortunately, not able to pick up the dub. Redux gets the win 5-4. And of course, as we had mentioned previously, what this matchup is all for, and what's at stake here is huge, because what's wild is that we have 2 incredibly popular teams that are going to be coming into this one. You have your world champions, you have freaking Sentinels. Whoever wins this, you're in. Last match of the stage. It couldn't end any way better than this. Dan, you did such a great job on the script this season.
Good
Seriously,
job.
where did you find the inspiration?
You know, I thought Sentinels, NRG, you know, everybody champions. Everybody's like not really expecting much from the previous champions from the year before.
Yeah.
And also from Sentinels, they have
Yeah.
a little bit of kind of a joke for some people. And I'm like, you know what? This is their time. This is their redemption arc for both.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of important to point out, too, that if Sentinels win, they actually get 2nd seed in that bracket. They jump all the way to 2nd. But if NRG win, they actually only get 4th seed.
Yeah.
So for Sentinels, not only do you get a higher seed, you also get playoffs. But for NRG, they're literally fighting for that last
Yeah,
spot.
and also, correct me if I'm wrong, the first seeds are the ones that are going to move to the next round,
Yes,
right?
first seeds get a bye. So 2nd is...
Yeah, but they'll be able to face off maybe against a team that, you know, they could have the number of But problem is, though, when you look at the way that this is shaking out, this is going to be a tough playoff no matter how you look at it, right? Yeah. And it's always going to be difficult with all the players that we have here in VCT Americas. But one of them that has always managed to stand above the rest, you got Cortezia, who's been seeing a little bit of a resurgence here in Stage 1. And honestly, what a great time for him to be able to do that. And also to do it with the Sentinels as well. You can see immediately he comes into the team, the energy, the charisma, the characters brought in, but they needed the results in the server, and they're finally getting it.
Such an incredible player. Everybody was talking about him last year, and then when Sentinels picked him up was the beginning of this year. The hype was even more because it was a player that we didn't, in general, expect him to get dropped from MIBR.
Yeah.
And then maybe he has a little bit of an up performance. You don't see him standing up as much. You see the energy levels for Sentinels kind of go down a little bit. But ever since the Stage 1, and especially in the past 2 series, he has been incredible. And I think everybody loved him, including and especially Jonah P.
Dude, especially Jonah P. But my favorite is when we were interviewing Jerwin and we were like, what's it like sitting next to Cortezia? And he's like, this guy brings energy, which is great because I was so nervous. So it's good to know that he brings that and it applies to everyone on the rest of his team. And he's just so good, like you said, Dan, in the server. His stats have been really good. He's been super consistent this stage. His lurk timings have been phenomenal. I don't know if you guys remember in that FURIA game on Breeze where he just sat bottom mid all round, refused to move until they started their retake. And that's when he flanked and got 2 kills. So that kind of patience from Cortezia, as well as his playstyle alongside the team, has been really phenomenal.
Yeah, he has continuously improved. You saw the stats there from kickoff all the way until Stage 1. What a turnaround for him. And it's also been reflected with the entirety of the Sentinels. But let's talk to the mustache a little bit more. We had Zoe catching up with Cortezia earlier on today.
Cortezia, you're currently at a career best. If you're looking at your stats, you're playing at the highest level here in VCT Americas. Does knowing that you're playing on that level right now fuel your confidence? Do stats matter at all to you as a player?
I mean, I feel good. I finally feel good to be like performing in a high level in Sentinels. Like, they deserve it, like the organization, the fans, my teammates deserve it. So I'm feeling definitely more comfortable. Of course, numbers matters at the end of the day. So, I mean, let's keep going for more.
Right. Can't wait to see more of you in the team.
Oh, okay. Well, they're surrounded. That's a good one.
I love it. I love it. This is so fun.
Reacts right in the middle there.
This is from 2 years ago, by the way, when all of these people that you're looking at right now were part of Oxygen Academy. Oxygen used to be kind of the best team that we had in challenges back in the day. They didn't make it to Ascension, and everybody was surprised. But all of these players have been picked up. Bonker, of course, now coaching NRG. Then you have Mitch as well that recently got picked up as assistant coach. And then Redux as well is surrounded.
And Verno.
No pressure.
Exactly. It's crazy. It's crazy. So much talent there, right? But of course, though, and history, more importantly. But we talk about history, got to talk about our defending champions, because this is a squad that when they come into the stage, when they take the stage, period, you have to make space for them. You have to assume these are the world champs. These are some of the best players in the world. They command it. But this stage, though, Myrna, it has been a little topsy-turvy for the world champs. They now are just really starting to find their footing, but they're fighting for a 4th spot.
Yeah, it feels like ever since the meta has shifted and the map pools have changed and everything's kind of changing slowly, NRG have struggled to keep up a little bit. I feel like only recently have we seen, especially in that last game versus EG, the 2-0, we've seen them kind of resurge with the way that they used to play. So Waylay on the Mata was really nice to watch. I think he's one of the standout players that we should look for on NRG because he's just been doing so good. And I think with his Refract, he's been doing a really good job going in, getting a pick, coming out, or just getting the info to relay to Ethan on the team.
I feel like NRG, what they have right now as well is they're pushing through with this meta that towards the beginning they talked about being really uncomfortable, but they're just like, let's remember what's ahead of us. The shotgun nerfs. We're so close to it.
We need to
They just gotta survive a little bit longer, and then the shotgun is dead. I hear that, and I think that one thing I do appreciate about NRG is that even with all the changes, they're still a team that operates by the beat of their own drum. They still try and do things their way, problem solve their way, and I think it's part of the reason why whenever they play, you always have to notice it.
But it's also part of the reason why they struggle sometimes.
That's very true. It's a good point. It's a good point. But for more on all this good stuff, let's send it back over to Zoe. Here's Ethan.
Ethan, your clutch plays have been the heartbeat of NRG's comeback these last 2 weeks. As a high-impact IGL, do you feel like this leading from the front approach is part of the blueprint to NRG's success?
It's good to fall back on sometimes, but I do rely on my teammates a lot, and I try to push them to do their best as well.
Exactly the answer I expected from you. Good luck today.
Always the professional there, Ethan, and he has been playing great, but let's not forget that it is always in this game the sum of all the parts, right? And Ethan knows that better than anyone else, having been our only two-time world champion. So lots at stake here, Dan, for NRG. They got to pull this one off, but pressure's on here, and they're fighting for a 4th seed, which is also just ridiculous.
The pressure is still high for both of these teams, on the verge of elimination, but also qualification to playoffs, and only one can make it. And I know you're mentioning a little bit of Ethan as well. He has won champs twice, but also on the other side for John Cutie, how impressive he has been in his whole journey.
True.
Going back to IGLing as well for stage 1 and winning and getting these wins finally that they were looking for.
Who do you think's feeling it more? Who's feeling the pressure more up there? Is it NRG or is it Sentinels?
Probably NRG, I think, at this point, because they're one trying to get to the non-shotgun meta. That's for sure what they're doing. But also, these are champions, and they might not make playoffs. I feel like that has to have such a big effect on your mentality. And then NRG picking Fracture makes a lot of sense. Against EG, they looked really solid. I talked a little bit about Mata on the Waylay. He did a really good job. I think this makes a lot of sense, especially because we haven't really seen Sentinels play Fracture.
We haven't seen Sentinels play this map of Fracture, and it was also a map of Fracture where when NRG played against EG, they had some momentum going so early into the round. Round 3, they already had 9-0. And round 4, you already saw the side hit on B with Mata's ulting.
Oh, yeah.
They were just running it down, and that allowed them to close out the series in the way that they did. So that is kind of, I feel like, the one condition for NRG. I know that we talk a lot about them, of who has more pressure than the other, but I know that's something that NRG has talked about, that they're struggling with and have been struggling with, is ironically the energy level. And that is going to be something that on the other side for Cortesia, he's always going to have. So how is the momentum going to allow them to get something going is going to be crucial to win this map and also see how far they can push it.
Yeah, and it's also kind of scary because you're playing against a team who you've never seen their Fracture. You don't know how they play it with this specific roster, this iteration too. You have Jonah P, who's usually really good on the breach. Maybe they bring that back. And then you have Jerwin, who's been this rookie that's just been pretty explosive in getting those opening kills. Yes, he's not at the top of the scoreboard, but his openings have been phenomenal for this team.
And not only that, but I know we just talked about Oxygen Academy or Oxygen Esports, and you also think about the two players that are facing each other from Qbert last year. Scuba, and what he's been able to do for NRG has been great, but Redux on the other side was the reason why Sentinels built that Academy team. They're going to be facing each other for the first time in VCT, and they were making jokes, they were making tweets about facing each other and talking about each other during interviews because they still feel very close, and it feels like that connection that they had for years is still alive.
And it's unfortunate it comes down to this, right? You know, like
just
one team's got to, take the L, not go to playoffs, right? So it's going to shake down either way. But I think like when you look at the history and all these players and what they have all experienced up to this point, it really does culminate in moments like this.
Oh, for sure. It becomes like almost like an array of experience and veterancy, plus the rookies bringing that energy as well. And just to touch up a little bit on the maps, because we didn't get to talk about Breeze, and I think Breeze is a super interesting pick from SEN. They've lost it the 2 times they've played it so far this stage, playing the ISO and the Neon. But as I'm saying that, the agents for Fracture are here. We're going to be sticking with the Waylay, with that Phoenix, Mata, and Kiko on the NRG side, and Sentinels. This is the first time we're going to see this in a while, Dan.
And I love it because Redux, I know that we always talk about Kiko and wanting to see him a little bit more in the double duel list, but for Redux, I feel the exact same way. He was always such an aggressive player in challenges, in Qbert, in Oxygen as well, and I want to see a little bit more of that going to today and going against his previous team.
Curious how stylistically it's going to play with the Phoenix Waylay versus the Neon and Rays, right? How do you approach those situations and what do they look to differentiate themselves?
I think with NRG, it's definitely a lot more touch and goes and full execute heavy because they need to be able to get out onto that site with Waylay, but they have to break a lot of util first. So getting in, getting out, and then re-executing for NRG. But for Sentinels, especially because they're starting on that attack, the Raze is really good to break a lot of that Cypher util in order to enable Neon to get out and onto site. Plus the neon stun, it's just so good when you're fighting for that A main, when you're fighting for arcade, for tower, as well as for just anywhere on site, especially Sands, when you're fighting towards that A main. So it's really nice to see how different these two duelist playstyles can be, and I really think this is going to be down to those duelists to see who wins out this match.
Well, folks, this is it. Stage 1 is coming to a close, and we got one hell of a match for you, and who better to call the action than Uber and Wyatt on the mic.
Here at the last gasp of Stage 1, we've got two of the top franchises in VCT Americas fighting for survival. On one side is NRG, who since Ethan took the helm, Scuba came into the lineup, everything has gone practically to plan, including, I don't know, the small issue of becoming world champions, 3rd place in Santiago. There's not a black mark against their name yet. They're going to go up against Sentinels here. Champions, obviously, this franchise, the Masters Madrid, but this is John having to do it all now with a younger, untested rookie squad.
The last time that these two teams actually matched up, it was in Stage 2, lower bracket finals of 2025. Only John, the same player on this SEN roster. That's when NRG disrupted the status quo of last year. G2 SEN at the top. No, they inserted themselves in there and then won champs with 3 players being called up from challengers. This is a SEN roster trying to recreate that now. Challengers players from their own academy team, Qbert, who, funny enough, that's where Scuba came from. That's where NRG poached him from to win champs.
6 months behind, but still a chance to find themselves in London. That road starts here. Flash here is getting hot and heavy inside tower, but Ethan's going to back Kiko up. Joe stunned up anyway.
And Redux reduced to practically 0 HP as SEN are trying to make their way in towards this A side. With the NRG defense playing around this Cypher, they can afford to stack up one site and just use the trips on the other. I love this from Redux. Oh my god, he got the first.
Kiko's low as well. This is obviously all in the context of the spike being planted over on the A side of the map, though.
I can't believe he was able to get that 2-tap and damn near get a second. That is ridiculous. John on this timing. Oh my god, yeah, time to back off, man.
Sees a bit more than he bargained for there. Seas came through. John's going to be respectful of this, knows he's about to get some pressure and doesn't really have any util to save this off. It's raw gunplay and nothing more. It's going to be traded, but this now makes it a 2-on-2. Jonah tucked here on the side. NRG know where they need to be looking. It's really about the timing at this point. Some spray, the bandit rings out. Marta caught inside the seas and Cortezia puts him to the sword.
Cortezia had some really excellent pathing on that post plant, getting up, fighting towards A, and then being able to hold the spike from the defender's spawn, flipping it on them, while everybody from NRG pushed through Sands to deal with John in A main. That was lovely from SEN working the map there. And huge credit to Redux, who at 5 HP, tucked in underpass, was able to get the double headshot kill, go 1 for 1. Crazy that he almost got 2 there, but he comes up with a really crucial kill.
Really does feel like Sentinels are 6 months behind NRG in terms of this idea of going to the well, going to the academy team, and promoting these players to try and give them a spark of inspiration.
Obviously, this first iteration of SEN in 2026 did not work out to their liking, so they brought up Jerwin, who's been a really talented player in Tier 2 to try and fill in some of the gaps. Redux is flexing around more in his current role. They add the experience of Jonah in the mix, being teamless after his long tenure with G2, so he's certainly got a lot to offer to this team in terms of bringing in the experience. He can kind of take some of that system from G2 and put it into place with this team as well. He adds a lot to the communication structure. We've always heard with this season how important he is there. That's nice from Redux getting the 2. I mean, this round should just be as good as done. Anti-eco with virtually 0 commitment from NRG, so.
Kiko scrounging up this Marshall. Scuba being revealed, of course, as those trips held his position. Double back over towards that B side, but this is where Sentinels are going to get their plant on.
Left.
Jonah feels like his record on G2 really good against NRG. Says in an interview actually on the Sentinels podcast this week, he's confident about the read he has on this team, but they need to have crystal clear, airtight comms. Because that's something he praised on the NRG side. He said it's insane listening into these guys, that there's no wasted air whatsoever.
And it really felt like that is an aspect of this SEN team where he's been contributing the most. Just providing really clear, concise comms for everybody to work off of. And yeah, I definitely agree. When you listen into NRG, it's all so concise. Mata is extremely good at communicating when he's out in front as the duelist, asking for his teammates to be doing certain things for him. They'll always respond, give him great confirmations. They're just such a well-oiled machine at this point. Some decent damage actually done by Scuba. Man, almost gets another. That's a tag onto John. So significant damage done at the end of the day from NRG, who also managed to get Kiko the ult already. I do like the theory of this Phoenix comp, with Phoenix being such a prevalent meta piece right now in Stage 1 globally, to take him over to Fracture, where you have more orbs than any other map. So you should be able to, at least theoretically, just pump out more run-it-backs than you can anywhere else.
And on the other side, Mata, who's really yet to get into the game, we know can draw a lot of util out and refract away from these sites. Be pretty hard to catch. And also, this comp is really good at clearing corners. There's mollies for days here.
Sentinels are fast to work up through Dish, take this space. NRG a little bit more emphasis on that A main control. They've just left Kiko towards tower, just jiggling to see if anyone would actually push out of drop, and then they can just try to fight to control A if some kind of hit did go in there. But it's a pivot back to B. And like I was saying on the pistol, you're just going to see a lot of rounds of Cypher is set up on one side of the map, maybe trying to get a kill off of a trip, some kind of spam kill while the attackers are going through a choke, and then you can play for a retake with the duelist stacked up elsewhere. And it's nice as well, one of your duelists already has their ult that you can play into this retake.
Very quickly, Sentinels already gotten themselves over to this B side of the map. Jerwin inside these smokes, hoping someone gives him an opportunity. Brock playing back off them though, he's wise to this, but Jerwin still attempts to challenge him. NRG still working from the fringes through Canteen, out from Connector. And this has stopped Sentinels in their tracks.
In that transitional moment of Sen trying to get the space on the site, Kiko just uses that run it back, sends it through Jen, is able to pick off 2 players, isolated. And now the 2 versus 5 for Sen, trying to find anything, but yeah, that is not going to happen. Jonah has to reveal himself. Player's going to be on so many different angles.
I mean, you're contained and the defenders have a much faster rotate than you do if you're Jonah. No choice but here to try and make something happen. It's Kiko, top performer for NRG recently. Really, like with some incredibly high peaks and just a strong average in general.
Yeah, he's got the highest average damage per round across anyone on the team in this stage. It mostly comes from the fact that he's been consistent and then just went nuclear against 100 Thieves. So that brought the average up significantly. Even on top of getting the 2 with the run back, he gets a 3rd to get another orb. And while it was in the 5v1, I didn't see which NRG player it was, but they got another orb in main. Like, they are making the most of just one aspect that makes Fracture so unique.
Already, Kiko really off to the races. That saturate though could be a bit problematic here. Jerwin caught out by it, just lingers a little bit too close to the sun. Mata's able to punish it. There's Kiko. Adds another 2. And for those keeping track at home, halfway to yet another Phoenix ult.
This NRG comp is just so good at brawling in these close quarter situations like that. If you're Sen going into this game, having watched NRG play against EG, you will know that Mata loves to play close-up Dish there with the Hinder, ready to throw that off any kind of contact. It's going to catch you if you're close. And then in this round as well, having Kiko like in stereo to just start throwing out flashes. Anyone close quarters are just going to get fried. That's really where this NRG comp excels.
Obviously, Waylay can't light speed in, deploy that, saturate, and get out for free anymore, but it's still extremely effective if you're able to use it proactively like that, or at least to check these corners and play into them.
Yeah, I like the Waylay a lot on this map still, of every map in the pool, just hitting B or A site with both sites having verticality to them. You can just easily dash up into tower or up top site on A from either way that you're entering either site. And then on top of that, just playing a map where we're not seeing a breach now, but you know, a lot of teams are still playing breach. Being able to have a Waylay to bait out a lot of util and then refract away is really nice. And we can see that with things like the paint shells, things like the relay bolt from Jerwin, where Mata can make a lot of noise and get out.
It's funny, there's actually players across both these teams that took part in one of the biggest rivalries in that year of challenges, with Moist X Shopify and Oxygen in the mix, right? It was Brock and Mata on Moist X Shopify and Redux and Scuba on Oxygen. Those are the 2 teams expected to be the best. And in the end, actually, neither of them really ran nearly as deep as people expected to, but they were the most star-studded lineups.
This is just that early fight brawl again. Yeah, Sen, they've got to be so concerned about trying to bait out that saturate close. Mata plays drop there constantly with it.
Nice. Oh, it's going to be one of those games, bro.
Confidence flowing already.
I mean, you're about to have your second ultimate, and it's round 5, so... Yeah.
So you are on Fracture. I mean, he's also getting a lot of kills. That helps with it too.
Okay, showstopper.
And he can just get out.
Oh, what? It is one of those games.
Door?
What does he mean, one of those games? Is there a blood moon?
Gun here.
Okay, well, vibe out of the showstopper. Kiko, suffice to say, has developed yet another runner back. Prowler here trying to check. SEN all grouped up, trying to make their way out of Sands. Another awkward buy, it's just Cortez with the rifle.
This is being watched for, everything being accounted for, excuse me, and NRG really have no reason to ease up on this A site. They can play B for retake, they still have Cypher util on that side of the map. So a noise cut rehit, they are going to be walking into the stack Sentinels.
And Kiko can always refight into this space with all these flashes he's got to work with. Brock here happy to get some toasty toes to find 2 important kills. And this leaves John QT facing a, what do you call it, like a high mid-low setup? Yeah, not fancying that one at all. Scuba, though, perpetually lurking. Likely going to be the safe pair of hands to scoop up John.
He has finally decided that now is the time that he can go out of B main. At least with that orb, John is going to leave the round with an orbital strike, no matter what. So a tiny consolation. I just want to see the replay of what happened with Kiko, I'm not going to lie. That looked insane. He's already at 10-2.
Now he's feeling it.
Absolute monster.
Yeah, we're going to give that in just a moment, I'm sure. Seas.
So the Seas. Oh! Wow. This, yeah, it's off the Seas opening the door. And he's able to get the shot on Redux. That's ridiculous.
And it looks like it decayed him in that half second before the shot came in too.
Also, love that from Brock on the refight. He sends the molly up there, and then when some action starts taking place, more from like A-Link and sight side, he walks into his own molly to get the 2-piece. Brock has been just kind of quietly consistent this stage, honestly.
Yeah, obviously your finals,
solid player.
Your Champions MVP last year. Obviously, had a name for himself with a very specific play style and weapon. But here as well, he has been extremely safe pair of hands, very reliable on this squad. And yeah, there are some maps where he can play this over and cheese a little bit. Look forward to the playoffs as well because Ascent comes back into the map pool. So if this NRG team get there, that used to be the map that Brock really sent his name on.
It's pretty nice for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they don't really like bind.
No, SEN, and SEN, if they get to playoffs, which is great, they lose their bind. So I know Cortez is not happy about that at all. He loves that Viper roll on bind. It's one of his most comfy.
Demon on that map. All right, let's see what SEN can do out of this timeout. They won that pistol, but NRG are on a serious roll right now. Gun rounds are looking superb. Kiko is on point. The brawls have been going their way, as they will with this comp. The Phoenix and the Waylay close range. Comboing up those flashes with the Saturate has just been tearing SEN apart. They want to work towards A main early on this round. A lot of pressure towards Sands. That haunt over the top reveals nothing, so Jerwin feels comfortable working all the way up, actually activating the door, applying that level of pressure where NRG have to be concerned about a player being pushed all the way up through sand, like they could be trying to split onto the site.
And obviously on the A side of the map, NRG don't have anything to refight into. So that space that SEN get to keep, because there was a lack of early presence from NRG. It's the B side though, where you expect them to be a little bit more active here. There's a Nightfall that goes on to B, and I think it's actually dodged away by Ethan inside tower. Redux is trying to get forward though. Kiko ready for it. Blaze Wall comes up. He was decayed down briefly though, so certainly feeling some degree of pressure.
This is all just a fake to get back in on Motto, who gets that first. Even one is solid there. He's going to get the ult off. That's going to connect onto 2.
Okay, but the crosshair's not placed correctly at the feet of Jerwin, and he forces Mata to kneel. Kiko also feels a little uncomfortable because, yes, while Redux is surrounded, he's also keeping both B-side players in position, and he's going to find a kill. That's about as good as it gets. And it's on Kiko now at 11-2 to find a way through this 1 versus 3.
Reveals himself. Jerwin just going to try to play this safe. Give a little bit of time for his teammates to wrap around so there's a contingency even if he does go down.
Yeah, some degree of a crossfire set up here.
He's pretty isolated.
Yeah, in fairness, like, you don't have a player in Sands. They're actually both back towards main.
Yeah, they were really just using him as some bait to try to win this out from main later together, and it's going to be so tough for Kiko to ever come out on top there. Really cool round from Sen. I like that out of the timeout. They go for the like fake fast exec on A, insert Jerwin into main, then pivot back to B to make like, that's the real hit now with Redux committing through main, and it's a quick pivot back to Jerwin into the real exec. It's just Mata isolated on that site alone. 1-for-1 is all he can get accomplished. Has to use his ult as well.
Let's see if NRG do another early push off B for info. Last round it didn't really work out for the middle, but this time they're pressed once again against the barrier. Maybe looking for an early fight. Combat Stim in play. Cybercage though is going to make it very, very hard to see what Sen are planning. Kiko wants to push the issue, force it in fact straight into the cage, and he gets the better of Cortesia. Run it back, being very well apportioned there.
NRG with a large committal on B main, and it just barely works out in their favor with that catch. How can Sen respond to this? At the moment, they've got 0 map control.
But they don't know if there's an insert on the B side, a tree, either.
Yeah, they just don't know what could be happening on any lane right now. They're going to have to try to fully re-clear something. Jonah P has 1 Prowler to work with, has to wait for the Haunt refresh. They're going back towards B main.
Yeah, Mata misses an opportunity there to catch the cross. He might still see something. Pardon me. What a correction. Here's the fast lane. Kiko sets his feet and he's ready. The head of Jerwin goes rolling. Orbital strike here is going to stop Sentinels in their tracks, but they're going to play her up again. Redux is in a very dangerous spot. And actually, you've got to respect this and clear it safely. This will give the space for John to get a plant down.
Redux is really on point right now. High impact kills consistently from him, now tucked in at Gen. John at the moment, a little tough to play off of him. He's trapped in default, low HP, getting seized.
Decay down briefly. Standing. There's John being dealt with at post-decay. They know approximately the Redux is here, so a multi-swing should account for him. In fairness, Sen do well to build back into the round after Kiko mows Cortesia off the rip.
Yeah, it's Redux again finding a very high impact kill. He's having a really solid map so far. It's so unfortunate that Cortesia gets caught just at the last second there. And with that push, everyone from Sen just being relegated back to spawn, so no matter which site they hit, NRG are just fully set up to welcome them. Kiko had a good spot tucked in sight. The orbital strike comes in right after Kiko takes that fight to cut everyone else off. Like, credit to Sen, honestly, for making it so close, because NRG were really doing everything right there.
Kiko on pace here for a 23-round half, if my math is correct. He is pounding.
Thank you.
This is one of the maps, one of the agents where we're seeing Mata do a lot more offing. He's pushed up in dish. Jerwin is all the way through Sand. Redux has found the opener onto Kiko as well.
Yeah, another crucial opener. Can it be converted off of though? Here's a showstopper now to play with Redux catches at this time. But Mata and Ethan have already struck at the heart of Sentinels. And they aren't quite onto the A site yet. NRG can now fall off this. This orbital strike to dish will at least allow them to cross. Brock can't see the wood for the trees with that in the way, plus the sky smoke's blocking his view.
One more rifle recovered with Kiko being downed on site. John has just got the Sheriff, though. He's all the way back in A main. Crucially, he's got the Molly. That's more important than even having a gun, perhaps, as the Brimstone in this position. Jerwin's going to be stuck top site. What can he get accomplished with Jonah? 2 of them doubled up, the 2 new additions for Sen in a moment where they really need to step up.
Jerwin briefly isolated. Sound made, though. John has a chance to turn back around on this. Below him on the site is Jonah. So still a bit of a high-low look here, but Jerwin takes some damage coming in through the metal. And of course, here's that mobility. Mata, though, gets caught out in the open. It doesn't seem to matter. The trades are there. It's down to Brock on Jonah. On board with Jonah, tucked on the site. Horn already dealt with, but time is short for Brock and Jonah. Felt like he had the read on NRG. Had a good record against this team. And sticks the landing here in an important round.
Skates away with the AWP as well. See what the Sen game plan is with that. Redux, again, high impact kill. I'm saying it every damn round, but I'm not going to stop until he stops getting them.
We call those crucial frags.
Gets another opener for the team. And then from there, they're able to post up in the site. Huge risk, the investment of the orbital strike, but they know it's a pivotal round, so they send it.
Find you.
Whatever gets you onto that A site.
Now Redux with the operator. He was the ops star of the Oxygen team you were referring to all the way back when he was in Challengers playing with Scuba. They were teammates for years. And he was doing that to Mata in those very same games, both of them opping against each other constantly. It's a real throwback.
Some serious first kills for Redux. Also, we've got Cortesia lurking north side here.
Do SEN expect this push out from the A side? They've made so much noise towards B main. There was
a trip.
Both a Prowler and a Boombot used just before the noise cut.
No real presence in arcade. There is a trip watching the push out towards Gen.
Go, go, go.
But there's no tower presence at all. Camera could watch the cross. That's now been dealt with. This is causing Scuba to reposition
NRG
slightly.
are really going to desperately need to find a kill while SEN are getting into the site here. Some kind of spam kill, something off a trip, but that trip is broken immediately. Good support for Jerwin to get the space deep into the site.
Down and out.
Oh, but there's the moment. There's the crucial kill.
That's the disruption he was looking for. Redux is able to trade it out, though. John probably not unbothered about this. Sees. Still able to get the plant down.
Oh my god. Redux is actually frying them. He is tearing them apart.
I mean, what's Scuba supposed to be looking at here? Cortesia is not going to give him anything, especially not now he gets pinged out by the neural.
Bring them down.
All entries into the site are being covered. Redux would love another with the op.
Their only hope is to try and jump and bait out the shot, and Redux misses. But yeah, Redux not going to miss. He's on for the ace.
Ethan says, okay, I'm going to shut the ace down at the very least now to 1v3, but it's time in the issue. And Cortesia is not going to give you a free kill. Little shoulder pick, little info check. Ethan does rip his head off. Now, though, again, you are on your last legs, and once more is Jonah P to close the deal.
Oh, frustration for Ethan. He knows he was so close. Just a centimeter to the left, and that's a headshot onto Jonah, who's clutched up in back-to-back 1v1s for SEN.
30 seconds left.
Has that resolve, that experience to be able to succeed in situations like that consistently.
That is a nutty round from
Redux.
Redux.
Playing a mind-blowing game right now.
We went from quality
so
frags
good
to quantity frags very quickly.
Side at 13 for 9.
Thanks.
This is momentum building here for Sentinels.
I don't know how bad he feels having to do that to Scuba, his teammate of 3 years, but
when there's playoffs on the line, probably feels pretty good about it. Let's listen to Sentinels here on this attack side, round number 10.
Oh, no, don't
It's a bad smoke, gap on left.
I think we can start putting pressure B and then we can finish A. We could be walking under though.
I'll play late dish, really late.
I'm at probably from here. Okay. Could it be under press or no?
No, could be not. I think I have it.
I think they might be up in dice though. Can you like high eye for the peak?
No, I know I could probably though.
Let's probably
I'm gonna go wide. I'm gonna go wide outside door.
Alright, I'm playing dish, guys. Are we coming back A?
NRG now, 3 players at B waiting for this. It's a pretty shallow Prowler up past tree. Didn't see a whole lot on NRG, on SEN side.
SEN did calm out that Ethan had used that Prowler and opened the door over on A side, so they know that NRG could be pushed up. They could just be jiggling this close in a position like Ethan is in.
Where are you?
Oh, the timing. How does he have a sense for this? Look at this activation now coming through, but the C's is going to be dropped. It doesn't matter. It's Jerwin and Redux cracking heads together. That's that raw firepower of Sentinels, and now next line of defense here. Scuba steps up and is flattened. Cortesia lurking north side, finally able to drop down and reveal himself. Himada's got no business being here.
Cortesia was ahead of that play. The timing he took to get down drop before NRG could attempt to flood in their only win con, getting back into the site faster than SEN could get in, despite SEN having more numbers. That's the only choice they had, and Cortesia was way ahead of them. Really puts the nail in the coffin on the round with that play. And now Mada just attempting to save this up. Barely any credits left. You have Jonah on the hunt. The SEN money, though, isn't great either, so they're not desperately hunting him down. They want to keep with their shot as well.
Just a call there in the mid-round to re-hit that A side for Sentinels. Great mid-rounding, but also followed up by 2 cracked young duelists on the Sentinels side of things. It works. A tree. Ethan is there ready with util to catch him. It's just too slow.
Yeah, then Jerwin gets that slide across. Redux able to pick up the lane on door immediately, just has his crosshair place for the swing from the NRG player to supplement Kiko in this fight.
Yeah, okay, so you seized him.
Yeah.
So what?
That's a crucial moment there from Cortez. Listening into the comps, I mean, should John just called around, they ran it, and everything worked perfectly. They just enacted the plan perfectly. All the little fundamental keys of that working, all the players made the right individual decisions.
There's a cost to putting John back on the IGL role. In kickoff, he actually had the highest KD out of any player, any role. Almost 1.4. Everyone was like, John's unleashed, dominating. But you could almost hear in the comms as well, Caillou wasn't brimming with confidence. John was frustrated at not really being in a position to call those rounds. Now, sure, his KD's dropped a fair bit. He's IGLing, right? Still able to find some important rounds, but calling mid-rounds like that against a team like NRG, you have to be on that level. Crucial, and you could argue it's a net positive in this role.
Yeah, that is the trade-off that SEN have accepted. They've tried it both ways, and they prefer John on this IGL role. And since Jerwin has been able to join up with the roster in week 2, SEN have been mostly finding success. It was a loss to a very strong FURIA team, still early in SEN's tenure. You can't knock them too crazy for losing that 1-2, right? But now it's all do or die, and frankly, it doesn't matter who is on this Sentinels team. The org just demands excellence. They're the winner of the first global VALORANT tournament. They're a 2-time master winner org. It doesn't matter who is on this team. There's an expectation for greatness at every moment, from the first match to the last.
Yeah, for other teams in downswings, those expectations seem to relax, but not for this squad. Here they go. They're going to go hard and fast over towards this B side, which is mostly empty. Except for Brock, he's felled by the showstopper, and Ethan had to pull himself off back in his tree direction.
His timing on lower, he's caught by Cortez.
These lurks from Cortez have been sick this game. This one from Southside finds a perfect moment, and again, Redux is in this really obnoxious position that he's managed to ferret himself into on multiple rounds now.
SEN know where everyone is coming from because Cortez has south and north side tripped. That's one of the advantages of playing Cypher here. That's why this is really one of the only couple maps in the pool where you're still going to see Cypher get played. He has a lot of value here. Being able to get both of those lanes. You know, on top of that, when you're on defense, being able to use the cam to get additional info on the lanes, use it or the trips as ways to activate trap plays that you have, especially if you're one of the teams running the breach comps. With this too, like you'll see NRG, they'll try to go for cam plays and it'll activate like a Kiko flash. He'll swing off things like that.
Scuba able to get himself one here. Spike's about to go. Couple guns snatched away, but money not an issue right now for Sentinels. NRG really need to sit on what they can scrounge. Last round here of our first half. Sentinels already posting these 7 attack side rounds. Redux 16-10.
He's had an outrageous game. He's been such a flexible player for SEN. He has just been cooking down in challengers for years.
He's a product
waiting for
of
this
the system,
opportunity.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, his time with Oxygen and then SEN really refining his gameplay, making him a more flexible player and even putting him in leadership roles on his time with Qbert, and now he's here and lost a little bit of hype too, which feels hilarious now during the time when he was flexing around and he wasn't putting up like the same crazy performances that he was when he was the primary duelist for Oxygen.
He had to wait while people like, you know, Scuba got picked up.
Literally, while his teammate on Qbert was able to join NRG and go win champs, he still had to wait to even be able to play in VCT.
Bring them down.
And now here we are with SEN trying to recreate the NRG formula, bringing in their challengers players.
Here's the walk up. And a pretty passive positioning here for NRG. Just a trip to play off of. Cam over towards Dish. Okay, Marta fortunate to emerge from that engagement without being too low. Here's a Nightfall. Thrown over towards defense board side.
That counter is going to come out for Armada. Oh my god, the damage is crazy. Jonah is still somehow able to get the first. Nothing being converted for NRG. The nade coming in as well.
He's still decayed down. The nade finished him off. That fade util from Jonah was absolutely filthy. NRG reeling. Can Kiko salvage them? He's gone off the boil entirely over the last couple of rounds. Not a darn thing he's been able to do. And the same you could say for this one. All right, Nightfall. Use it or lose it, folks. In we go. Line being held here by Cortesia. Waiting for the push out to Sands. Ethan really has nowhere to go either way. It's Jerwin who doubles his frags for the half in the last round. And Sentinels post a 4-round lead on attack.
They're looking absolutely electric on attack, courtesy of Redux being at 17 for 11 on the board right now. Just gapping everybody outside of Kiko, who started hot, but has definitely cooled off towards the latter part of this half. I cannot believe that SEN have gotten away relatively unscathed from this entire fight early. Mata hits Jerwin directly with the ultimate. He's slowed, getting spammed, and yet somehow he's alive. He's not going down. They're unable to collapse on Sen.
First time we've seen Fracture here from Sentinels this stage, and they are ready to take on the world champs for their spot in playoffs. Don't go too far. We get a second half right around the corner as NRG will go on the attack. This Fracture map started off as the Kiko show, got out to 14 kills after half as many rounds, but very quickly was forced to stand in the shadow of one youngster on the Sentinel side. It was Redux, who ends the half with 17 kills. Combine this with some sick lurks from Cortesia, some amazing mid-rounding from the combination of Jonah P and John QT, and you've got a team who've demonstrated how serious they are, Wyatt, about snatching that last playoff spot out of this group.
And when you compare the amount of time that these two squads have had together, crazy difference. This Sentinels team, they've only had Jerwin for the past few weeks. He wasn't even here for week 1. We haven't seen their Fracture. It's tough for them to even know what their map pool is looking like right now in terms of what's at the top and what's at the bottom. They don't even have enough experience to really know for a certainty. But so far, Fracture is looking damn good. Scuba is feeling the pressure right now from Redux, but taps him down. Cortesia trades across the map as NRG are just working their way into the defender's spawn.
Yeah, I like the Death Ball group up here through Arcade. In this spawn is a bit of an interesting change of tack. John QT gets a bit curious.
What a little dink. Ethan is on super low HP. As NRG eventually, they're going to need to get to the site somewhere. They're going to need to get the spike down.
Senna happy to slow this game down a little bit. Ethan, yeah, got tapped up pretty nasty after that last encounter. There still needs to be across to the site for NRG, lest they kind of get contained on this side of the map. Cortesia very low. No one's here to play off him either, so he thinks twice about lingering in this smoke.
Yeah, he knows he has to dip back without smoke fading. He'll be exposed to far too many angles. NRG are on the noise cut. No reason for Sen to leave. A couple smokes still left here for Brock, though, to get some
30 seconds left.
Safe little pathing onto the site to try to get this spike down tucked.
Here's the plant.
No, he can easily stun default. I'm trying to run back in here, but he's playing it silent for main currently.
Very patient for Cortesia, and he might be rewarded. Do you check this low angle? Ethan shows a gun barrel and drops down. Is there more where that came from? Cortez knows there more! Okay!
That's a dink!
Unreal! Look at, he's barely alive! Mana! Unstoppable stuff! Cortez gets a kill as he exits the round. Now it's down to Brock. It's not looking like an 8-sided shape out there, but let's see what he can do. No, that is dirty! What a filthy round from Sentinels. And this is something they have to do often. NRG want to take space in the mid-round and sit. They do this on every map. Split's another good example of that.
Cortesia is looking insane right now. Sen needed him so bad. The fans were so hyped because in the offseason, Cortesia was deep frying every team that they were playing against in every offseason tournament. He looked unbelievable coming off of his time with MIBR. It felt like, how the hell did they let him go? And Sen were able to pick him up, and he's looking like their star player. He was struggling in kickoff. He was putting up a 0.84 KD. And now in this stage, it's 1.18. Massive turnaround, and he's just continuing to be in such better form. And Sen have really, really needed him.
We'll have some presence up on this B site to start the round. NRG want to, yeah, like I said, take some space and then sit there in the mid-round, sending to refight into that space so they don't get caught out or exect on, which would be even worse. Scooper again finds success out in that tree direction, and there's Kiko. This B site is all open for NRG.
Sherwin might be able to get one back here. Yeah, that's at least one. And Scuba at the range with the Outlaw collects that trade with ease.
Such an important anti-eco to find here. John commands attention! Spotlight on the Moroccan now as he's ahead of the flash, and Kiko is feeling it. That's Jonah P putting some hurt down on the Phoenix. Now an attempt at a touch. We're going to get this one to half. This is getting uncomfortable here for NRG. Jonah P, don't you dare! It's Scuba. Catches him. Now John's going to do it himself. It was halved. It looks like they know it though. NRG come bounding in. And Scuba takes 4 on this anti-eco.
He just comes back firing in that round, playing underpass. SEN commit heavily for that B fight. They know that they have Brock trapped in that corner, and it baits them out just a little bit. He draws just too much of their attention. They're not aware of Scuba being tucked left, so he gets that first free kill with the classic into the Outlaw recovery, and from there it's disaster. Felt like SEN were going to be in position to run away with this game, but NRG are right back into it. Brock has got the Odin already.
Yeah, he knows it's time to put the hurt on Sentinels early and often now. FURIA out towards Dish here.
And then with that Haunt over top, they know it's safe to just go ahead and get that free orb. Trying to funnel some of those over to Redux.
Passive play into tower. Nothing really to buy up in this round. They knew Marta would be at large with this Outlaw. No point wasting on a half-assed fight.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of round where you're scared about a guy being up in tower with a shotgun. Cortez just has the classic right click, which is kind of a shotgun.
Well, Marta's also
really.
got the long barreled shotgun.
Yeah, which is a little bit better in that situation. And this round is pretty much done. Yep. If you're SEN, you just really don't want to give Kiko any more orbs at this point, or Brock. Both of them are so close to the ult, but I mean, at the same time, it feels just inevitable that they're going to get them. The way that you can run around on this map as the attackers and just try to collect all of the orbs.
Yeah, you just by default have all that space to start with. Which means those attack side lurks are super dangerous. Something that Scuba's going to indulge in.
Yeah, Kiko
intensely.
is happy to go hunt.
Yep, some orbs. Well, how he envisioned that ending, I'm sure. Regardless, we'll have the rest of Sentinels perish to the Spike Blast, and NRG get 4 guns out of the round.
Let's see if SEN can shake off losing that eco round to NRG earlier. Just get right back into the game. When you're looking at a roster like this that doesn't have the experience of going through tough rounds like that in high-pressure games, those are the turning points where things can start to really just spin out of control. And an experienced roster like NRG, we have seen make so many comebacks in so many important games. Those are the kind of rounds that don't shake them.
I'm thinking Heretics, NRG, Champions Group Stage.
Here's Mata right through main on top of Jerwin. He feels the pressure. He's just going to back away. Haunt is going to provide him some temporary support and distraction to be able to get safely into that A site.
Honestly, if Sentinels at all can dissuade NRG from this course of action and funnel them into the op line that Redux is holding on the B side, they'd be happy too.
And there's Kiko getting that run it back. Redux, yeah, he's got that op on B, and with all of the noise that SEN are making, they might just get funneled into him. It is possible.
There's a gap though. The one gap is the arcade to gen rotation for the attackers. That's not covered really by util except for the cam. And looks like as a result, Redux is pulling himself well and truly off this B side. Maybe just take a safer angle here by Gen.
Just has to take a super passive line at the moment.
Ooh. Ethan makes just enough noise there. This is what NRG will do. Occupy space. You see how they left the insert of Scuba here? And punish you for pushing up for some of that info. If SEN want to get that info, they have to properly fight for it. They're going to properly re-clear it.
Jerwin still has this relay bolt. He can send that out when the hit is going through A main, try to disconnect the duelists from the pack.
This is still
so much util here for the defenders to use.
They don't have information though. This is NRG kind of going for it now as their last option. Kiko across the molly in run it back, so we'll have that health returned to him. He actually gets him. Oh, what? Jerwin caught inside the molly. Here's Redux out of the smoke. Finds one, but that's not going to be enough. Not by half. Damage on Brock as well.
That's great. Just a random shot hits him in the leg. Redux has to save no matter what. No option. Sick hit from NRG. There's that Phoenix value coming into play. Genuine, this is just the Phoenix theory right now. Just constant orbs. We're on Fracture. We're going to have a million ults. Jerwin has nowhere to go in that situation. Wasn't able to provide any help to his team. Wasn't able to get a good timing with the stun to go out to try and stop anyone from NRG from actually getting into the site because he's just fully occupied by Kiko running it down at him and pressuring him in that corner.
Feels like it's a little hard for Sentinels on this defense side to be proactive. Find like that Scuba or Kiko lurking as a loose end. Get that information. Scuba handled here, so Redux will keep the op. But that's all she wrote on the Sentinel side. NRG clawing back into this game. Fracture, their map pick.
SEN had the read on the situation. They had 4 players here. Wow.
This is Molly.
Just got caught. That was just, saw Jerwin already, and then Jerwin threw the wall up, so we figured, well, might as well just throw the wall here. I'm about to go down anyway.
It's nice.
That Phoenix ult just completely disrupted that setup.
Not even close, guys. Good shit.
Most enthusiastic Ethan reaction.
It's funny how like it's talked about it wasn't like a true emotional leader on this team in the past, right? Pretty low-key squad. It feels like Ethan is stepping into that role in his own way. So with that dry sense of humor.
That's something that Scuba was talking about in Santiago, that they've been lacking the emotional leader with Psalm not being on the team anymore. And yeah, Ethan has had some, he's been a little bit more whimsical.
Yeah, a bit more
in some of the games, like
animated, right?
I'm remembering, yeah. Feels like he's having some more fun at times. Though that was not the most whimsical and joyous Ethan moment I've ever seen, but... Oh my god, Redux right into the angle.
Oh, I like this. Just take a tighter angle. Kiko dealt with it. Here comes the pace. It's going to be Marta on the side with the quickness. Somehow another molecule for Kiko, though. Cortezia had nowhere to go. Knew he'd be wandering out into a sideline if he dared to move. So NRG, this should be another easy round take for them here. I know it's called Jerwin, but very, very tough here to really eke out any advantage in this round.
We're doing that on map 1 already.
Well, you wait till map 3, bro. Oh. I'm letting it percolate for you.
All right, SEN are going to get that full buy on, and I know they're starting to feel the pressure. After going on that run at the end of the first half, 5 rounds in a row, win the pistol, and then they get ecoed. And now just 1 away from NRG tying it up. This is a real make-or-break moment for this very young team. It's a moment where they really need Jonah to guide them. Ewok as well, experienced coach. They need those guys in a time like this badly. This is why you bring a Jonah P into your team. This is why you get a John back as your IGL, right?
Jonah's been very, very good at facilitating. Think back a few rounds where like John is out on the site with the Spectre and gets those 2 kills. It's the Haunt that Jonah P throws that sets him up for that. Draws the crosshair away. Lets him look like an absolute superstar out there.
He's won 2 1v1 clutches already.
Yep. It's a very important timeout.
Bonk are also just a part of this massive history, the spider web of just storylines and players in this server that have been on different teams with each other. NRG picking up Mitch as their assistant coach, who was Bonkar's player on Oxygen, along with Scuba and Redux.
And this is after Bonkar had
history on history.
Bonkar took a step back, really. He was obviously coaching in Europe on that guild squad and had to work his way up from that Oxygen team to where he is now. With many of these players help mold them into the individuals they are today.
We're set up for a big fight towards Arcade if SEN decides to go all in here.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a quick one, folks, at this rate. SEN pushed up real close. Util at the ready. When NRG tried this on them, there was a slide from Jerwin, and he got ahead of all of that, arresting Util. Oh, that's a big circle. Wonder what that could be.
Man, they tried to stun and seize to get that orbital strike off, but it wasn't actually activated by John. So a lot of utility kind of baited out from Sentinels. NRG just biding their time. This is a huge fight, and Mata takes it against Jerwin.
Yeah, you got to win those ones there. Mata, they knew he was isolated, pinged out by the Horn. That's tough. Now you're going to fall back off this to some degree, or do you? It looks like there might be an attempt at a refight here for Sentinels. Oh, not great timing for it, though, as there's the neural theft. Here's the conversion pass. Mata wants to go for it now. There's an opening that NRG want to exploit, but the orbital strike is going to force Mata
It doesn't even get the kill. That was their own team's orbital strike, I think. I couldn't tell. Or no, sorry, it was reversed. That was John keeping himself alive in that one. It was Brock's earlier, so John is able to rip that one and get just outside of the periphery. So Mata trying to dash into it would have gotten him killed. That's super heads up from John. That was sick.
A really spirited exchange of util, but Jerwin is still out of the game, right? He fell early in that 1 versus 1. So this sleeves NRG.
Well, trying to get to this site. There's such little time. There's only 20 seconds. They still have to cross. Cortezia gets one, gets the ult off as well.
Look at all the pings. Neural comes down. Hort's also going to reveal some plays, but Kiko just fights inside the molly, and Mata chalks up 3. Full house for NRG. And the fans are getting loud and proud.
SEN just trying to flood back into that site. You can't blame them for trying to play at that fast pace to meet NRG, who had such little time to actually get the spike down, but they're just unable to connect the trades. Oh my God, what a spray down.
Presented without comment. It's an even game now. Bonka absolutely getting fired up. This was looking pretty grim at the end of that first half. An 8-4 scoreline, so NRG have to put their nose to the grindstone to get going. Now we're tied up.
A little switch from north to south side on the map for NRG. As the Prowler gets sent through into a main, doesn't clear anybody close. Cam has got some passive info for Sentinels there. Cortezia throwing that, and Jerwin maybe could go for a swing attempt off of it too.
Mata playing solo over towards that dish direction.
Ethan just really trying to make his presence known over on this A side.
Mata's also paving the way for something at
as
A.
well. Ethan is just committing util piece after util piece for this kind of A main reclear. And now NRG are going to double back into it. He hasn't felt any pressure.
Mata might be inferring that with the trip that he ran into, that A side is the weak side right now.
Yeah, they're hoping that at this point they're only going to be going up against the Cypher if they execute onto this site, that they've dragged people towards B. And they're on the way back. There could be a crossfire setup here for Cortezia.
Yeah. This can be smoked off, though, easily. Yeah, John had to find a way to fight out of this, otherwise he's going to let NRG just exec on them. Cortezia alone, virtually alone. Out in the open, brought down. This is what NRG will do, man.
John is on such low HP. What is the committal here from SEN? They have a Nightfall, but you have one guy with 7. You're down a player already. Redux is one away from the showstopper. I mean, maybe if he somehow got a crazy kill with the Judge, but yeah, there's just no choice. It's a save, and like the most painful kind of save to have to call.
I feel like the last thing I want to do is just let NRG exec on you over and over again. They divine the weak side of the map, NRG. They know it's just a Cypher there. It's so easy just to smoke off the push out of, connector. Even with 2 players ready, who rotated kind of early on the Sentinel side. They can't do anything to disrupt NRG, and they leave their Cypher alone.
Yeah, on a prior A hit, SEN really had the read on them with 4 players stacked up there, ready to absorb it. They weren't able to take that round on this one. Ethan really works them and is able to just navigate his team into the lightly held site.
How do you get into the site? Unless you have dish controls the defenders and you drop down there quickly, like you play retake.
Yeah, there's just, you can't all get out through main. It's so tough there. Sentinels fully investing into this round, buying down to effective nothing. Obviously the loss bonus is at the max at this point. Sentinels' 5-round run at the end of the first half is now being beaten by NRG, being on a 6-round run in the second to take the lead. And it all started with that eco round on 14.
Just quietly, Mata has forced his way into this game. Flash here towards Tree. No, the Molly and Saturate combination enough to ward the defenders away. Already, the chokehold is coming in from NRG.
Someone got caught there. They are dead. There's a push out from SEN over towards that dish side on A. They want to play for a little bit more map control.
Maybe like a 3-player pop into arcade for the defenders. Or a walk-up, in fact.
This could be a great timing. It's possible that Ethan just gets straight up caught here.
Kiko can trade, potentially. Kiko surely can trade this. No! He's on his own as well! And so he falls. SEN find the right timing just to push off this B side. They're going to have to give it up to some degree, but they can accept that because they can get back in with this Nightfall. Mata decayed down. Cannot take a challenge here.
Spike goes down, but I mean, at what cost? Scuba such a low HP as well. Here comes Redux with a showstopper. Everyone following him through tower. He's making the space, getting right back into that site.
Mata, cojones for days. He is just crouched on the side. He's waiting for it. Oh, he gets one. Oh, the head is ripped off of Jonah. That's as good as it's going to get for Mata, but that might be enough. Here come NRG, trying to control this space. It's Cortez, finds it. Brock, all on him.
Oh my
Sentinels. Insane round, and it got dicey there to be sure. But that three-player push off the B side was where it all began.
Oh, yeah, Brock with the Odin in the 1v2, he's got me sweating, but Redux just turned on him for that kill. And Sentinels with some proactivity towards the extremities on the map this round rewards them with the win, catching out Ethan. He had his util out, and then Kiko's the only one there for a trade, but he cannot even find one.
Nice!
NRG tried their best, though. That was a sick 2K from Mata to try to bring things back.
He knew that showstopper was coming his way. Here we go. 20 rounds of Valorant in, and we are tied up. Kiko with a run it back at the ready, though.
Yeah, NRG with the advantage in the ult economy and with the actual credit economy, too.
Let's listen and see what the plan is going to be for NRG.
Where are you? Still
over! You're dead!
Here!
You can tower.
Tower clear. Chill.
Yeah.
Flank, guys. Flank beam in. Can we fight
I'm going. I'm
yeah,
chip in sight. There's a chip in sight.
Guys, we need to fight small. Flank beam in.
Oh, I ulted you just.
I'm smoking beam in.
2 CT, go on canteen. 2 CT, go on canteen.
I'm making noise, Ethan. Make noise for Scoo.
They're flooding coming out beam in.
I'm the right on. Waiting for this.
2. Chill.
Raise one. B main.
I'm gonna plant.
I have
One
CT,
more
I have CT.
2 B main, boys.
I have CT.
I'm gonna play dice.
They're going underpass. I'm fighting them. Call that.
Yeah, I'm gonna come with you.
One.
I'm going with Scoo.
Underpass for
Scoo,
sure.
I'm gonna be with you. Let's hold.
All the attempts for Sentinels to disrupt NRG, they still get his execute off. Ethan finds a massive kill, the player coming out of spawn side. And he'll be entrenched here now. It's only Molly over towards Canteen. This is not going to restrict Ethan whatsoever. Broad can play off the contact of his captain as well. And he spots a bit of Jonah P. And Odin don't miss. Joan has tower control, but Ethan can still send a Haunt in now, force a crosshair, pull away, play off at himself, and that's going to be Joan falling. John is going to be lit up, and now it's a simple matter of getting the job done. Sentinels are out of time, John out in the open, and he's out of health.
NRG in that execute. You can hear with the comms, it's that concise nature that they have in the way that they speak to each other that we were speaking about earlier. They're one of the teams that are so good at giving direction to their teammates off of something that they're seeing, and then also always giving confirmation. Thanks, Ethan. Production.
The only kind of guy to say sorry to an inanimate object. Sorry.
But they're so good at giving instructions to each other that are so short, and then giving confirmations that they're understood and acting upon them in as few words as possible. They're just so efficient every time you've listened into them.
Looks like once again Sentinels are considering this heavy presence out towards bench.
And unfortunately, the downside of winning a round and then losing it is their economy is completely broken, and NRG are looking to get to map point here on their map pick of Fracture. First time we're seeing Sen on this, and they definitely have impressed, but just struggling to get back into the game on this half after getting eco'd. It's been all NRG on their attack.
Tree presence confirmed, so Ethan doesn't have the freedom to work too much around this. Cortez brought down, that was over towards Dish. Mata just walked up and found an angle, apparently. That should make you think pretty positively about just hitting A and smoking connector.
So NRG have gotten some util over out on that B side as well. There's a smoke thrown down into B main on account of Kiko throwing up the wall, making it seem like they could be walking up kind of close stairs. Center going for the gamble, and unfortunately they have picked the wrong site, so NRG will get this down for free. Brock is going to be able to get an orbital strike for what could be the last round of this game. 30 seconds left. We head into rounds, or the next round rather.
Googly eyes on the iPad. Crossover towards A. A lot of corner clearing util here for NRG, so tough to play rat angles with those classics.
Spike planted.
So here it is. Sen, nothing ventured, nothing gained. They're obviously going to be tipping off NRG, which side of the map they're coming from. And then they're just going to hope that their aim can carry them through what is going to be a bloody fight in A main. John shows himself. Hoping to bait some sort of overextension, I guess, towards the south side of the map. He's not going to get it. It's NRG we're talking about here. Hoping to play out of the smoke in numbers, likely, but this molly's going to make that much more challenging. John just burns down mostly to it. Scuba checks for any accompaniment. That's going to be it for Sentinels, folks. Broke to swing on this one. Dangerous. Dangerous to push into players like this. Hello? Okay, propriety thrown out the window. Fortunately, NRG have cash to burn.
Some 6 shots, though, from Redux. Gets him closer to a showstopper, so who knows? Maybe that'll end up being relevant. Every kill counts. SEN getting into the full buy. Looks like they're going to get an op for Redux, actually, as well.
I mean, Wyatt, these have been competitive rounds, but outside of the pistol, Sentinels have won 1 round in this second half. That is just not
Yeah, it really
enough.
does feel like a bit of an experience diff. They had all that momentum. They're feeling good, but how do you bounce back from a tough loss? They haven't been able to do it yet on this map, but maybe they can bring it to OT. Maybe Redux can do it. He has been an absolute star for the team, and he's got the op on the B side, but it's all about A, at least, to open the round for NRG. Baiting out utility towards main.
They get an early refract out of Martyr, importantly. That Prowler actually chomps him.
Haunt is thrown into B, so they know that nobody will be tucked close.
Fast rotate across for Sentinels. Martyr, though, is pretty far ahead here in underpass.
In the meantime, Ethan is again in A main, just throwing out util piece after util piece, but he might actually get a fight this time against Jerwin. It's possible.
Jerwin is armed to the teeth, though. Kiko, yeah, maybe has a sense that he needs to flash into this space.
Last time this was happening with Ethan, they did go and pivot back into an A hit after going towards B.
Kiko here, poised to try and make his way into Sands. German can't do much about that, actually. Simply throws out the relay bolt.
This is not being bought by SEN. Look at them on the minimap. They still have 4 players on that B side. John has a read on this situation.
There's still time, but if they dare to double back to A, they're going to get caught on the rotate. With German out there in the open, it's going to be Martyr falling. There's something here. Cortez has found yet another one, and the neural theft comes up at just the right time. This is going to lay the plans of NRG Bear, and they don't know about Jerwin and A main. He's way further forward than they're expecting. He should have a freebie here. There's the spike loose. Ethan steps up and be traded, but still damage done with 12 seconds left in the round.
The damage done, and it expires just too much time. Kiko has to just try and brute force his way in, but SEN will shut him down. And Ethan had no hope crossing into the site against 4 crosshairs. John with the cold read on that situation. Ethan's attempt to manipulate the rotates based on what happened on that prior round when he was doing the same thing. Yeah, he wasn't buying that.
Just a vintage Cortez round there. That is unreal. Those are the kind of rounds you need with consistency here to make this an interesting game. Instead of almost done enough, 1 more, and we'll be headed to extra innings.
NRG all gathered up outside of A main. Will Haunt just see over the top of the box. Walls up with the cross from Kiko. Jerwin just trying to get that spam angle, and he does get 1. That's a crazy little adjustment onto Kiko. I don't even know if that was on purpose, but doesn't matter in the kill feed. Scuba's on this slow lurk up towards A. It's a split attempt from NRG. Jonah P is just essentially isolated in this site as Sentinels are spread across the map.
NRG still have the brim, though. It means they can disrespect to rotate through spawn side from Sentinels. It's the player on site they've got to respect. That's Jonah P lying in wait.
Ethan 1 orb away from getting that Nightfall, and he was just biding his time to get it and then use it immediately after the noise cut. Jonah P has to come up huge for Sentinels right now. It's really all on him.
Dangerous, so he can't hear a damn thing, and it's going to be Martyr who leaps upon him. Redux was hoping, look at where he's playing up in this corner. This is going to get awkward once the smoke starts to clear. Scuba is conditionally safe for the time being. Redux tries some fancy footwork to accost him and is brought down. Outs on Cortezia and John. 2 of the Magic and Mischief Makers on this side. But the odds do not favor them.
They've been spotted out as well by that ult from Scuba. How could they possibly crack back into this? Brock is on the angle right now with the Odin. Cortez trying to work through main.
They just know. Scuba's op will account for the IGL. And it's young Carlton Banks that has to step up and challenge. Snappy aim as always, but didn't have enough in reserve. NRG claw their way out of their map pick of Fracture. Sentinels high dominating this map pick up until now have shown they're looking potentially dangerous on this map for any onlookers.
The momentum of that map just turned on a dime. SEN were on a run on account of Redux just playing a lights-out Raze game throughout that first half. They go 5 round wins in a row. Then they win the pistol on the side swap. But it's one eco round loss that really threw them off their game. NRG found one advantage there. They win a crucial round and they capitalize off of it. Virtually unstoppable for their entire attack half there. Some really well-called rounds from Ethan, but even on the rounds, I would say, where John had the read, where they had the right stack for SEN, things were still going in the way of NRG. They just were not able to put together good enough efforts anchoring on some of those sites.
One thing is clear, though, coming out of this map is this series has the makings of an instant banger. Some fantastic individual moments, the macro gameplay solid from both sides. Stick around as we're going to head to a break. We're going to break down Fracture and then get yourself set for Breeze.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
And he is cleared out. Now it's on Cortezia. 1v2. Crossfire already in place, but Cortezia doesn't care. He knows Alan's going to be on the defuse. He gets it to half. Healthy enough. He knows he can play for time. Alan does not have that same luxury. And look at the spacing. It's just bloody perfect here for Cortezia.
Take some damage in return. Mata spots the first and the second. Must reload. In the clutch, he's good for it. It's a heartbreak.
Bonkar, high stakes, everything is on the line. You could close it out here on a map number 2. But what did you tell the team in order to avoid a slow start again?
We just gotta focus on us and force them to play our game. We have a tendency of falling into playing on the enemy's tempo and playing their game. So we just gotta get ahead out of that and just focus on ourselves, to be honest.
Best of luck on map 2.
and focus on themselves, they most definitely did. Poor tactical bear. Oh my God, he just didn't last that long. My goodness gracious. Welcome back, everyone. As NRG manages to pick up the win on Fracture 13-11. For a moment there, I thought Sentinels had their number, Myrna. I was confident that we were going to see Sen picking up map 1.
Yeah, I mean, they were up by 9. It was kind of crazy. And then all of a sudden, dude, NRG just came back. But they did it in such an NRG fashion that I think it makes sense. They love doing the underdog comeback story. And this is their map pick after all, so I think it
also helps too when you have a guy rocking the Phoenix popping the hell off. I mean, Kiko was on fire in that with that agent Dryad, and it genuinely felt like there's not a lot that could stop him in this one.
It felt like Kiko, towards the first half, especially when Sentinels had the lead, he was keeping the team alive in those crucial moments, and it was with this Phoenix. We didn't really know what to expect on the side of Sentinels, but something that we knew and we mentioned was that Kiko on this double duelist has been incredible. So I'm really happy that we got the chance to see it a little bit more. And something that Bonker is mentioning too was how they needed to control the tempo, and it felt like it was because of Kiko in the first half, and going to the second half was how Kiko and the rest of the team were willing to take those fights.
His confidence was shining through, and the way that he was also supporting Mata and constantly on the same page with him was really nice as well. When they're going for aggressive stuff on the defense side or even on the attack, Mata going in first, refracting out, but Kiko's just always there to get the multi-kills. And it's really nice because we thought his performance earlier in kickoff was a little bit quiet. So this stage, especially the past couple weeks, he's been popping
it's exactly what you need, especially going into the playoffs to find that second gear, if you will. It certainly is something that is going to wake up this NRG team.
Yeah, and this round is super important, this round 14, because that was the round where they had one pistol for Sentinels and then they lost that thrifty. That's where everything kind of turned around, Dan.
It was both of the pistols going the way of Sentinels. They already had the lead of the first half. You think they're able to get, they're going to be able to get some momentum going, but then like you said, the round 14 happens, and then this is exactly what we were talking about. A lot of rounds where NRG were amazing at playing slow, getting that info early in the map, and continually keeping Sentinels guessing on this defense to the point where it was 20 seconds left. They were going for the side hit, and maybe there was one player for Sentinels gets taken down, and that is a retake that was not going to happen for them.
Yeah, if you look at the timeline at the bottom there, they won 6 rounds in a row after that. That one round, it really took so much momentum away from Sentinels. I genuinely believe if they had won that, they would have been in a much better spot here. But I mean, leave it to NRG to fix their defaults and come back into it, playing really slow, breaking the trips, and just ending, like you said, with 20 seconds left in the round. It's kind of insane, but oh my God.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to notice
I didn't see it. My heart.
From NRG on socials. But yeah, I think that there is you just can never count out the world champs in these types of situations. I'm sorry. NRG have proven time and time again that even when they're in moments where they're absolutely getting beaten down, they will find a way to pick up those critical rounds and address those issues. So Sentinels need to find ways to close this out.
And it feels like you can tell in the way that they were reacting for NRG towards the beginning. There was a little bit of frustration that they were showing in their faces. And then they go into the second half. There's a round where they lose, but Mata's laughing. It feels like ever since then they started to get those wins. But like you said, for Sentinels, it is going to be crucial, and it is their map pick of Breeze. This is a map where, again, we should be expecting a double duelist from them, but it is a must win to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, first map is close.
First round, exactly.
And
that's
it's not
the important
their pick.
Thing.
That's a good thing, guys. Don't worry.
Exactly. There's still plenty more series left to play here, folks. But for now, they'll send it over to Coach Ewok. Zoe standing by to get some words.
Now, unfortunately, that was a loss, a close one, though. And overall, we love to see the comms and the approach to Fracture. You guys are taking us to Breeze, so another map where we might see the double duelist. Is the double duelist way of life something that Sentinels is going to lean more into?
It's kind of map specific for us, to be honest. Some maps we kind of like playing that way. So, but for some other maps, I feel like maybe being a little bit more reserved is good. But this map is one where we really want to take the fight to them.
Best of luck.
Hey, and I like the sound of that. I'd rather a team, rather than, going to like a more reserve, even though that's their strategy, but still going to like a more reserved strategy after a close match like this, that's a toughie. But now you're walking in the Breeze here, hey, you want to get an opportunity to punch them in the face, go for it, right? And they have a chance to do so.
And there's definitely a chance that you can do so. And hey, look, I don't want to disrespect the most flexible player in the world, Mata.
Oh, of course.
But he is playing the hard work here. And so, you know, if there's a way that you can punish that a little bit,
it's the next Forsake.
take advantage that he's not playing the double duelist, there's a chance to do so. I'm also still wondering, what if NRG, though, changes the comp, goes back to the double duelist that they were playing?
I feel like surely not. Mata had way too much fun on Harbor.
He did.
you see how much he was smiling while playing Harbor the last time?
They won 13-2.
Yeah, they did. I don't expect NRG to be changing anything, but I do expect Sentinels to come in with kind of a vengeance, like we heard in that interview, going aggressive, taking the fight to them. And that's what's worked for Sentinels too.
Oh dear. He's pointing at the Harbor.
Wait, but is this fake? Because this isn't
he hasn't picked. Yeah, he hasn't locked the agent yet.
Picked it. I think he's baiting us right now.
I don't like this. Okay, I don't like the way you're thinking out there, Mata. All right, unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, look, you're probably not going to see any changes, but it wouldn't be the strangest thing considering how good that double duelist was on the last map from them. Just the fact that they were able to build off of that. Obviously, Breeze, much different terrain than, say, Fracture, but still, there's something to build off of that, right?
Yeah, both of the teams could play double duelist here. Again, all on the side of Sentinels when they played it and when they won recently. Against FURIA, that was the map that they were able to win. It was the ISO and the Neo that they were playing, with Jerwin continuing to be great at making that space. But for the other side, back in Santiago, it was an NRG that was playing the double duelist still with that Yoru when that was still a viable option. But it feels like no matter what, Kiko, we already talked about him. He should be on the duelist, regardless if it's just two duelists, just one, whatever it is. And he was incredible on this jet. We were all talking about him.
Yeah, we were really surprised because that was also during the time where we were talking about how Kiko needed to step up. We hadn't seen much from him on the Killjoy. Felt like he was constantly kind of in the background, supporting, getting impact kills, but not always on the top of the leaderboard. But with his jet, you could see him kind of come alive. We saw a little bit more aggression than we're used to, a lot of that operator stuff, as well as his movement. It really shone on the jet.
All right, friends, as you can see, we're getting ready for this matchup. Players are getting all set up and ready to go. But the question on our minds is whether or not Sentinels can bounce back, keep the playoff hopes alive, because let's not forget, you win and you're in. Whether you're NRG or Sentinels, a lot on the line, and you don't want to miss it. Map 2 coming up after this.
Defeat hits a little different as a Sentinels player. The expectations always heavy, crushing at times. And now they're facing the prospect of not having a chance to compete in the playoffs, let alone in London. Their hopes of a global showing float on breeze.
The only time John hadn't actually made a playoffs to a stage with the Sentinels team was after they had won Madrid. So with the context of that, I guess they kind of earned it, right? But with this new Sentinels team, it's a very different story. We're heading on to Breeze. This is their pick. They had a dominant win over FURIA. Heading into that match, Coach Ewok was talking about how this was a map that they were hitting hard in the lab, and it showed in that game. NRG, they go up against 100 Thieves on this map, and they go up 12-0 with the Marber on their attack side. They're dominating. Kiko puts up 20 kills for 9 deaths. It's his best game of the stage. So, kind of tough to call. We've seen both of these guys just dominate their opponents in their showings.
Yep. Sentinels have their backs against the walls, and now they've got to extricate themselves from that situation against the team credited with some of the most ridiculous comebacks in Valorant history. The reverse sweep of MIBR in kickoff to get to Santiago. Let's not forget the 10-2 half against EDG to come back to win that in overtime. Even the start of Champions last year, we covered them against Heretics, where they had this absurd bounce back. These guys are something else.
We've had a nice head-to-head between both of the IGLs here. Some really well-called rounds, the mind games between them on that first map. We'll see how that continues on to this one as John finds himself in a new situation, IGLing a younger team, not surrounded by the big-name pros that he always has been in the past. This is a new undertaking for him. And really, he'd be replicating the success of what Ethan has done with this NRG team last year, bringing a group of new guys to the top of VCT. Center on this walk push down mid. It's being watched for by a very, very patient NRG, and you have to feel like NRG are maybe going to catch them. How is this timing worked out?
I don't know how Ethan doesn't see this.
Earth? But they haven't turned around. They don't know about Ethan.
Now Ethan is going to turn around? No, he's not. He's not turning around at all.
There's got to be. All right, there's got to be something happening. Yeah, I'm going to just go ahead. And
Kiko has his hands on his head right now.
We'll be waiting for information on this one.
Kiko's showing us the no hands gaming. I respect that a whole lot. Okay, so yeah, it sounds like we're gonna have a rollback in the round, folks. Game crash for one of our players. So we have time to delve into this a little bit more. Because John QT normally used to just aiming some true veterans of the game at their opponents and calling some really nice rounds. Now there's another layer. Leadership. And the psychological aspect to it as well, which I do feel like with Narrate on the squad, you know, John had to do a bit of already, right? Help build up that player who had some time in VCT, obviously was over in EMEA, but still had to be developed, I think, into what we would consider to be a veteran.
Yeah, I think with this team, though, it's a very different story, specifically bringing in Jerwin, but he's shown so much potential already. He's had some really outstanding Neon performances. I mean, hell, even his first game, I think he came out and impressed right away. There was no real learning curve, it felt like, at least as far as adapting to the stage. It feels like more of what we've seen from them and heard is like improving on some of the communication between the players, making sure that John is getting good information consistently throughout the games, and like that's where Jonah has helped, but it kind of feels like where some of the other guys need to catch up a little bit and where that experience is playing a factor.
Cortezia obviously is someone who doesn't mince words. I'm curious to get his take on this matchup versus NRG.
Like every team right now is like struggling in some weeks. And NRG have been struggling for some weeks, like the first weeks. They might be improving, but they still have a lot of stuff to figure out before playoffs, and us as well. So I think the next game against NRG is gonna be more like who can actually improve better in this week. We have 1 week of practice. Who's gonna improve better? Who's gonna improve more? Who's gonna actually put more hours of work, and who's gonna like show up like differently. So they've been struggling a little bit. We've been struggling a little bit, but I think that's what's gonna decide the match.
Again, to reiterate, Sentinels don't miss domestic playoffs, basically ever. The one time you mentioned it was a holiday, right, after they were in Madrid, and we know how that went for them, so fair enough. This would be, I guess, a change of era. It already has been, right? But it would be a sign of the times, I think, if Sentinels were unable to get past NRG and get into the playoffs in general. It just so happens that Americas is in such a weird state right now that they've got to take on the literal world champions in a do-or-die game to just get to stage playoffs.
Yeah, it really also just shows how stacked this group is. I mean, Americas as a whole feels crazy right now. Just kind of coin flip games everywhere, like every day, it seems like. But yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, with this SEN roster, I mean, the charitable point of view is that, hey, they are really new. Jerwin only came in for the second week of matches, and they have impressed. I feel like they have shown enough to give you hope for later down the line, future of this year, but kickoff, that's already gone. Stage 1, if they lose here, that's about to be done, which means Stage 2, they need to go on a serious run to be able to make it to Champions. Like, they'll have to finish in one of the top spots. Pretty unlikely they'd be able to do it off points, right?
Yeah,
so,
I mean, we're talking about championship points at that point, right? So it's not not really good enough.
Yeah, they need to seriously go on a run then. And have they done enough to convince me that it's possible? Yeah, I mean, I think this team has shown good stuff so far. I'm impressed with where they've been at in this first stage. and where they could go into stage 2. But again, that's kind of the charitable outlook for a team that you expect greatness from, given the brand and organization behind them and what they've accomplished in Valorant in the past. So just saying like, yeah, things improved over the year is pretty light when you're talking about the Sentinels team.
At the start of this game, we also say there's no really big black marks on NRG's record since Ethan took over the IGLing. There almost was. These guys had to reverse sweep MIBR in order to make it out of kickoff to Santiago, which in fairness, they performed admirably at, right? They're able to show their caliber on stage, but they almost didn't get there. That's the reality for all of our top teams in Americas right now. And Cortesia says that in that sort of little clip earlier. He's like, every team in Americas has some kind of issue right now. Everyone is scrambling to fix some of those problems week to week. It's really about who's willing to spend the most time in this pivotal week, this last week of preparation into playoffs, and then beyond that, because there's no way that everything's going to be shored up after a game like this. We might not even know which of the better team is.
It's been a weird but interesting meta to see the teams try to adapt to, in that Neon just got brought to the forefront because of Danby, so then everyone tried to hard force Neon. We saw Mata trying to run 12 rounds in a row with a shotgun on split because of what Danby had done to G2 and like, how, you know, they won the Santiago tournament by running around with a judge and shooting people. Like, that is a pretty meta-defining moment to have won the tournament in that way, and it completely changed, I think, the way that America's teams across the board were about to approach, and how the globe is about to approach the meta coming into this first stage of the year. And so it's like a combination of teams trying to play within their own comfort zones, but also hard forcing agents that might not necessarily be working for them. And I think it's all kind of resulted in weeks where we're seeing some extreme variance and coin flip games, a lot of games just being determined on the micro of the day, so much of the meta just coming down to who's shooting better at times as well. And so it's just resulted in a situation in which the game is very unpredictable, which makes it fun, but yeah, tough to maintain being at the highest tier.
If you had a chance to catch FNS's stream over the course of this week, he actually gave some pretty interesting points about what Sentinels should look to try and do against this NRG squad. Kind of points out that NRG like to move into space in the mid-round and then hold it until excruciatingly late before executing on you, right? He sort of feels like if you're a Sentinels player, you want to try and be proactive. Look for the Kiko or Scuba lurk, right? Be disruptive. Re-fight for that space that NRG like to take and sit in and stew in for a large amount of that round. It's something that on the attack side of Breeze is still going to be quite relevant in parts of the map. In terms of that mid-control, perhaps. Like, how do you fight for that? Do you fight out of B main? Are there any opportunities here to catch NRG while they're sitting, making you uncomfortable and starving you of that information?
Yeah, and we definitely did see that play out on Fraction. One of the only rounds Sen won is when they did go for a mid-round push and they were able to catch a couple players towards Arcade and then brought it into a 5-on-3. And yeah, NRG did maintain playing the style you're talking about. It works out there. As we are heading into Breeze. Players are back in the server now. I think Sen are going to run it back and 4-man walk down mid. Do they try it again?
Ain't no way. It's tough for them. That's the kind of, piss around gimmick you don't really get to repeat. And we're going to see in just a moment now,
what if
right?
they do? Respect.
Honestly?
For the 4-man,
would that not be the sickest
never go
fake out?
For the walk down again.
I can only imagine that NRG will be positioned similarly here. So not too long from jumping back into the server, folks. Thank you for your patience. Looks like all of our players are ready. The server had to be restarted. That's crazy, honestly. That's crazy. On today? Of all days? I don't know, Brian, endorsing that one, sorry. I'll feel the shoe come at me from across the world, mate. Thrown by my mother, full pelt. All right, let's get ourselves into the second map of the series. It's Sentinels fighting for their survival, fighting for their chance in playoffs, and for a shot at Global with this new look, young gun roster, up against the team who wrote the playbook on going to the challenge as well and promoting those individuals.
NRG worked themselves into A main pretty quick, just walking up into the site. Drone has gone Scuba so deep, but pinged out by the recon and forced to tuck back towards Cubby. He just needs to get out of there before the wall drops. A little lucky to not take any damage while he does so.
So NRG exfil from that A side of the map. There's no real foothold on B. Just out in main right now, maybe waiting out some of this util. Cortesia, dangerous anchor player on this site. Really someone you've got to respect. Try and mitigate with some util. And Redux is going to make use of the double tap to use his body for info. Maybe tuck himself into elbow.
Here's the moment where SEN try to flood in past the wall. It's really tough to play like that against the high tide. Even though they do have 3 players here, there's still some level of concern that somebody on NRG could be trying to work towards mid as the other 2 SEN players try to rotate over. The random spam, the Sheriff is just dealing so much damage.
Some nice free damage. Yeah, this is obviously a map where Ethan's KO really looks sublime. Doing a little bit of everything. The 0 point comes in.
And NRG, they want to fight in front of this high tide, but look at the util that's being thrown their way by SEN.
There's an early warning here. Kiko pops up enough to see these players get into the corner. Redux able to bully his way through. They're up close with Cortesia, who deals with Marta. Kiko trying to reposition now. On the other side of this high tide, it comes down, and so does the curtain on the Jets round. Redux is the cleaning crew, and Scuba has to play cringe off the sight and try and stop this defuse, but Cove, pretty good ability by the way. Cortesia, safe as a house, sticks the defuse.
Solid retake from SEN. They maintain control over by half wall with the 3 players. Wait for everyone to gather up. Go for the standard Americas B retake that we've been seeing from like every team, I swear. Just cutting the site in half. It isolates some of NRG in the front. They get darted. They get hit by a relay bolt. NRG really don't have any space on the site at any given point. The guys in the main are cut off. This is just, that was a very, very America's breeze-coated round of stage 1, Mitch. That is
straight down to its blue jeans, baby. Once again, it's Marta early here in the B main. Okay, does actually get himself that orb for his trouble. Back over towards the A side. There are a couple of walls here you can use simply just to get you in onto A. Do SEN just give up the site and try and play retake here? Or do they anchor in more like G2 style?
Joe's going to get that dart close and be able to peek deep to the left off of it. Certainly going to feel the pressure from Kiko. Jerwin into assist.
Uncomfortable Jerwin doing the most right now, and Johnny's there as well with the stinger. Better weapons win here for Sentinels.
Yeah, and you could just see John ready to go with that high tide, throws it up to cut off the attackers so SEN can control more of the site, control both of the pyramids and fight from them.
It is not, in fact, Marvin time.
1 kill, but yeah, not enough. The first 2 rounds that NRG have lost on attack on this map, they were flawless up until this game with the 12-0.
Trust you to go for the incisive stat line.
And this is, we're going to be seeing a whole lot of this style of play from SEN. If they're posted up to flood defend on this site, it's just that wall being thrown from your harbor in front of pyramids, so
throw the
everyone
retake
can
wall,
just
get in.
Yep, just get in. Keep control of that, you know, backside of the map, backside of pyramids, and fight. All right, we've got NRG now on the full buy.
Default approach to the round.
Yep, just standard to throw your Cove over towards B main. It's got the 30-second refresh, so you can just distribute them so frequently throughout the round.
The Aldrone is on the B side of the map, so NRG can't really navigate that A main play for now. Nothing off this early info util. Marta might want to cut the site yet again, or at least imply that that's the plan.
And if the hit comes in, Cortesia is ready to throw down that molly. Try to cut some players off, hopefully isolate someone forward to get a free and easy kill.
Recon darts exchanged. So we're about to see a burst of pace. Look for the high tide wall to come up, and that's just happened immediately. Sentinels are aware of it.
Well,
Double tap also popped, but there's no push.
Yeah, that sound just baited everything out. The high tide does go up, though, so NRG have to re-hit.
Here's the delayed hit now for NRG. Can everybody know when they're going to activate it? Oh, Kiko! Sharp his attack, but Redux is able to find some space to work in.
At that range, that's a nice little spray down with the stinger. Kiko's isolated in the sight, and just too many angles to clear. Cortez just needs to live, wait for his teammates to get into help. What a shot from Scuba.
Scuba's got to do more, though. This is not enough yet. Cortesia back by that low wall. Can he set up a weird sort of crossfire? Jonah's looking for this.
The time is so low, though. 10 seconds. Has to try to bait someone out with a tap. Cortez just slowly wrapping.
Sound. He
lives.
Somehow avoid him being taken out there, and he can just peer over and get the job done. Dirty work, but someone's going to do it. Cortesia
Gets his hands muddied with the stinger in that site. Great anchoring so far from Sentinels.
That's a really good hold. NRG get the double tap out and they get that molly out. Crucially, they waited out, then they re-hit with the high tide still up. But pushing through their own cove, Redux gets the two-man transfer.
Good to see it is a headshot machine, in fairness.
Redux has just been outstanding today, genuinely. He has been incredible. It's forced NRG into this early timeout. He's got his old coach reeling in the booth right now after he just denies that push solo up close at the choke. If he just goes 1-for-1, if he can't connect the transfer onto the second guy, round looks very, very different. Cortez probably overwhelmed backside, but he ends up just being able to take a 1v1, and then Kiko's stranded completely, doesn't know where to look.
You can see the NRG are trying to play with their timings a little bit. Like, you think they'd go as soon as that high tide wall comes down, and that's what Sentinels thought. You saw the double tap pop straight away.
And the molly in the choke.
And they
so
wait. They wait the molly out. They end up hitting that site still. But the stopping power, the raw stopping power of Cortezia, they're tucked.
Yeah, that is, of all the sites, of all the anchors that I want to hit into right now from NRG, it's definitely not the Redux Cortezia site. Yeah, no. I'm not trying to mess with those guys at all, man. Give me anywhere else.
Yeah, I'd rather take my mother's shoe instead of hitting that site, that's for sure. Throw as hard as you like. NRG might have gotten onto that idea themselves here, but again, Sentinels can afford to dig in here and just fight with better weapons in and on this A side. How do you find the edge as NRG? 3-0, Sentinels really kicking them.
Got that instant one-way on defense. NRG just want to work around it, go for the fast pop. They have a couple stingers. Kiko hoping to get up close with the dash, play off that recon back sight, but Sen are far too wise to commit anyone to any close range engagements here. They're just going to wait this out. Got 3 players ready to go, but they're at the very least going to need to give enough space to give NRG the chance to plant the spike. But you can't imagine that's going to result in much. Surely not, right? They just got stingers, sheriffs.
Oh, this Aldrin timing's a nice time buy here for Brock. Joen does get lit. That's just the cost of doing business when you're tucked in the site.
So much is going to come down to this Scuba flank.
Relay ball. Sentinels here just trying to wrap the cage up front, and personal Scuba. Can he find the right timing? Sentinels starting to spray NRG down through these smokes. They got the better weapons and they're not afraid to use them. Cortez, he knows! A consummate knower of things. Cortez here for 2. And that's enough to break the back of NRG.
Don't let Cortez get a Viper map. Just don't let it happen.
Forget about it,
Don't
bro.
let it happen. Not in the form that he's been in. Absolute resurgence individually in this first stage.
I want to see how this looks on a gun round, but you see Sentinels they're amassing the case for playing off that A side and just having a nice retake.
Yeah, in that situation, no reason to fight close. If it's guns v guns, if we can flood, play with our
Maybe.
wall, sure. But you don't want to give any kind of close-range engagement to a potential stinger or a Bucky or some other cringe. Just play back in for the retake, and Cortez is wise enough to play for one of the potential NRG win cons and watch mid. Now, Sherman has picked up this op, but he is denied the angle by 17 different smokes. So he's got to wait out a lot before he tries to do anything with that operator. So NRG look to just go back to the well on this big A hit, but if you look at the mini-map, Sen has quite a few players here.
This is apropos of nothing. Brock is simply
kill
trying to
contract
speculate.
used. That's Ethan taken.
Oh.
Wow, but he wins it out.
Don't see that happen very often at all.
And now this really deep wall being thrown down just has John and Jerwin in no position to contribute to the team. They're waiting out Cortezia.
No, listen.
Make some sound on this flank. NRG watchful. Brock just going to keep jiggling this line. High tide goes up from the defender, so Sen can try to scale forward.
Cortez's flank is big, but Brock is already checking for it. Ethan could pop flash this. No, Brock just wins it out. Natty.
Yeah, and that is all she wrote on the round. If Cortez wins that, they could still try to pressure forward, but ultimates expended from NRG to get them over the finish line on that round. It's the Hunter's Fury to just kind of send reeling in the back lanes there, and Mata with the late reckoning. Kill from Brock seals it up. So hey, if you're Sen, at least we got some ults out of them. That's what it took for them to win their first round.
That deep high tide though from NRG when they get into the side is really annoying for Sen to play into. They're gonna fight to retake 2 separate zones because of the Viper wall too.
Yeah, also just huge from Ethan to come up for his first kill in the game. It was to beat Redux in the kill contract. Massive 1v1 to win.
Yeah, bro would have been feeling like it was Groundhog Day when he got pulled into that ult.
Jerwin has the op still, saved it over. No chance to use it on that prior round. It's definitely tough to get tons of value with the op and the Harbor and Viper world on both teams. There's just constant walls, constant smoke, so many views, your lanes being obstructed.
Fast play for NRG. They're 0 point close here in A main and get Kiko onto the site
With
a pretty limited amount of util having to be spent here.
Yeah, keeping it a little bit simple, hoping that Kiko could maybe get the entry, just updrafting over that wall. Ping onto John, so players from SEN that were lightly anchoring the site are spotted out, and now this deeper high tide is just going to bide some time for NRG to get posted up. Positions a little bit more forward, but ultimately they can't go any further than back pyramids. It's going to come down to the crossfires. Yeah. Let's see if Cortezia can maybe get in position to get that Viper's hit down on the spike.
In the context of the round, the high tide was pretty early though, and now that's not a factor for the attack side. Kiko concerned, now stunned up into the smoke is Jerwin, and he sprays him down. Looking good so far for Sentinels. Really wresting this control back, and Cortez shouldn't have won that one out, but Ethan flabs the shot, and Brock's going to be forced on away. Another nice retake, this time with guns against guns by Sentinels.
Jerwin sweating down to 4 HP in the molly to get that defuse, but a great retake from SEN. NRG, they're just not able to get much forward space. There isn't a big reflank coming, no kind of backstab, and so SEN are just able to work their way right back in forward with all of their util. I mean, sure, maybe some of the kills go a different way, maybe if Ethan connects that one, but even still, it feels like he's just going to get traded onto, right? Like, so much more space for SEN to work with. Bonkar is feeling frustrated.
Well, that's about as good as it gets for NRG in terms of getting an A side executed.
Yeah, it's just get the spike down and then what, right? Like on that last round, they have the Reckoning for the post plant. All right, that's something big, but there, it's just nothing to work with.
Null command here for a fast hit to A, but all of Sentinel's base he's playing clear of this.
Right back in, it feels like, hey, we're getting the spike down. Let's just have a better post plant this time.
Yeah. Let's scrutinize this retake, though. Jerwin, uncomfortable.
He is cooked in that corner.
That is big.
And now NRG are taking more forward space off a deeper high tide. That's the adjustment from the previous round. Even with this ore being thrown up to control deeper space. I like this from NRG.
Saw this deeper high tide on round 5 as well. It did look annoying to play into, but it will not last forever. It's now expired. Redux, though, stunned out by that Harbor util. Contingency can't be made use of. Kiko trying to play ahead of it and gets the double tap, but that's going to be refreshed here for Redux. It's tough to fight into this now. The ISO out of the game. Redux brought down by Marta. Here's the Reckoning that he's dodged away from. Ethan deftly sidesteps it. And Jonah's going to be able to get into the site. There's going to be coverage here from A main though as well. And a late flank from Scuba. NRG have got everything they need now to win this round. But John gets it to half and then it's cut to size.
Good setup from NRG. Yeah, that genuinely was just, wait, well, we're getting the site for free. We got the spike down. Let's just set up our post plant in a more effective way. Let's get more space. They have that poison orbs thrown down deeper as well, so Kiko has that to play around on top of the high tide. When it goes down, that can go up. He can sit in there with the shorty, try to work around it, navigate for some kills.
Felt like they fought, deeper with that high tide and didn't overextend as well. I think that early kill on Jerwin is pretty massive.
Yeah, the Jerwin catches the first domino. That just sets it all up beautifully for NRG.
We just slam A until the cows come home. Looks like it might be a split variant or even a play up mid, but notice that Spike is being carried here, straight into the middle part of the map, and Isa on B.
Yeah, NRG just work right into that cove, 3-2-1 pop out, but Jerwin is on the line from tunnel. Finally, this off is coming into play. Cortez on that tight angle, doesn't go down.
Really no damage off that exchange. Jerwin is posted up and remains so. And now that Spike doesn't really have anywhere to go, there's no foothold on A at all. And I don't know what the B main presence for NRG was supposed to achieve, but they're also pulling off that line.
And they can't just work back into the A main hit if they want. Maybe try to split through as well. Brock still at least has the recon to try and re-clear A main. They can pop out of this with the one flash that Ethan has.
No undercut, which is a decent case for grouping up here.
Yeah, and there's that flash, there's the wall, and the smoke for the cross.
The high tide comes down before the plant, well before the plant, though.
Look at Redux there. He doesn't commit to trying to fight at all. He just gets right out, doubles up with John, 5-on-4. Let's just play this retake. Jerwin has the ult to get back in.
Redux is forced forward there by that snake fire, but he's good for it, ready to throw down! Mata and Ethan just dashed aside. Brock once again fighting on his lonesome. And the SEN numbers are overwhelming.
That's a snappy little sick 2K from Redux. The adjustment, little movement sidestep onto the second. It's just some great mechanical gameplay from the man who's just looked like the best in the server across both maps. And also just playing the earlier portion of the round intelligently as well. He's posted up deeper towards Pyramid and A main, and then he circles back, doubles up with his teammate.
And then it's a screen. Around there's no emotion.
I don't believe you.
It's just that easy, man.
These rounds, though, rise and fall on that first kill that German always seems to be involved in. That old pick down mid was instrumental in round number 8. Still 3 rounds left in the half. Chance for NRG, 4 rather, to build their way back in.
And the adjustment this time is to have Jerwin op over on A. So you'll see if NRG try to hit into this, he can take that shot. And because Sen have 3 players there, because he has his ultimate to work with, they can throw up that wall for the actual like aggro fight defense. And Jerwin can just run around with his ult trying to get kills on these NRG players.
Okay, they're going to flash Kiko in immediately. Jerwin going to have to fast lane for his own safety. But oh, with a ping! It's huge! So much info to play off that, but Kiko's already gotten deep enough here to punish. And now it's just Jonah P left stood here. Brock clears him out.
I felt like Sen were really set up for success there, but oh my god. Crazy kill from Cortezia. Spike now just going down. Scuba has to adjust the plant position to tuck in there safely.
NRG don't know that there are 2 players here. They're still worried about a flank through mid. There's an opportunity here that Sen can really just like double swing into one of these angles and turn into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, they still just have no idea where Redux is at.
Oh, they're just going to get in for free. There's a Viper's Pit here for Cortezia. Is there an opportunity to deploy that? All util here for Redux. Undercut into the back corner. Scuba dealt with it. It's actually Ethan going down first. Here's Cortez moving up. He can clear corners, but didn't quite get there in time. Now the noise being made. Contingency thrown out. You're just going to push through this. NRG. That's an important round to find here.
I like the attempt, but NRG played that well to close it out. Good hit onto the site. I really thought Sen were going to be set up there to succeed. Having 3 players, Jerwin can take the shot. He can switch over to the Neon ult, but he just gets stunned up, caught. His wall is super awkward. No one is able to break that recon for him. I think some of the other walls were just...
Both teams get mass recon.
Yeah, we're just kind of covering up where it actually landed. No one able to break it. Just a lot of disruption. As that recon is going in as well, there's like the Hunter's Fury. There's just too much. They're overstimulated. There's too much going on to actually help Jerwin effectively there.
Aldrone into A. This time center pulled right off the site. They're going to look to re-clear mid here with a drone of their own. They're going to see absolutely nothing. This might still pull John across to Crow's Nest in case there's a push out of elbow, which is definitely what's afoot here.
And Jerwin not able to purchase an operator into this round, by the way. The economy for Sen is absolutely slipped to effectively nothing. Jonah, the only one cash reserves as the hit is going to go in to be as Cortezia and Redux on the anchor.
What
That's
a catch!
The first.
Got 2 players with that undercut. It's able to deal with Scuba easily enough, but Kiko is in amongst
and
it.
Sen are trying to flood. They're trying to help Cortez back here, but it goes down to Kiko.
Uncharacteristic. Normally Cortez locks it down on this anchor position. Now John is sat around this corner. Jerwin to the rescue though. Overdrive at the ready, and John is going to make use of the ruckus that he's caused. Jerwin scoops up a freebie and Sentinels explode back into the round.
He's looking casual with it. That was a sick adjustment from John to get that second little upper left mouse flick. Brock got destroyed. Lovely little flood. Again, hey man, that's what happens when you hit the Cortez Redux site. Like, it's not happening. It's a brick wall. But credit to the rest of the team for being able to get there so fast. Jerwin is in a position playing like back on A, whereas a Neon, yeah, he can rotate all the way across to get there in time and support while the action is still happening.
Ridiculous. Fast hit here for NRG towards the B side.
You got straight B pop and nobody home, but there is going to be a kill contract for the retake.
Could be pretty big, but there's a Viper's Pit in play as well. It's a try to kill there, Ethan falls.
Well, Redux 0 for 1. He's going to need to get this so the team can succeed at the retake. Would have loved to have gotten the Viper, but it's Brock in the 1v1.
We'll have to settle here for the Sova, who had the util to spend afterwards.
Well fought.
Redux still here, ready to fight. Contingency can get them into the B side now, but the Viper's Pit's still a bit of a problem. Here's a Reckoning now. Headed over towards Tunnel.
Not doing much. Everyone's coming from main, and the high tide is just giving them a safe little entryway into the site, but time really is starting to dwindle from the clock.
It keeps Jerwin out. That is the one upside here, but he's still able to find Kiko one way or another. Scuba's going to be an absolute rat here, but he gets dug out. Sentinels in on the defuse now for an 8-round defense side.
They are looking phenomenal on this map. Ewok not lying when he said that they have just been drilling their breeze into the ground in Prac. It is showing. Redux, little stunning shot there. Made it look so easy.
The Reckoning looked a little bit awkward getting thrown out there.
SEN just completely circumvented by calling to go for the retake with the majority of the pack through main. High tide to get out. It covers up the pit. They're out safely. The Reckoning is just sent it Jerwin. It really just doesn't end up being effective.
He still kills Kiko. He just plays around the edge.
They just do a great job of entirely maneuvering around it.
And that was about as good as it gets for NRG. It's like a fast hit to B. They had control of the side. They're just going to carbon copy run it back again here. Just with worse weaponry.
They're going to get in. It's all for free. 5-on-5 retake.
I mean, free? They just all the walls.
I'm looking at Jonah. I'm looking at John. The two of them have one orb, just one orb away to get their ults online for this retake. So that could be really significant. There's not going to be any ults here for NRG whatsoever. They're not able to get any forward space in the site. They have to be concerned about getting pressed from every single lane right now.
This is SEN starting from zero to build a retake from scratch. 3 players towards Tunnel. Now they're starting to encroach. High tide is going to cover off the B main direction. Oh, Jerwin slips on in there. Kiko didn't know what hit him. Ethan now looking uncomfortable. Hit with that undercut contingency.
They're just divided, man. They can't support each other.
Sights cut up, and Jerwin is going to make mincemeat of them. Sentinels look absolutely dominant on this defense side. Make it 9 rounds headed into the half.
SEN on the B retakes are just executing them exactly as they've drawn them up, and NRG are just really playing into their hands here. SEN are looking fantastic on this defense side. NRG go from winning out an attack at 12-0 to only getting 3 rounds.
We got 9 on this side? I'm so freaking happy.
Again, last time NRG on this map, 12-0 flawless on attack to only getting 3 rounds here against Sentinels.
Now time to head to a break here. A dominant showing for Sentinels to start this half to make their case for a 3rd map. Don't go too far, more of Breeze waits around the corner.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Now, as we get this second half underway, hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. It's 2025, start of the season. Youngster out of Brazil looks to hit the stage in VCT Americas on MIBR squad. The rumors are he's sharp, snappy. He looks happy to be here, but nervous, a little restrained. Fast forward a year, and this guy is the life of the party. The beating heart of this team, and man, he is a brutal opponent to fight in those anchoring scenarios. Cortesia
very pleased about a 9-3 result, and you can't blame him. This is stunning from Sentinels, and he's been a big part of their success.
You just do not want to allow Cortesia to have a Viper map. He is way too good on this agent, and Redux just across the board today. Fracture, even in the defeat, and Bree so far has just been putting up an outrageous duelist performance. He is the real deal. We've been waiting to see him in VCT for years, and the wait was worth it. He's definitely, as advertised, he lived up to the hype that began, what, like 2023?
Yep.
And he's still got it. He's even better than he was then, so.
Yeah, honestly molded into a bit of a leader, someone who's more flexible, more dynamic from that academy system. Notably, of course, Sentinels Academy.
SEN make their way out onto this A site with a high tide going up. Their comp definitely more brawly with this ISO in the mix, fighting close range. They're going to have to be concerned about dealing with Ethan's pop flashes coming through some of these walls when NRG are back on the retakes. Here comes their own high tide, cutting off the players in main and Cubby from the ones who are going to be entrenched on the site.
Oh, Kiko sees him slip past. That's an important kill, but can it be capitalized on? NRG now starting to get frenzied as they work towards the site. That's another for Kiko. Stacking them up. And now you're uncomfortable for Sentinels. You're backed into a corner, but that's where you fight best. It's Cortesia and Jerwin now. Coming to the fore. Out in the open, though, it's Brock trying to gun them down. Cortesia in the 1 versus 2. Can't quite get there.
Brock with that Sheriff on the pistol rounds feels like he's always going to be good for it. NRG succeed on the retake. And it's really, though, all about Kiko on that flank. Just gets a really nice little timed swing, waiting for the rotate from Jonah P to get back in main, catches him completely unaware. And then the little movement swing out. One tap on a John was just so crazy. Kiko definitely keeps NRG in the game here. His jet has been great.
In fairness, it's like a 50% pistol win rate for NRG. They've been solid. Won't take anything away from them here, but now they've really got to hit the ground running in the second half. Outlaw buy up for Kiko already.
And it's a zero investment for SEN. They get the orb, and they'd be happy to just get the spike down. Maybe try and get another orb or spike down for Redux. Get him close to the kill contract. He is the one player in the server that is already really close to an ult, so that's something they can try to play to in the next round.
Suffice to say,
crosshair
placement is broken.
Oh, by the way, it's John back here. He's the one with the spike. So
Yeah, how patient, though, is Kiko expected to be here? He has eyes for 8. They are going to sell a fake.
They're trying to orb max with Redux. They were just waiting for the Cove to get thrown out over on the B side of the map. And NRG, they definitely know what's going on. It's seeing the orb count going up.
They're picking a 3-man up mid. There's no one here to cover Marta at all. He's so alone in this position, except the Crow's Nest, though. In fairness, Brock is there. Marta's getting ready for it, though. He hears all of this. Double tap got broken on his way across. Marta's able to find 2. Now the wheels start to fall off the bus here for Sentinels.
Last player standing.
Marta,
Down mid.
he'll notch up 3 here in the middle part of the map, and Jonah will stand and deliver.
That's a win for SEN. They get a kill. They get Redux's ult. They get him 3 orbs in that round total. From collecting both, he goes down, so that's a big W for them. And now they can run some kind of big set exec with that, or if they don't have a situation to use it on the actual hit, use it in the post plant when someone is trying to tap the spike, just take them away into the kill contract, 1v1.
I think what we don't see is Brock breaking the double tap shield as Redux crosses there. Could have gone slightly differently if not. Kill contract though, ready for the man himself. How's he done that?
Standing ahead.
All right, running up mid, super fast, A split, kill contract is going to get one. That's Ethan out of the mix. It's
Ethan won last time, dangerous. Redux, this time gets him. And he'll be fighting fit as soon as he gets himself out of the pocket dimension. Marta here on the site.
Tried to fully commit to this. They've expended their high tide here. They're not out into the site, and NRG have rotated. They've got 3 players ready to go, but even they at this point are concerned that SEN could be getting elsewhere with the main hit. They've fully rotated off. They've given this site. The noise cut has kind of broken their brains. That's a great kill for Marta to find, though.
This is a very NRG-coded dead stop by Sentinels. The same thing their opponents like to do to them in the mid-round. Marta finding that kill out of mid-door, that's big.
Yeah, They just have to wait for that charge on the Viper wall to go back up. But they're concerned about actually walking out into the site. Spam from Mata just keeps them very hesitant. And in this moment as well, Jonah doesn't have the reset yet on his recon. They'd love to have that, and not having it in that moment is pretty scary. So they end up just waiting for it. With 30 seconds on the clock, they're going to make a full rotate over towards this B side, where the pressure is going to be on Kiko. He's holding the off angle with this Outlaw. Can he get the catch? There are two
players
people
have full armor.
Yeah, too light.
Here's the cross. Coming in, it's Redux first up. Eventually Kiko's going to be outdone.
John is down to 10 HP as well.
Yeah, damage done. The kill for Kiko. Some time bought. Sentinels, though, in the last gasps of the round, are going to be able to get this plant in place.
Look at Cortez. He is the linchpin of the round win here for Sen. He is just lurking in mid. Gonna bide his time in tunnel. Problem is Spike is not exactly planted in the best spot for him. He'll still have to work forward, but maybe a backstab kill and just living and distracting could be enough for the rest of the players to work off of.
This wall comes down at a pretty interesting moment. Here NRG just perched out in the open on the side. They hear the shots coming in from Cortezia. He's going to try and gain some ground. Push up. Cove now is going to be in play. Scuba with the spray through it. Here comes Mata. There's no way you're ready for this. And Cortez has his head ripped clean off. It's on Jonah now, but 3 players swarming this DP's location. One is not enough.
They were so weak. And with time that low, a real chance for Jonah to clutch again in this series. Had a couple of them back on Fracture. But NRG, despite losing a player immediately, just wrangle that round back. Mata getting the catch onto Jerwin. And then keeping Sen at bay from trying to execute into that A site in the mid-round. They pivot back to B, and that's right into Kiko's waiting arms.
Yeah. Nice, nice.
Yes, also yeah.
That was a kill contract spent by Redux in that round. It was a bonus here for NRG, and it wasn't the perfect buy, but it's a round that Sentinels really wanted to win if they wanted to keep that momentum up. Now, of course, they are still in a position to wield some decent weaponry. Mata has that Reckoning available now.
I do like this timeout call moment from Ewok for sure. This is similar to what happened on Fracture, where Sen are in a pivotal round, they lose it. On Fracture, it was them getting ecoed after they won the pistol. Here, it's they're up 5-4 on an anti-bonus, and then they get bonused. You don't want things to just completely spin out of control like they did when they had that huge lead on map 1, right? So try to get into the mix now. I mean,
he's barking.
Bonkar's
literally barking.
But meanwhile, Ewok, dead serious. But I get it. They have the lead again. They cannot afford to squander it again, or their stage 1 is over. This is such a crucial buy.
You're up against a team who's going to punish you for taking your foot off the gas.
And they're up against a team that also has a Reckoning on this round, so they can absolutely just play to a big Harbor retake, as is the America's way on Breeze right now.
Watch out. This is a force round. There's 4 half armors on the field. So how do you shut down Kiko's lines? Don't show your leg, I guess, is the only answer.
At least now they have the info on where that Outlaw is placed, right? So it's just trying to work out of a main, but that's not going to happen when 3 of you are delayed by the suppress.
Big info. The Viper wasn't caught in the 0 point, but they still didn't want to take the risk, of course. Having your Neon suppressed is no bueno.
Center on the rotate off. They have to be worried about this Outlaw watching the cross on mid again.
Brock feels like he's probably seen enough here. They're going to get the Harbor up on the line.
Good for the trade. I'll take that trade all day if I'm Sen.
100%.
Hey, sucks we lost our Sova, our recon, all that to get in, but we don't have to deal with the Reckoning. Oh man, Scuba with the first.
Redux able to get through though. The contingency comes up just a second too late.
Still, no one is able to actually help Scuba on this site. He is alone, but they need to deal with him immediately, and they just can't do it.
Johnny is down. That's a spike loose as well. Only just Redux wins it out, but there's a trade there. Brock has finally arrived. The spike's loose in main. Sentinels forced into this round. It was a risk, a gambit. The deck was stacked against them. And now Cortezia at 14-8 has to pull off a dirty 1v2 to pay this theory off.
20 seconds. He's going to run away. He's just sending it to the A site. He is going to be able to get in there. NRG, they just want to stay doubled up, of course. I mean, by the time it gets to a situation where the spike is down, all that, Brock should have his recon back. Ethan still has the 0 points to work with as well, right? So they can definitely expend those tools to just spot out Cortezia's position.
Trying to play a 1v2 against 2 scan initiators is brutal.
Cortezia is just trying to maneuver into somewhere where NRG would at least expect him to be. He's pressed up far more forward right now.
There goes the 0 point. This is not going to spot Cortezia, but this is eliminating possibilities. Ethan, okay. The swing trade wasn't needed. We're on our feet here. NRG have done it. Sentinels throw caution to the wind and force into that round. It doesn't work.
Yeah, at least the loss bonus is at max, and they got the spike down, so they'll be able to put together another solid buy. Scuba with that first kill. No one able to swing for the instant trade is unfortunate. It's allowed enough time to just keep working himself on that site into another 1v1 that he wins. Listen, Ethan isn't putting up the crazy numbers in the server right now, but he had some impactful utility so far on this half. Really important suppresses coming through, and there just wins out a high-impact duel against Cortezia to seal that round away.
Kiko was controlled pretty well in that round. That Outlaw didn't get much done.
So SEN looks like they're just going to throw together barely even a semi-buy. I mean, it's just
still Chico?
5 sheriffs.
Kiko, yeah, dangerous. That near sighting. It's going to force him back. Joe, and those suffers the same kiss of the ocean.
Counter Sun just pushes him away. Pivot into the B site. Hit is coming right now. High Tide is up. Scuba is isolated from the rest of the team. Ethan's with the spray. Just gets the first, though.
Can Scuba do it yet again? The timing is pretty good, but he misses the shot. John waiting for him this time. Still not able to get the better of him. Ethan was there. Marta locked it down. And Cortezia. Again, this is Sheriff. Buy-in. And really, he is insanely trapped. The makings of a flawless round at work here. Might find Kiko, though. That'll happen. Brock, though, ready to pick up the slack. And now, the lead has been shrunk to a single round after a 9-3 halftime score.
Yeah, with the 5 sheriffs trying to dive onto the anchor, just not ideal. NRG are also able to just flood in together so fast. Ethan gets the first spray kill. They push through the wall off the flash. That is the nice thing about running the KO on this comp. You can flood pretty effectively with the pop flashes through the walls, whereas some of the other comps that people are running, they don't have the same ability.
They have a Sky, maybe, at best?
Well, yeah, if you're one team out of like the globe, yeah. I mean, or if you're under Thieves with the Phoenix. But yeah, it's just one additional thing that NRG can do on this map a little bit more effectively. Here comes that Huntress Fury. Counter Reckoning from the defense to just keep SEN stuffed in this choke.
Oh, Joe and he's boned. Nothing you can do about that. Marta with the Reckoning. He's going to walk into one of his own and doesn't seem to care. He'll play up in this corner anyway. Hoping that he's conditioned his opponents not to expect him to be so tight to them. John knows ready for it.
Mata was just tucked back like the entire time. Is anyone going to reveal themselves to Kiko? Patient on this line right now. Dash going to expire.
Brock, though.
Yeah, he pushes forward with the op watching his back.
Is he going to be followed up, though, as he hits into the back of the site? This Aldrone is nice timing, but they can't push ahead of it. Brock now shoulder peeks and overextends.
Look at Scuba in main. This flank timing. Make or break for NRG on this round.
Surely they're going to watch for it. You saw the look in that direction by Jonah P, but it's Kiko.
John's just uncomfortable. He's walking forward. He's caught.
Kiko just trying to keep them busy, keep them interested. Obscure the fact that Scuba's coming in, but time is getting short here. They're going to double him up. That's Kiko down. Scuba doesn't really have the time to fend off 2 assailants and defuse, and so Sentinels, amidst the debris, they cobble together an important round to keep them ahead.
Stunning little kill in the midst of everything that was happening from John. Just turns on Mata, who is so patient, backside. That's a round-defining kill. And then in the end there, Jonah and Redux are doubling up. Just isolating each player one at a time to get those kills. Desperately needed round for SEN.
I need a gun.
Maintaining the lead just barely.
Still, some extra cash left over for NRG means they can simply run this back. They've got the Hunter's Fury this time. An early Viper's Pit here in the B main.
And they had a lot of players still with it on B, thinking that it was possible Redux could just try to take the Viper away and they'd execute off the back of it so they'd have a bunch of people ready to go. But no, it's just the A site that SEN will be working their way into, keeping it simple. Cortezia has the Viper's Pit of his own for this post plant. Redux no longer with the shield, but he still has the kill contract for a late moment in this round to try and get the win.
Hunter's Fury here to try and clear this Viper's Pit out, but for how long can you do that? It's been used to very limited effect, and so
We'll see. See a walk back in.
Look at the map right now. Only Jerwin in right now. 1v1 against Kiko. Redux 2 for 1 in these kill contracts.
This is a big ask. Kiko dangerous to Sainer, but Redux wins it out yet again. And now, Sen, buoyed in confidence by that moment, could go ham on the site. Jerwin sprays through. It's 2 down. Now Scuba, he and Brock have to put this together. Instead, they decide to call a cancel. There's nothing to be done.
Just no way. Sen just setting Jerwin up as the lone man to play in the pit to try to disrupt, get kills when NRG are forcing their way back into it after the kill contract is used. Redux 3 for 1 now. Shot in there was so sick to delete Kiko. And then the rest of Sen, they can just relax back in main. And with all of that going on, with the bit of the delay from the kill contract, with Jerwin fighting forward, getting kills, they can just bide their time and wait to all spam together in the pit.
And you can watch that self-belief start to be exuded here.
NRG had a whole idea on B as to how they wanted that round to play out, and it did not come to fruition. They were forced into a super uncomfortable full retake on that A side.
And it's the usual suspects here for Sentinels. Jerwin is amongst it, inside the pit. It's Redux with a kill contract that picks out the enemy duelist and ends around early for Kiko. And now the realization, they are well positioned to hand the current world champions a fat L on Breeze and send us to Lotus for a decider.
We're looking at back-to-back top frag maps from Redux. This has been, I think, the best series probably of his VCT career so far in this year in the Partnership League. He is putting on a hell of a performance when this team have needed him most.
Feels like he's genetically engineered through the challenges process for games like these. He has not batted an eyelid, not shied away even once.
I mean, imagine being him last year on Qbert, damn near 3rd year playing with Scuba. He gets poached by NRG midway through the Challengers year. Your team is looking good, then he wins Champs. And then now it's finally your turn to get into the Partnership League, the real VCT main league, and he is making the most of it right now. Center just looking to get into A again. It's that deep recon to clear out back right of sight. Jerwin going to take all of that space. And Cortezio watching from bottom mid. 1 for 1, he'll take it. That was looking really, really sus.
Importantly, Ethan's still standing though, so there's a null command for a retake attempt. Could be a little bit longer though. Ethan just, okay, a little bit, felt a little bit solo there, but just going to be sprayed down. That's such a high value kill for Jerwin to find.
And this time from Sen, look at Jonah. He's on this rewrap coming from mid as well. Layers, different layers on this post-plant setup for Sen to work with.
And Jerwin looks comfortable. He really doesn't look like he's threatened all that much. Marta dealt with Redux, so look how close up on pillars they are. They're not ready for the timing. Jerwin is overwhelmed by Marta in his proximity. Shock dart attempt here now out in the open. It's Kiko, slaps Jonah down. That's the flank neutralized. And NRG sneak it back to a 2-round game.
Oh, that's a horrific little timing for Jonah to find. Just switches to the shock dart right as Kiko is showing himself in front of him. So he's not able to collect that free kill. And with Jerwin just entrenched on site there, dealing with looking at the cove in front and knowing that someone could be wrapping around that wall on the left because his crossfire angle is now cut off with his teammate in main. He couldn't get any help. So you see him just wildly snapping back and forth, just hoping that he's going to hit the timing when they peek him. But like, what are the odds that that's going to happen? It's just so difficult to manage that situation.
That was a really costly round for NRG, though. They've got to be careful about their spending here. Brock's only sitting on a shorty.
Center all the way up into A again. They just have it really, or rather Jerwin positioned really deep.
Jerwin's able to get the fast lane up before he's suppressed, but he doesn't have the burst of pace that he would like in that situation. Now command on the retake against a Neon Comp is a powerful tool indeed. Yeah, so here come NRG now. 0 Point also pings out 3 players, Wyatt.
Now Brock has gotten himself a rifle, so all good on what was happening there. And Redux is caught in the cubby. I don't know if anyone can really help him. They cannot. They are just smoked off, cut off in main. He goes down isolated. Center trying to make the run back towards this B side, but Mata wants to cut them off. This is the off angle that Kiko used to destroy them in this same situation earlier this half.
Cortez is good though. He's better, in fact.
All right, this site is open. There's a chance that if John gets the spike down, he'll have the reckoning as well.
Tentative though, from Sentinels getting into this B site, aware of players that could be embedded.
They haven't seen Scuba, I guess.
And because they have to be apprehensive, it's allowing NRG all of this time to gather up at the arches. Do they want to accelerate in while the spike is going down before the Reckoning is an option? They really can't. Here comes that ult from John. Pivotal moment in the round.
Dodged away from by everybody but Brock here. So NRG still have a foothold on this side. Ethan has to whip around there. At least it can be traded out.
He thought he got it and he turned.
It's John now. In the post plant, Kiko might have spotted him out there. It's unclear. Yes, they're doubled up. NRG waiting for him, but John does not have to move. He's not under any pressure. He can bide his time. They may not know where he's repositioned. John has an opportunity to descend upon them here, but it's not planted for him. Around the corner, Brock shuts him down. A must-win round in the game for NRG. It's a squeaker, but they get there.
Yeah, they are beginning to clutch out these scrappy late-round post-plant situations. As NRG are just clawing towards tying up this game at 11.
I mean, this is the Merriam-Webster definition of scrappy. This retake here for the defenders.
They're getting uncomfortably close for Sen, for Ewok, so that's going to be his other timeout now used at a pivotal moment in the game. The Sentinels' economy is pretty broken right now. They can put together a semi-buy. They have 3 players with money, 2 are broke. Last time on one of these rounds, they went for like the 5 Sheriff buy, which is interesting to have when you have the Neon running around as well with the Sheriff. You'd expect like the Bucky or something, right?
Can you just build around like the Neon ultimate here?
They could
just
also
to hit a site.
They could try to go for, well, yeah, I mean, they do have the Neon on. If they really want to try and send a serious buy together and play around that, they could.
Just give Joe nothing.
How risky do you want to take it, right?
A 1-round buffer, and their opponent's 3 rounds away from knocking them out of playoff contention. Probably not too much, but this is where we're going to start to see Ewok's colors as a coach. I mean, anybody who's been able to keep a white-knuckled grip on the reins of players like Jemkin should be able to find an edge here.
All right, Sentinels heading into this round. They are going for a pretty light-ish buy. I mean, it's really weird. John is down to 250 with the Stinger. Jerwin is obviously going to use that all. Jonah with just the Guardian here. So they're kind of forcing with what they can. Let's see what the plan is. They are grouped up towards A, but this time looking like they want to go for the split. Jerwin is just sending it through doors. Ethan could absolutely get caught here. He's stuck in the site. He's trapped, but he's just narrowly going to get past that wall.
Yeah, clever from Jerwin not to play main. The suppression would have stopped him in his tracks. The 0 point did hit.
And so this deep high tied up, yeah, it posts up Jerwin close, but he just popped his ult. He has nothing to work with. He's got a classic and a light armor.
Yeah, he's in a dangerous spot, but he's going to have to commit now. Here's a Reckoning to clear out that orange position. Jerwin affected by it, but Jonah P's able to find Kiko in the background. Marta hasn't quite been able to wrap around and get Jerwin. There's Brock dealing with him. Sentinels keeping their heads down for the time being. Here's that deep wall for the retake.
Redux isolated in the site because of it. What can he accomplish? He is alone.
Flashed away, but making a lot of noise, and Marta's able to bring him down. John inside the cove, can't find value off the Stinger. Jonah has to play post plant here. This is uncomfortable as Brock notches a 3rd. It's on Jonah, and it's not enough. Step into the Brocktagon, and you'll regret it. NRG, even the game.
Jonah finds that great kill on the flank with Kiko wrapping behind, but with the only player pressed up front, Jerwin only with a classic. No one can really fight off of him either. He is just fully isolated. Goes down with a whimper.
Can we win? Can we win? Come on!
And the rest of the team, man, they're just all caught in main. It's this situation we keep seeing on Breeze.
Wait, what?
Wait, why is Cubert in that room?
Well, I mean...
Wait.
I'm not really sure.
Wait a second.
Has he been abducted?
Yeah, well...
Okay, you know what? We're going to move on.
Yeah, anyway. This is an important game, I've heard. That moment wouldn't have you believing it, but
broke my immersion.
This is actually for the last spot in the playoffs. Someone's being eliminated. Just quick reminder: Center heading into this site.
Redux to steal that ultimate here. This is a little bit dangerous. Ethan did play that 0 point, suppressing Jerwin briefly, so he can't get as deep as he would like to. And a very early high-tide retake wall for NRG. They're carved to pocket out of the back of the A side. They're daring Sentinels to push through.
Ethan caught in that kill contract. Round 3 between these two.
Double tap active, broken already. Ethan ready for the fight, and he wins it! That could be the straw that breaks the camel's back! Sentinels down to 3, and they're not really in the sight. Jerwin is close. Up front and personal here for Ethan, but bro's not taking any risks.
And Brock is just isolated, though. No one able to assist. Hunter's Fury. Jerwin is in, but 3 players staring his way. John able to get that one trade. Now he's isolated. He needs help from Jonah, who's stuck behind this cove. Ethan, low HP. They've spotted him out.
Here's the late wrap coming through mid as well. Scuba could be a wrinkle in this plan that SEN are not prepared for.
Yeah, he's apprehensive that they could have left, but they're not. They're committing to this. 2 versus 3 on the site. John low HP trying to wrap back Pyramid as Scuba gets in the mix. Everyone from NRG here. They're ready to fight. And SEN are just trapped back site. They have no space to work with.
Back to back is the way SEN are going to go. It's the way they came into the round. Jonah traded out. It's going to be John with 31 health. John to do it all. Surely not Scuba. He's done it. The mastermind.
What?
Pulls off the unthinkable. The Red Bull clutch to put SEN on map points. Soak it in. This is what championship pedigree looks like in the making. John wins the unwinnable.
Oh my God. That is one of the craziest plays of the year. Bonko cannot believe that.
Standing ahead.
How do SEN close it out, though?
Money for NRG, plenty to spend.
Listen, that one gets the adrenaline going, but it's time to rein it back in. They need one more round. NRG can still bring this to OT. SEN, they need to close it out after a play like that.
Jerwin is deep. They don't know he's so far in. He's going to have a timing. He got past the 0 point. This is massive.
Wow, and he wants more, and he's got it.
2 for Jerwin. He's stacking them up. And Scuba and Marta, the last standing, in no position to really do much about this. Look at the mid-presence here for Sentinels. They have the map locked. Marta biding his time, sees a bit of Jerwin. He's tapped up, slide comes in, and he still wins it out. Scuba also finds success in mid. It's all on him, though. And he's a long way from the action.
And I'm sweating just watching these 1v1s being taken.
He's got a snake bite. Can he find the right use for this? We might see an adjustment of plant location, and a Viper's Pit comes down. Cortese will play the fringes of it. That's a spike deployed.
Into the deep.
Jeez, they've got everything. Kitchen sink thrown alongside the Reckoning. The Scuba is well clear of it. Into the edge of the pit. Knows he's got to dig deep. 3 players patrolling the edges of this Viper Pit. And Scuba will emerge very low due to the decay. How do you fight your way out of this situation? SEN giving no openings. Not making any mistakes. And Scuba now has to reveal himself, make some noise, and just go for it. It's not enough! Ladies and gentlemen, you deserve a series that goes all the way. The final playoff spot here in Stage 1 remains on the line as Sentinels take Breeze.
Both teams come into this with a similar style, playing with the Harbors, but SEN are just a little bit better. Redux was a little bit better. Cortesia had a stunning map as well. John's clutch is what really seals that victory for them. Unbelievable scenes on Breeze here. Lotus going to be that 3rd deciding map. Wouldn't have it any other way for the last spot in playoffs between the world champions and one of the most storied organizations in the history of VALORANT esports.
Who somehow keep living up to the expectations. They never get any lower. Always demanding excellence are these Sentinels fans, and they are getting it in spades. Now, guys, now we are really gaming. You're going to have to stick around. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, our analysts are going to get us ready for Map 3 with the last playoff spot on the line in the last match of Stage 1. You'd be insane if you walked away.
What's up? It's NRG Mata, and that's Scuba, and today we're going to be doing Trivia Face-Off. Gotta say who the runner-up is at each of these finals.
Alright, first one, VCT Americas Kickoff 2025.
The runner-up? How does that work? So
Second place, right? Second place.
Second? That's G2, right? Because they were like the second seed. So is that what I'm thinking? But like MIBR.
That's your guess. Wait, hold on, that's your guess?
But like, isn't it like MIBR too though? You know what I mean? Because like they didn't make it, but they were like the runner-up. This year. Oh, 25.
Oh, well, he already guessed something,
I'm
so
slow now.
I'm ready to guess actually.
Do it again. Do it again.
Okay.
All right, you know what? Go ahead, man. You take it away.
Actually, I don't even know who it is because I know G2 got the 3-peat.
It was didn't Sentinels?
Oh, so Sentinels is the runner-up then. I'll take the first point, bro. Thank you very much. Like, okay, nice.
Sentinels. That was I gave him an assist. All right, man. 2024, Stage 1. Who was runner-up?
2024. Who was good in 2024?
I'm not gonna say anything anymore. I'm thinking in my head.
You can help me out. You can help me out a little bit.
Thinking in my head now.
2025 is when Sentinels won Madrid, right? Come on, bro. Come on. You can help me. Like, all right.
I'll give you a hint. It was after Madrid. It was after Madrid.
Oh, that's after Madrid, Stage 1?
So what was the event before after Shanghai, right? Shanghai was after Madrid.
Yep.
So it's got to be either G2.
I didn't even guess yet. You're actually helping me?
Oh, I know who it was. Oh,
okay.
I got my answer. It's G2.
You didn't even let me guess.
All right, go ahead, guess.
G2. That's
a point for me.
You didn't let me guess.
That's a point for me.
You didn't let me guess.
If that's how we're counting points.
2-0. 2-0. All right, next up we got Masters Madrid 2024.
That was Genji. I know that one. That's an easy one.
Well played, honestly. Well played.
That's 2-1 for me, right? If we're counting 2-1 for me.
No.
All right, Masters Tokyo 2023.
Oh, wait. It's Ethan, right?
Yeah.
EG.
Yeah, EG. It's an easy one.
Let's go. 3-1.
Oh, God.
Americas 2023, man.
Americas 20, like the whole thing? Was there like a kickoff or something? Or was it just one?
They didn't have that yet.
No?
Oh, yeah. That was an update. I'm trying to help you.
Oh, I know who it was.
I know who it is.
It was Sam. It was NRG.
What? How did you actually know that?
I remember. I watched that back in the document, like the video that you linked in Santiago.
Oh, actually?
Yeah.
What? I thought it was Loud or something like that.
No, they won it.
They won it. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Lock in the first event. Lock in.
Fnatic.
You're sure about that? All right. It was Loud.
All right, 3-3, bro. You know what? You can have a pity point.
That's 4-2 if we're counting normal points.
It's 3-3. It's 3-3. Is there a tiebreaker round?
We can call it a tie, I guess.
Tiebreaker.
Is there a tiebreaker? Can we get a tiebreaker?
You know what? Good game, man.
You know what?
Good game, bro.
It's been a pleasure.
I think the tiebreaker is going to be them learning how the rules of games work. That will be the tiebreaker. But hey, they're good at this game, so that's the thing that we're happy about. But for this one, though, it's all about that man right there, John QT and the Sentinels, managing to force a map 3 after some damn heroics toward the tail end of that game. And it's jumping into what we saw in the action there. Cortesia as well. The man's getting active. He's getting vocal out there too. There is just a lot to be enthusiastic about the Sentinels team, but what a game we just saw.
It was incredible for that first half. Once again, they got the first pistol. They closed the half 9-3, and then things started getting a little concerning for Sentinels. They started losing round after round. I think that you were talking a little bit about how NRG was just getting all that space to work with, and for Sentinels they were struggling with it, but it just came down to some heroics in those late rounds for Musica de Sia. You see John as well in that massive round that he clutches at the end. And finally, Sentinels, they pushed us to the third one.
Yeah, it felt like we were seeing so many retakes on both halves. And every single time I was screaming, don't let NRG post-pad, because that's what they love.
Yeah.
But Sentinels, of course, winning it out, bringing it back. And Cortesia just keeping up the vibes the whole time. And his Viper, of course, it's super important, especially in those post-plants at that later half, because the Molly delay was really good. A lot of the time we saw NRG actually going into Flood retake way later after the spike was down already. So delaying for as long as possible was really good. The harbor wall, of course, to counter a lot of that. It just felt like Cortezia was one of the main reasons why they even got it that close in the first place.
Yeah, it was really cool to see Sentinels dig deep in these moments. And obviously, you know, you have the 6-man out there, the crowd really cheering them on for sure. But then you also had some other players popping off in this one too. Redux, right? This young man coming into the team here, a prospect for this Sentinels lineup. They were going to rely on him big time joining this roster, and he certainly showed up in this game and showed why he's a part of this team.
Today is the first time where we see the first 2 maps that Sentinels play have them play double duelists. This is not something that we see every single time, and for Redux, this is massive. We always highlight how good he is at being aggressive, getting that space, and with his ISO, he was able to do that. You see the impact that he had on Fracture. Unfortunately, for that map, it wasn't enough, but for Breeze, it was a key piece for them finding success and finally being able to close it out.
Yeah, consistency is something really important, and Redux doing it on the duelists, like you said, but also being able to bring that to potentially a Lotus map where maybe they're not playing that double duelist. I know, Dan, you really want to see a double duelist again, which is completely understandable because they look so good together, Redux. And it's just so hard to kind of come to understand how Redux is doing so well, consistently playing super aggressive and not faltering at all. Not a single drop in confidence when it comes to being aggressive, especially in those post plants, taking back sight every single time that he can get that opportunity to delay those retakes.
And you see Derwin as well being able to do that a lot, but I feel like Redux was a key part of that space as well that they were able to get early on. So I'm very excited to see how this third map is going to play out. Again, it all comes down to a single map to define who is going to move to playoffs, who's going to get eliminated, and we don't know what Sentinels is going to be playing. Last time that they played this map of Lotus, it was Victor still playing in the duelist, so a lot of things have changed since then, and that's why I want to see the double duelist maybe, or maybe Redux goes back to the Omen.
One other thing I just want to point out for our viewers at home, you were seeing the coaches there dueling shots for a moment there. The emotion, the way that Bonker was approaching it, you could tell the stakes are high for this one, folks, because let's not forget, this is for the final spot in stage 1. If you win this, no matter what, no matter how it unfolds, one of these teams is going to be joining us in the playoffs, and the other one is going to be watching from home. Let's find out how all this unfolds after this.
Franchises in VCT Americas history for different reasons. In fairness, for NRG, it's the whole issue of winning a world championship. For Sentinels, it's the whole issue of people expecting them to have won 3 by now. Whichever way you slice it, only one of these teams is advancing to our Stage 1 playoffs. Ergo, only one of these will have the chance to fight for a spot in London.
We're going to take a look at the agent select here. I just want to look at SEN because we've seen them once on this map and they were running Cortezia on Vito, which I was hoping to not see again. We are not seeing that. He is on the Vice, which is definitely the best Sentinel pick for this. They're leaning into the double duelist. That's going to be Jerwin and the man of the hour, Redux, who has been playing a phenomenal game today. There's so much history with him in this server, him against Scuba. If you go back to April 2023, that's when Redux was promoted to a starter on the Oxygen Challengers team and was a teammate with Scuba for then damn near 3 years after the fact, up to the point where they both get signed by Sentinel's academy team, Qbert, which Scuba is then poached from by NRG to win a world championship, all while Redux is just waiting to be eligible of age to participate in the VCT. And now they found themselves against each other in a banger series for the last spot in the playoffs of this first stage. Hopes of making London on the line for both of these teams. NRG, they were so close at running it back at Santiago. Winning champs and then finishing 3rd place is so impressive.
It's not often that you see that. The champs curse is usually to bomb out in the first global of the next year. But NRG are starting to develop a legacy that involves some real consistency. Now, it's been a rocky stage 1 for everyone in Americas, to be fair. As Cortezia said, we all have problems we need to figure out. In this last map of the series, it's a question of who can come to a solve first.
NRG are fast to work up towards C. It's a silent 4-man walk out of B from Sen. This is something that Paper-Rex actually did earlier this season, and it catches out Scuba completely. Now they want to accelerate onto this flank towards C, as the space is just acquiesced by Cortezia. That is the job of the Vice so often on this map on defense. You just delay, you live. NRG, though, they love to take this forward space.
They stick Mata on the corner.
And he goes down. Cortezia just patient, and there's an overhead.
Oh, what was the paranoia?
It completely whiffed.
Straight overhead. Cortezia able to duck it. And he finds 2 kills. He starts to pave the way for Sen on this retake now. In comes the paranoia. Ethan's starting to feel the pressure, the pinch. And Cortezia notches 3 kills.
Just offered him up, silver platter here, one at a time.
Yeah, please, take these, get started, get some momentum, some confidence.
It's going to get the headshot percentage back up for Cortezia. Not that it ever really went down. That was just one of the crazy stats he was lauded for heading into his rookie year, the headshots.
Is Kiko trying to hit the ISS?
NRG and Mata, he loves to call for his teammates to come support him on these C hits to get more space. He'll be very vocal in what he wants everyone around him to do. You can expect them to take that space. It's a necessity when you're getting the C site as an attacker on this Lotus map.
He asks for the God Smoke in halls there. They're one way on the corner to post him up.
They went for just a little bit too much there. And Cortezia punishes them with some snappy shooting. Gets Sen out to this early lead, and now they've got rubble control. And with it, they can pivot back towards the other sides of the map.
They'll be looking closely at NRG to reset some of these rounds to try and invite mistakes.
You can look at Cortezia's game plan right now. It's wall on B for the team. If they hit C, I have a Thorn's back sight. He has no intentions of holding it. And if they go back to A, we posted up a Redux at the beginning of the round here with a judge. This is really nice from Sen. Just a very efficient round to completely dismantle this eco buy.
It's great map control, and the shield wall isn't triggered at all there.
No, and that is going to be a major sticking point of the analysis of this map is how good will these teams be at actually dealing with all of this nice util. Yeah, what are the protocols for getting the walls out? It's crucial in the Lotus matchup right now.
It's going to be hard to shift Redux from this position.
Split as well. There are just some maps in the pool where Vice is absolutely dominant. And the teams that are the best at working around her are the teams that are succeeding.
Funneling Redux these kills is massive. An early showstopper to clear a site to open the way for a retake. Could be monumental. Scuba's going to give him another one. No, Jonah takes it.
And he's happy to. Jonah is getting pretty close to an early nightfall. So that was a very clean anti-eco round here from Sen. NRG only 1 kill to their name so far, so straying pretty far away from getting any early ultimates as Sen try to play out this bonus round.
Cortezia was not lying about having to put the work in at this point. You said it last time we saw this map, it was a pretty dreary showing against Crew with a different comp. Sen have really been workshopping Lotus.
So I want to see what the bonus round game plan is from Sen, because they throw the judge over to Jerwin. Looks like he wants to just get posted up close B main with that while they again take A control. Get your classic C's nade for the teleport back rubble. But NRG, they're all pace. At the moment, they just want to get towards this C side, activate the wall, but they don't want to overcommit.
There could be a crunch here. Or at least a threat of one. Here's the cross and shotgun
straight in. I thought we were maybe headed towards a classic NRG little slowdown, but that is not the case. Just look at Sen on the minimap. They've fully rotated here.
Yeah, and Sen are in. They're very much ready for this. But
they're perhaps a little too in.
Oh, to get picked up. That's going to punish that commitment from Sentinels. This is pre-plant, by the way. Sen look to run across and take a fight. Cortezia still has this judge recovered. A little tricky to find use for it now, though, as there's a bit of a gap between him and the next player outside this smoke, as he may well be about to discover. It's a cacophony of fired shots here, and Brock is caught unawares. It's a trade, though.
Yeah, Cortezia just goes for the timing play, takes out a very low HP Brock. Kiko now low as well.
John has a Marshall backside.
At this point, more than anything, just feels like Sen are threatening more economic damage to NRG, which they would be happy with. It's their bonus round, right? But
Here's the classic NRG round reset, right? Hoping to tease something out. I'd love to take a beat here.
Ethan gets his haunt back, so that'll be pretty useful as the smoke comes down. Can throw that backside for some info in a moment here.
And there is obviously a gap in this smoke by design. Kiko sees Redux's toes through. And there it is, a veritable firing squad lined up at the back of the C site to get NRG their first of the map.
NRG really, for a moment there, felt like they might have brute forced their way into the site to their own demise. The first kill goes the way of Sen's Judge, right? But yeah, Rockets is able to get that two-man spray down with the Odin, and from there, NRG can just really pace things out with the better weaponry to close the round out.
And maybe there's like a desperation for those two players off Waterfall to get into the side. It's unclear, but we've got a proper buy here, though. Look out, Jonah P. The Professor has gotten himself an Odin. One of the most prolific Odin abusers on this map during that G2 stint. He may have met his match in Brock, though.
Sen not as active getting the space towards A long. This time they're actually posted up in the site with Jerwin. Great shot with the Outlaw. Mata down. And luckily our stream is we're still going. We're all good. But now Cortesia is just in backside, posted up still with Jerwin there.
Still a minute in the round. Sheer wall over towards the B side.
Find you.
NRG don't like what they've seen here. Perhaps it's something to do with them getting shot in the face by Jerwin. But now finally that Scuba Lurk's getting activated. We don't see Redux, feeling comfortable enough to push up close. He's obviously not playing a judge anyway. So now Scuba's made some space around this wall, and there's a way in. 40 seconds left to play. Typical stair side smoke, as Jonah probably will spray through it for a bit. Is he haunted out?
Yeah, I was waiting for that haunt reset. Gets broken. Center on the fast rotate. Jerwin already in the spawn.
Great timing to move
Four
back.
players here. 25 seconds to get the spike down. Sen can absolutely just flood it right on top of NRG.
Yep. Site is clear as far as NRG are concerned, but they're going to be having to play a post plant with 4. And all of Sentinels are grouped for this. Haunt, the C's rather, just to check the extremities, and a smoke to try and keep NRG safely boxed in.
Sen just want to make sure first that there's no loose end to tie up over towards A rubble. Not going to be the case. NRG, they are just fully entrenched in this site and now fully surrounded as Sen are making their way through door as well.
They can go hell for leather now. They know they've covered all their bases. They're dotted right. They crossed their T's, and now it's time to dive on in. Nice paranoia. Catches on the 2 in the back of the side. It's going to be the Odin singing out, but Jonah finds himself too. Sen on this retake. It's the only Ethan standing in their way, and they're going to overload him with sheer weight of numbers. Ethan trying to play this carefully. Good damage on John. Can't finish off Cortez.
Center lovely on the retake there, just gaining all of the map control back. It's with the amount of time they have, the comfort they feel in expending some of it to re-clear out towards rubble, go back through tree, and that is just going to get NRG fully trapped in this site. Crunched on from every angle and just dismantled.
How many bullets to this guy, bro? 120.
Again, NRG are frustrating to play against on this map, right? They're on the attack side of Lotus. It's a big map. You can pull rotates, and importantly, it can be really hard for defenders to get an early read on where the attackers are, especially with the Viper lurk wall on the A side of the map. You're also playing up against a team on the attack side who wants to just stop dead in the middle of the round and hide, cut noise, and try and tempt you out into the open, tempt you to make a mistake. Sen had to be pretty perfect here and very disciplined on their defense side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this map, I've always rated it really highly for NRG. I think it's been one at the top of their pool, whether they're picking it or not, since the run with Ethan IGLing and Scuba joining the team began. The Scuba-Brock duo all of last year as defensive anchors were just impossible to play against. They were just stopping every team. That was when NRG were on the run of just being the brick wall in Americas, where they were winning an outrageously outsized amount of their rounds on defense. They were unstoppable there. And then that carries over to Champions. Like, they beat DRX on Lotus, they beat Giants on Lotus, then they beat Fnatic on Lotus in the finals that they then win. Like, I've always associated this map with them as one of their best. So it's a tough task for Sen here to close out this series, but it's a great start. They've been controlling A very well in a lot of these rounds. Again, early here, they're fighting for it, and then they're going to leave one player entrenched, and NRG just favoring this C side again, where Cortesia is playing pretty passive. Going to be forced away by the Steel Garden. You can see everyone on SEN just playing at the peripheries of that circle on the map.
And now we see NRG line up at the back, and look at Mata. Wants to work into halls, but isn't nearly as deep this time.
There's no control that can be taken. SEN are comfortably posted up in waterfall and back halls.
Okay, Steel Garden comes out now, but Cortesia does get caught as he tries to unleash it. Here's Redux, he's going for it now. Showstopper in play. Sees John TP in front of him into the Razor Vine. He is lacerated to death. Still, Ethan going to be caught out in the corner there. Brock tucked in now as that decay is expiring. 3-on-3, Joan might try and swing this with an Odin as well. The spray comes in from Jonah, but Brock is ready for it. Trying to beat a man in his own game. A dangerous business. And now Scuba with the stinger has to go to work. And you better believe he's good for it. Red Bull clutch for NRG. A scrappy round. Dangerous post plant on C, but they convert.
Denies Redux the defuse. Every ult that everyone had just got pressed at the same time. You have NRG trying to activate an aggro play into Waterfall as the Steel Garden was being used just before those weapons would have gotten ripped away from them. Do something hyper disruptive, which was a necessity. They have no map control.
That might be the loudest I've heard, Scooby.
NRG risked everything to win out that round. And they do it just so narrowly, right into the A fight. Arsene again, they're trying to take that space. And NRG for the first time do really anything to contest it. And that's just Mata posting up with the Outlaw, hitting the instant shot, and Jerwin is removed from the round.
But that one kill, that is going to keep Jonah on this side of the map for far longer than he would like. If there's a need to rotate, Jonah can never be sure.
Yeah, he'd love to be able to go somewhere else or have the Neon stay there and he could go somewhere. Someone post up and you can have another rotator, right? And that's just not the case. He's hard committed to this.
I think your initiator is solo holding the weak side of the map.
But he's got the Odin.
I mean, he knows how to use it. Right, we get the idea now. Shield wall placed behind NRG. They are going to try and make use of the opening they've made on the A side and this lurk wall. Here's the Prowler. Jonah P gets some advance notice though. Back in the tree.
I'll find you.
NRG, they're going to want none of that. Just knowing that the Odin is on that side of the map is enough to have desires to try and pressure elsewhere, right? With 30 seconds left though, they're going to go back into the Odin, and Jonah is still just over on A. They wanted to make some noise over towards C and then explode out into rubble. Yeah, they caught Jonah. Wonderful late little round call. And now they have this A site for free. Ethan is on a late backstab as well as Senna just scrambling towards the site.
10 seconds left.
There is a shield wall though. Cortez needs to go down before Ethan can really get active on this B side. And Johnny's even looking at it. He's mindful. There's no hurry for Ethan in that B position. Here comes Cortez. Okay, now that shield wall is disengaged. Ethan can start to move with a bit more impunity here over towards Baby Door.
These last two players for Sen have no money in the bank though. They have got to get out of there and save these guns, surely.
How do they get out safely, though? Knowing that Ethan is somewhere in the mix behind them.
I mean, at this point, neither side has any money.
John's in trouble.
Kind of just committed to fighting, and yeah, John blinded up, caught by the Odin and the Stinger as well from Blue, so he is done.
Redux has got no escape here. Economic damage also not forthcoming.
Awkward. What a lovely little late round call from NRG, from Ethan. They give the info on the Odin that Jonah is there over towards a rubble. Could have gone out tree, but they don't know that for sure. He could be posted up. Someone else could be still posted up too, right? They go back over towards C. Super fast pressure with the Neon coming through, acting like they heard the Odin, and now they're trying to pivot to the other site because of it. But they just wait out in lobby, double back. Jonah gets exposed by the re-clear utility. They all push out of that A main choke together and deal with him.
In the end, it's a dangerous game to leave Jonah alone.
That's great calling. But what can they do? What's the option, right? When they lose that one player so early. Now, Sen on this eco, they push all the way through C, ult being used by Jerwin, and that's going to force NRG to get into this A side where Sen at least have the Vice util, right? They're funneling them into that, shorty backside. So maybe there's a way for Sen to claw themselves into this round.
And this is quite deep here for Scuba. Shield wall though was eventually cleared. Oh, despair from Brock! What a high-value kill. Player hiding in the smoke here. It's Cortez. Surely not 3. Heads are rolling. And time has been bought. 4 for Cortez. The headshot ban. It almost delivers a miracle. But he's done enough here, surely, for Sentinels. Mata alone. Spike at least to hand.
Jonah recovers a gun. They needed that desperately. Jerwin is tucked in the site. Surely he doesn't feel like he can risk trying to get out to get a second one. He just has to stay in that position. Cortez has done so much, but Sen are not out of the woods. They haven't won this round yet.
You're right, Jonah has a gun. They're not playing together though. Mata, correction, sees the player, and that's 3 now. Is this enough reason for him to get out of here?
30 seconds left.
Jonah's got the gun, dropped into pit amidst that fight. Mata's trying to slip, slide away. Over the baby door and over for a B plant we go.
Or C, he can go wherever he wants. Just the fake tap on B into the run to C, and Jonah has to be a little bit weary on his way rotating, so even just those little moments of forced hesitancy are going to add up as he tries to successfully get this crucial round over the finish line. And Cortezia is watching this with bated breath. He has done the most for his team on that site, and it still might not be enough. There's so much for Jonah to clear. He has to play this like agonizingly slow.
He is going to see the spike location and know exactly where Mata is playing from. That isn't going to help him though in terms of time. I love this close sneak here from Mata in the way to the world on Jonah's shoulders. As a Red Bull clutch and 4 kills come back from Mata as things were almost derailed by one young Carlton Banks.
Of that for nothing. Cortezia just trying his absolute hardest to be the hero. The Sheriff 4-piece just wasn't enough.
And that might end up being the metaphor for this game if Sen pull up short.
This is a moment where the resolve of Sen, this younger team, is really going to be tested. Another tough pill to swallow for them that they have to fight back from. They've got the full buy on this round. They did a lot of damage to NRG's economy, but not enough to even force a break of it if they win here.
Tons of soul util, shield wall out of tree, steel garden as well. Of course, he can survive long enough to use it. Amada's down.
He is playing with some determination. The rest of the team able to get over quickly, support him.
Redux a little spotty on the aim there. That's going to give Brock a second lease of life.
Just tucked in on default box.
Spike to hand. He is swimming with the sharks, though. Sen are patrolling. Rapid around the site. And somehow you've got to extract this spike if you have any intention of going elsewhere.
Now he's smoked off as well. He's still just stuck. He can't move.
He is the imposter. German takes Kiko down. That's your controller util missing. Cortez briefly flashed up, and now finally some relief for Scuba. Even a post-plant, pre-plant pit, in fact. Scuba's going to get that one down. Seas is going to be respected, though. He's caught inside of it, but follow-up util, not forthcoming. We'll see a plant here.
Yeah, no one able to spam. There's not a nade for Redux to throw.
German's going to try and get out. Oh my goodness, what was that? Brock got ruined. Still, the Viper's Pit is something you got to contend with. 2 players for NRG up, make it 1. Ethan shows himself with the spray. And now Scuba has to do it all. Sees Redux come through, but gets exposed. And Jerwin notches his 3rd.
That slide kill onto Brock was incredible from Jerwin. Getting the Odin out of the picture on the spam angle from Tree. That completely opens up the retake.
Getting a voice break out of me, not easy to do, Jerwin.
He was staying with the aim against Kiko as well. That fight when he was in Blue Room. Comes up huge for the team. Pivotal round. Fully bought in there.
You can see Jerwin very contained. He's trying to make sure he can hit each of these rounds with some consistency. We just don't
We're taking it one level up from Jonah kissing the picture of Cortez.
Yeah, no, it's brotherhood.
Now we're smooching.
It's the kiss a homie meta returns.
NRG posted up to just burst out of this A side as Sentinels have shifted the setup to Cortezia just being the anchor on that site. In this instance, though, likely a little bit less anchoring and a lot more running out, except there is an issue with his PC, sadly. And so we are headed to the pause.
Yeah, it might have happened when he got up in that previous round. Tough here to sort of have the kicker iced in a situation like this.
Who is the kicker in this situation, though, honestly? I think adrenaline might just be high for everyone.
I did see some serious NRG Keister get booted in the previous round, so
The
I think
last
you can
one.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still 4-4.
Yeah, but again, these are some pretty crucial defense side rounds that Sentinels are picking up.
Ultimate is ready.
Players just chase each other around the map. Redux looks anything but impressed. So we're just going to have a roll back of the round, at least because we're in game. This is relatively easy enough to do. You can simply roll back to the start of that one. Make sure our tech issues, though, are resolved. All this getting up and sitting back down can jostle some wiring, so to speak. Although I endorse it. I endorse it. Yes, no, I did that at...
Famously with Brock.
Did that in Santiago.
Yeah, that was with NRG.
Good times. My headset cable came flying out.
It's an exciting game. What can you do?
We be schmoovin'. I'm a big advocate for, physical activity while casting. So take pause here. Just to get you guys caught back up with what's been going on. Generally, a really competitive series. 13-11 on Fracture. That's the way of NRG. It's a close finish. 13-11, the way of Sentinels on Breeze. Both of these teams winning their map picks now, taking us to Lotus. A map that, like we mentioned earlier, it's looked pretty good for NRG. Like, you feel like they are, you mentioned the brick wall last year, right? Defensively, such a good team on this map. Whereas for Sentinels, they peddled out a bit of a weird comp against Crew, and it was week 1. But since then, they've been labbing the map, they've been workshopping it, they got rid of the veto comp. You're able to see Cortezia look really strong in that anchoring position, just like we did over on Breeze. Again, Redux has continued to deliver consistent level of excellency over the course of this game. Jonah, for me, is the element that comes in, right? He's able to pick up the Odin. Crucial in terms of delivering that mid-round info with alacrity, making sure that the plans change. Also allows John to make some mid-round calls. Look out for that on the attack side.
Yeah, I like this comp from Sen. It works for the personnel. They have some references around the globe to go to with this comp. It's something that PaperX have ran, and I mean, yeah, funny enough, they use their pistol round that PaperX have also ran in the stage in the first round here, so in their first pistol round. So there is, some cheating to be done, taking notes from other people and just running something that works for you and the players that you've got on your team.
Cortezia very animated. In kickoff, he looks solid, but again, the team is in disarray. He's like a 0.84 KD. Here in stage 1, 1.18. One of the standout players for this team. He kind of shocked us because in his rookie weeks, he had some decent showings at MIBR, but we found out that he had a headshot percentage of 72 or something.
Coming into his rookie year, yeah,
completely
it was
out of
outrageous.
pocket. And since then, he's grown into a player that really looks like he's infused with his confidence. And he wasn't the loudest, the most exuberant on the MIBR team, but that's a team historically that haven't
Until
really...
he had to be,
right?
But
they
haven't. He had to
they didn't really want their players to be too over the top. Look at them now. They really prefer to keep it low-key and sort of more, restrained. On this team, though, especially with the departure of people like Zelsis, there was a void to be filled of a big personality, especially with these younger players, uncertain people, like, Jerwin, for example, who's not going to be getting up and screeching at you. Cortezia, right at home. Got some veterans to steer him in the right direction in case things get off the rails. He looks like he is empowered to let his talent do the talking.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that he's found himself with this iteration of the team because he looked so promising heading into kickoff. And it was disappointing to see that was just not his best run of games, but has completely turned it around, as have Sen with this new iteration of the team. Not a lot of time to work with, but so far, very impressive. I feel like to some extent, no matter what happens today and a Sentinels loss, Sentinels fans, many of them will be very disappointed. But also, I think you can walk away from this still feeling good about this team. What they've displayed against a World Championship team, the other wins they've gotten in this stage, they are showing that they've got some serious grit, that there is something to this roster.
Had a great quote from Ewok actually over the course of this last week, talking about what he's kind of looking for in the big picture from this Sentinels team. And he says, our peaks are great. We've got insane talent, that's awesome. When things are gelling, it's great. He felt like he really wanted to raise the average level of this team. He wants to come into games like this on a bad day and still kind of dominate, right? Still win out in a relatively comfortable fashion. For him, he feels like that's going to be his main body of work on this roster. It's getting your everyday punch-in, punch-out Sentinels performance to a point that even the most hard-to-please fans can be happy with. That's what he's locked in on, and he's really thinking about the long game. Now, you want your stage 1 game to go a bit longer. You want a shot at playoffs. You want the reps. You want a chance to put this map pool that you've been really working on to the test. And what you don't want is a big-ass break. from competition.
No, you really don't. And even if you just want to think about it like logically in terms of these two teams' path to champs, SEN in that way need this more than NRG. If NRG go out here, they have a much higher chance of still being at champs than SEN do if SEN go out today.
Champions points mean a lot. They matter. We're going to talk about them even more, I think, after London. But for now, if you want to level up your skills and Lotus, check this out.
Welcome to VCT America's Tips and Tricks. Today I'm going to be showing you the best plant positions on Lotus. Assuming that you get the site for free and you're not being contested too heavily, where should you put the spike down so that you can play the post plants the best? Well, let's jump in and take a look at the A site to begin with. So the safest positions would be behind this box, next to this wall, but instead, if you can look for a plant position somewhere more like this, you're still protected from heaven, but you can play a lot more angles for the post plant here. You can drop back towards tree, you can also play this one from pit, and as you can see, there's still an angle here from main for your other players that might be playing rubble in a post plant. So a really optimal position if you're not being pressured too heavily. Well, let's take a look at the B site here. So as you can see, if you were coming into the site, you want to be looking to get the plant down in a really default spot. Here is a really optimal position to go for the plant. You're in a corner, so it's very easy to spam through smokes or something like this. You can fall back into B main positions, and this is really easy to play around. And you've also got this angle from the breakable door room, from the blue room, that you can play too. So lots of different positions to play around. Basically, anywhere in that corner is going to give you nice spots to play these post plants. And now let's take a look at the C site here. Now, if you're under a lot of pressure, you might want to be planting in this corner. If you have the whole of the site for free, I'd recommend planting in this area here. Gives a nice headshot angle over towards mound. Really, really good spot. But the worry is, if you don't control spawn properly, you're very exposed. So if you're looking for something in the middle, halfway up this staircase plant is very nice. You're only exposed to waterfall here, but if your team can control that, this spike might not look the best. But as you go for a defuse and you're crouching down, anybody who's playing over towards mound is going to have a really nice angle to just whack you in the head here. So you could see this sight line from quite a way away. Plant halfway up that staircase, and the player over towards mound is still going to play this as a really good post-plant scenario. So hopefully these different plant spots are going to give you a decent idea of where you should be playing on Lotus and how to optimize your post-plant play in your ranked games.
Now, looking at this game and the way it's played out, also the name brand of the teams
it was
here.
that cerebral in my ranked games, by the way.
He saved it for work, trust me. I've long since given up trying to play games with Josh because the approach is vastly different outside of the office, that's for sure. You'd be forgiven for thinking this is like a big budget blockbuster, like grand final kind of thing, right? In previous eras, maybe, of Valorant, you would be forgiven for thinking that. In 2025, I felt like the status quo was Sentinels and G2.
Yeah, they were the only two teams. It was G2 winning everything, SEN trying their best to beat G2 in every grand final, but coming up short, and then everyone else just fighting for third, fourth place, and those two were really untouchable until NRG made moves late in the year.
But yeah, late in the year. To start 2025, NRG were, let's not mince words, horrific. They really struggled.
Well, it had massive expectations. They had an insane offseason, and then they came in. Things just didn't click for them the same as it did in those off-season tournaments that they were playing. And yeah, they eventually have to retool the roster. They bring in Scuba, they bring in Brock. Ethan switches over to IGLing, and then now it feels like the rest is history. But I mean, when you think about it then, there was a ton of scrutiny over it. People were being very critical about the possibility of Ethan being an IGL again because the old team with Demon 1 and Marv and that whole experiment, that one didn't work out, but he proved everyone wrong real quick. It did not take long for that to be the case, and yeah, that's when the team became insane on defense, when they were just a brick wall against everyone. And they did finally, end up being the one team that could upset the status quo of the top two that were untouchable. They sent SEN into third place. They beat them in that lower bracket final at the end of stage 2, go on to win champs. And now, I mean, heading into this year, yeah, they've maintained that. Yeah, G2 looked obviously really good. They go into Santiago, FURIA come out of nowhere, and now this stage, I don't even know, man. don't ask me to try to rank the teams.
I mean, I'm going to.
I don't even know.
If Tech Pause goes any longer, you'll be ranking. You'll also be
podcast.
ranking favorite condiments and styles of socks. But for now, we're going to head down to the stage. Zoe and Golden Boy there and help us soak up some of the vibes here in the Riot Games arena.
Oh boy, how you doing, Riot Games Arena? How you feeling today? Guys, what is that? That sounded like nothing. Riot Games Arena, how you feeling today?
And we're all awake again.
That's
Perfect.
right, that's right. Now, Zoe, you know what I love?
Valorant?
Say it with me, chat. Free stuff! So let's go ahead and toss this up out there.
All right,
Come on.
hands up. Get to the back. That was a good jump. I saw that. I'm going to lock eyes with you.
Of course, folks, we thank you so much for sticking with us through this technical issue. We're getting it all sorted and ready to go. And once we're ready, we are going to dive right into the action. It's going to be a good time.
Have you ever tried catching something? Because you're always the one throwing.
I have tried. Let me try catching something. Hold on a second.
Well, I don't think we have anything to catch. Can you catch a bucket?
Myrna, throw me the bucket. Myrna, the bucket. Throw it. Albert's corpsing right now.
I don't think we have insurance for that kind of stuff. So
oh, yeah,
we're not
trust
quite
me.
ready. We're not quite ready.
Oh, who wants a bucket on your head, though? All right, we need the biggest Sentinels fan. Who is it? Who is it? Make some noise, make some noise. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Oh, we got to get, this guy just ran down here.
That's commitment, though. That's commitment.
I think we got to put the bucket on his head.
I think so.
Bucket, bucket, bucket. He has been anointed Sir Buckethead.
Congratulations. Do not step backwards.
Do not step backwards. Please. We do not have insurance to cover your incident cost. All right, friends. So we're going to be diving into the action a little bit. Seems like our players are ready to go. You guys ready to get this show on the road? Give it to me one more time. You ready to get it up? All right, let's do this. We're going to send it back over to Uber and Wyatt. Have fun, everybody.
Did we just... Was that entire segment designed to put a bucket on someone's head? That was the premise?
No, that's just GB rolling with it. That's just... And now he's up here.
Okay.
And now he's up here.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
And he's gone.
And the best part of it was, honestly, that he actually spent the last few moments spreading misinformation on the internet.
Lying online.
We are.
I would never.
Me, would I lie? Golden Boy did lie to you guys. We are not quite in game yet. We are still dealing with this tech issue. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to step aside, just as our players are doing. We're coming back. We hopefully are into this last map of Lotus. It's 4 apiece here. Winner goes to Stage 1 playoffs. Loser is sad. We'll see you after this. And he's cleared out. Now it's on Cortezia. 1v2. Crossfire already in place, but Cortezia doesn't care. He knows Alan's going to be on the defuse. He gets it to half. Healthy enough. He knows he can play for time. Alan does not have that same luxury. And look at the spacing. It's just bloody perfect here for Cortezia.
Takes some damage in return. Mata spots the first and the second. Must reload. In the clutch, he's good for it. It's a heartbreak.
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here. We are locked in place at 4 apiece on our final map of the series, which is Lotus. Still in this tech pause now. We had to roll the round back because of a tech issue, and we are just sort of doctoring the rollback itself at the moment. A couple of kinks in that, looking to work out. To set the scene a little bit again for everybody, players do be chilling right now, but this is about as high stakes as it's going to get. Not only does this match represent the opportunity to compete in playoffs, in Stage 1, but also Masters London potential, but also the championship points that come along with it. The points that, determine eligibility to compete in Champions. So sure, if you're someone like Sentinels, you lose this match, yeah, you come back in Stage 2, you play some VALORANT, go for the playoffs, but your odds of making champions in the end are drastically lower than if you were able to complete in these matches of consequence in playoffs and potentially in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just saying this before the break, but for the case of NRG, if they lose here, they still have a really good shot of making it to Champions off the basis of the kickoff success, the Santiago run, collecting some wins here in this stage. For SEN, though, they didn't have the kickoff success. They've only got a couple wins in this stage. And a close loss to the world champs here, yes, while on paper and seeing the progress they made in this stage, I think you can be happy about this team. That still means that they're going to have to go on a crazy run in the second stage to make it all the way to champs. So just so much on the line for this young team right now that John is just trying to deliver to the promised land of a stage playoffs. Not territory for him that is in any way place he's not used to. He's there all the time. He only missed one. It was the one after Sen won Madrid.
It's his brand at this point.
And they add Jonah to the team, who is a 3-time Americas winner, made every stage playoffs, and he's bringing all of that experience into this team.
And, without fomenting drama, there was no shortage of acrimony with, Jonah departing from G2, coming over here. Fire in the belly to perform with this Sentinels team. Feels like he's been given a great opportunity. I'm really glad to see that these two are making up. But this is a family show.
Switch the cam. Whoa!
This is a family show. Again, in times gone by, we've seen Qubit be emotional support.
Why is he in the room with Bonkar?
As it turns out, you can get your own. You can go and obtain one. I wouldn't put it past the guy. Because again, it's a prop. And you know what we love here at VCT Americas? Prop humor.
Yeah, evidently.
Yes.
GB loves it.
Have you seen our pre-shows? We put buckets on people's heads. Is bro writing the answers to his exam with his hand? I respect that so much.
Got his promo on his hand. All right.
We are back into the game, folks. I've been told we got some VALORANT for you guys. It's a tied series, a tied map. And now it's time for NRG and Sentinels to clash yet again in round number 9 on Lotus. NRG, still the attackers, still with Brock and an Odin to hand.
Stage 1 hopes on the line for both of these teams. Last match of the regular season, last opportunity for one of them to make it into the playoffs. Money is pretty bad.
You're not going to believe
on both of these sides, and I'm bringing my voice down lower. He was more excited. It's less thrilled. I hate to say it. Do you want to be the bearer of bad news, Nick?
No, I'm actually trying to build my brand up in this space.
Okay.
To be fair.
Wait. Then I have good news because there's no timeout and we're actually good. Is what production
Dude, come on, Barry. I need all the help I can get.
We just got baited so hard.
All right, we got game.
We're in the game. All right, everything on the line for these two teams. In terms of the economy here, really, too. Both of them are in a tough spot.
Yeah, this round represents a tipping point in more ways than one. Mata checks that wall, sees very, very little, but there's all of NRG like stampeding wildebeest behind it. Look, they've still got Rebel presence as well as they go for this A hit. There could be some disruption here as Jonah goes for the spam.
Sen were really fast to try to get out of Baby Door to fight Mata. He's in so deep. What? Gets through, and now patience from John, but no real opportunity to get a second, so he'll take the one that's right in front of him. That'll bring this to a 3-on-4. Operator in the hands, though, of Redux. It's going to be complicated for him to find an effective way to get in the mix with that in this retake.
Brock is in an obnoxious position here. He has full rubble control. It's going to be nigh impossible to cross here. Kiko out of smokes for the time being. Here's a Steel Garden over on the side. It's Redux clapping Ethan. John's important in this position. Gets Brock hopping. Now the 2v2 has been evened up. Cortezia ready to fight on the side. It's going to be Kiko. No, the timing is not there. John and Cortezia deliver out of a really tough mid-round for Sentinels.
That Steel Garden just routes everyone from NRG out of the site into the Redux firing range from stairs with the off. And then John is just patient here this whole time. They're just not expecting that he would still be on that area of the map. Could have gotten two, at least gets his, and then with all of that damage that was done to Scuba by Cortez, he's able to clean up on it with ease. And they went out the 3 versus 4, breaking NRG's economy. That's a sick turnaround. The value from that ult was massive for Cortezia. Just casually sat at 13 kills. Another day in the office for him.
If you look at the next generation, and the next iteration of Sentinels already showing promise. Sick clutch. And now, we mentioned that round was a bit of a tipping point. Economically speaking, NRG are in the doldrums. Redux trying to get off the site, and he will be able to get the pace, even though Marta was encroaching rapidly now with Overdrive at the ready. Does he chance this? Little swing, bit of information, and a disciplined back away.
Yeah, I was just hoping he could find a timing there, get the kill, keep the ult running, but no, it's out of charge, and he has to back away.
Oh, wow. Desperation. Jerwin, okay, out of the Steel Garden at the very least.
The Steel Garden commitment from NRG to win this out. 5v5 with not a rifle to their name.
It's more where that came from as well. They can even the odds with a Nightfall.
They're just trying to make the most of their utility.
Got to win this round. They definitely feel pressure. Marta, got to be careful. The paint shell's exploded behind him. Take him low. And here's Cortezia Jonah firing up. The weapons just aren't there for NRG. And so no further investment in ultimates is advised. Scuba gets one with the bandit, but there's 3 players up on the site. And he's bowled over.
It's just not going to happen in that situation. Mata not able to find the opener that he would have hoped for with his ult. Not able to get any space off the back of it either. So NRG just pushed into the corners of the site. Steel Garden offers some delay, sure, but to what end? They don't have any rifles. They just have the pistols to work with. So even with time being limited, Sen just have way better kits to get back in and win out that retake.
And they're quick enough. Get away from the Steel Garden. Like to see that. 10 rounds into the game, Sentinels have started to pull ahead. Still the Nightfall being maintained here for NRG. And already, it's Scuba looking to make early play here to A around this wall.
Redux with the off on that C side. Smoked off though, no angle for him to work with. Might be in a situation where he needs to just get out again. Nightfall doesn't connect.
Yeah, this is easy to fall off of. Redux is just giving the space quite happily. He'll play halls with this op.
Yeah, NRG are in. Now, is there a backside refight? It looks like there will be. Yeah, there's that stun. Redux pressured, satchels away. That's nice from him.
Yeah, he's so annoying. He can't be cleared or picked off. So yes, you've got Hall's control. It's a bit harder to break back into, but look, they've got 3 Sentinels players. Bombarded to get him in there. Jerwin now just starting to throw down on the side, and there's nothing any of NRG can say about this. NRG had to get patient the last couple rounds, build that economy back up, and it's being dashed yet again.
Mata just deep in the site. There's a super long delay from Scuba. He does get his Mata.
Big.
How was he able to find that and then slide away?
Now, though, you're going to have to fight back into the site. There's a toggle of the door now. As we'll see NRG well set up for this post plant. Smoke blooming on the site. These are from Sentinels to try and give them a pocket to play in, but Redux at 38 has to go for it. And he's caught out. Brock deals with him. No time for a defuse, and NRG get on out alive. 2 guns, including the Odin, carried out of the round.
Can't believe they were able to get away with that round win. Mata playing super well, back sight. Felt like a bit of a miscommunication that was exploited by Jerwin. He gets 2 isolated fights against Kiko, then Ethan to get the man advantage for Sen, but there's just never a moment where they're able to all crunch into that site and retake together. NRG with a chance to even this up, but they are staring down the barrel of 4 ultimates on the side of Sen, and all 4 players ready to meet them on this A side.
It's going to get ugly here. Fast break out onto the A side of the map, but the showstopper might dissuade NRG. Redux sees Kiko when he drops down. Marta's caught him behind rubble. This is dangerous. Jerwin's able to find him before he can slip away. And all of a sudden, NRG have to pivot.
short 2 players and make it 3 because Jerwin has been on fire.
Scuba just hoping to find an opening there. Can't blame him, but Jerwin is looking sharp on this last map. As Ethan works his way into this C site. Spike is still outside of B, and Sen should absolutely be able to close this out 7-5.
Feels like a formality this round, as far as NRG are concerned.
Jerwin has been good this series, but this is definitely his best map so far. He's facing off against Brock, brings him to super low HP.
Not sure those Razorvine really ended up where he intended it.
Spike planted.
Cortezia, patience, tends to pay dividends, and it does here against the literal world champion. Brock up on 9, it's 3 down. He's only got 4 health though. Strong wind would blow him over, and John QT's full of more than hot air, that's for sure. Here's the defuse now with Sentinels. Really? Really? Get the defuse.
It took a bit of time, but Sen close out the half in style. They're looking good. They're up 7-5 against the reigning world champions. Jerwin looking sharp on this last map. A player with a lot of talent that they've heavily invested in this stage. And he's looking so good when they need him.
Guys, can we hold hands?
Oh, you guys.
That's so sweet.
Oh.
In a do-or-die game. So sweet to find a moment here just to chill with the homies. You guys can do that too. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the second half of Lotus, the final map of this series, with that playoff spot dangling in front of both our teams' faces. In keeping with the rest of this series, it's been a close, competitive, scrappy half of VALORANT on Lotus. But it's Sentinels that emerge with 2 rounds to the good. Now, the one issue is they're going up against the brick wall of Americas on the map that really earned them that title on defense.
Last year, NRG's duo of Brock and at the time, the new addition Scuba were impossible to work around on this map. Every site getting locked down by that duo. Sen have the advantage here, and they're going into the half of Lotus that traditionally is the favored one by just a bit. We'll see if that ends up being true here. If they can upset the world champs and make it into playoffs, deny NRG any attempt to make it to Masters London. NRG work their way out C long as Sen opposite side of the map to slowly creep out of A main, get this space towards rubble. It's only Kiko on this A site. It's going to have to give it up when the hit comes through.
This attack side going to look very different for Sen here. They're lacking a controller.
Look at the speed of NRG though. They've already got 2 players into stairs to help Kiko.
Already onto this A site.
Look at the speed on this flood.
Scuba
That doesn't expect it at all.
More for that? No, Jerwin going to find the trade, but it's still more challenges to step up. That is a clean headshot for Jerwin though. The NRG get here with the quickness. They found the timing, but now they need to execute. And they do. From the rafters they swing. That's a big pistol round. That's going to make this game all the more interesting.
Jerwin tries his best there, a couple good kills, but ultimately the rest of his team, him included, are just surrounded by NRG. They clear out of C as soon as they know that the A hit is coming. The speed on that rotate to assist Kiko and pressure Sen from all angles, which is perfect.
These are the comeback kings, NRG. Can never count them out. Whether it's 7-5 or 10-2, they will find a way.
Got some Stingers, got a very interesting buy here. Spectres for 2 players. Obviously no investment on the Sentinels side.
Just working towards the C side of the map. Pretty standard device setup going on over there. You're gonna have to work through all of that if they have intentions on getting on in. Jerwin does, but he is isolated.
The relay bot made some space, but yeah, the sheer wall's a bit of an issue. That's been triggered. Face shell to the back of the site could be devastating. Ethan exacerbating that issue with the Stinger. Straight through the smoke. Sentinels here might be advised to back it up for the round. This looks like a conversion for NRG to even up the game. Now we're pod racing, folks.
As we move forward here, I definitely have my eyes on Redux heading into the late portion of this Lotus map, the last map in the series. He has been absolutely dominant throughout both Fracture and Breeze. He's the top kills on both of those maps, and they're not just fluff kills. He's not stat padding. He's getting high impact kills consistently. Can he turn that back on right now? Cortezia is still swinging. Jerwin is elevating his play right now. If he comes online as well, that can be enough to get SEN the win. A Clash coming up. They're right out of main. So much pressure from NRG. Mata up close with this Judge.
John's the furthest forward player. He tried to get inserted on top of Rubble, but he gets guns down through it all. Jerwin's also forced to give ground. The relay bolt is more than just a warning sign.
With all of that pressure, SEN are forced away, getting towards this C side. Down a man, still with a better weaponry at least. But now they're being funneled into the setup from Brock. Thorns being used, that's going to cause a lot of delay. Look at Mata pushed all the way into a lobby.
Really? To position there, what could be a one and done spot for him. Obviously, you can't proceed any further. This is going to be raw contact for for Sentinels onto this C side.
NRG have just worked them on this round. They have their entire team here ready to greet them.
They're always ready. They're always waiting. Now to fall into the net is all that remains for Sentinels. And they do willingly. Arms wide open as they are devoured.
I'm out of here.
Cortezia might have slipped the net, but there's really nothing for him to do out here.
Yeah, he was working through B, but just a non-factor with NRG being able to stack up their entire team to the right site. They just funnel SEN over to C with that huge early A fight play. 4 players involved. Post up Mata deep allows them to just confidently make the rotate to that side of the map.
Just die.
They know exactly what SEN were up to.
Cortezia still not someone you want to challenge alone, not even on your best day. We're back into this line of sight though and give Mata up the gun and the ghost.
And just like that, NRG have taken the lead with a bonus round conversion. You
can feel the hush in the room now as well.
John just caught completely unaware up top. Imagine he probably wanted to teleport lower, but maybe was blinded up, didn't really see exactly, and just like a little misclick on the TP.
I think half of Ethan's job being the quote-unquote emotional leader is just to make
this is the new Ethan.
Yeah, just make
silly
noise.
Sounds. It's always a good bit. All right, Sentinels have a Bucky in the hands of Jerwin to try to go for some kind of fast pop play.
They've really taken a back seat over the last couple of rounds. You can see them deflate. But hey, get off to a good start here. We'll be back to winning way soon enough.
Wow, what a kill from Redux. What a crunch onto Scuba as well. That's lovely from SEN, but can they get into the C site?
Oh, they got to cross past Brock's Odin. They're like the final boss. They meet all too early. They're supposed to be getting the dungeon map, and yet it's Ganondorf just gunning them down.
Ethan wins that duel over towards B main. And now SEN slowing things down, hoping that a tap of the spike could maybe draw someone out. Maybe they could find an opening.
They cleared holes, though. They can just walk up on this now, just watching the corner.
Redux on the line with
Paranoia.
The
yeah, there's Kiko. Jerwin just had nothing to do.
Redux is blinded up. He just can't cover his teammate.
Sorry, Redux, you're going to need one more bullet in the chamber for this to work. There is Brock ending him. God, it's obnoxious, isn't it? It's brutal. The Odin has certainly featured heavily on this map.
It's just so smart from NRG. They just have the 2 players jump into the smoke out of the LOS, and then Brock is holding the hard angle with the Odin when he's forced to peek. Just all the little things done right from NRG in a moment like that to close out the round with ease. Respect to SEN for this play towards the C side. You know, they crunch those players effectively. Getting through the B door, Mod is caught, Scuba's caught, but still just not enough.
Okay. We're never opening that door again, bro. We're never opening that door again, bro.
That's kind of the issue. It was NRG that toggled that. All right, timeout here for Sentinels. There's got to be, 4 rounds in a row they've lost. Now, it's one thing obviously to lose a pistol. That's fine. It's that bonus round conversion that they handed over NRG, and then a little bit of a force-in earned them nothing.
I swear, this is what would always happen when you watch NRG start to tear away on Lotus and dominate. You look at Brock's stat line, and he's just suddenly putting on a ton of kills with very few deaths because he's just always racking up his 1 or 2 every single round on the Vice. He's always there for some value. He's always finding a spam kill somewhere, right? He would put up some obscene numbers on this map last year.
Yeah, if your cross to the C-side is staggered in any way, if you can't satchel across or just hit it fast, if Brook's able to get on the line, you're losing a player. That's the toll for getting to the C-side, it seems.
Sentinels are going to invest into an Odin of their own, and then even on Cortesia.
Okay, that's going to get shuffled up here. Instead, half armor will be the pick.
Yeah, they go away from that plan.
Yeah, that was a...
Mata's the only one with the operator right now on A, so you imagine they'd love to just post him up and then rotate elsewhere.
I'd be happy for a mount fight, though, for Sentinels. The back of this ping. Arcaros there was in position, and Redux goes upstairs. This is more than enough to tell Brock he'd be better served backing it up.
NRG look like they want to go through a walkthrough on A while Sen are just applying the pressure towards the C side. Prowler goes very deep. Scuba taking point.
Brock took an Odin line immediately on that C side. Oh, look at this push up on the A side. Aided by a couple of players.
Up so deep. And now NRG go for the safer rotate all the way back through B. The AWP has everyone on Sentinels contained.
And there's no sheer wall to give you a timing about when you're going to get wrapped on. So a late read flank can come in here from Mata. Sentinels don't know what their clock is. They just know they've got to go.
They just have to get in. The rocket is good with Kiko on the drop. It still catches him. The splash damage, and now Redux pressed up off the paint shell, wants to get a closer angle. Nightfall. He's got to contend with it. He gets the first.
Redux to Kate down, but he's ready to fight. Brock, though, should be able to play that corner, and he does. It's traded. He got his one. Somehow Sentinels are in this with a fighting chance. 2v2. They have Hall's control. They have canvassed it out entirely. Ethan's looking to try and get a bit of info. Jonah wants to Kate down by that season. Ethan finishes the job. Marta can just sit tight, wait for this to get worked, and then he swings in.
What a seize from Ethan. Those two just getting dismantled from either end. That's a crazy util piece.
Kidding me right now.
This is payback, Cortez.
Showstopper got the kill, but that's not enough. The counter Nightfall to get back in was nice from Ethan too. Just
a bizarre one.
Sublime util from one of the best initiators to ever do it.
Yep.
This kind of thing where even on Ethan's worst day,
What is that util?
he is still gonna give you superb util and supplement the success of everyone else.
Jonah just had
just that
nothing
guy.
he could do, bro. Nothing. 6 Cs. Huge round for NRG. Sen are now in trouble.
Starting to feel like this is where it's slipping away. Can Sen get back in the game here? They can buy up again. They had the loss bonus. They had the spike down.
NRG have made comebacks in more games than this Sen roster have even played. That's tough.
It's 2 players from NRG on site. Ethan trying to lock down Tree. It's just speed from Sen. Jerwin is in there with the but he's deleted.
Ethan is transcended. He's hit another level. Ultra Instinct, 15 and 10. Chilling at the back of the site. And now the Seal Guard, and just in case Sentinels wanted to throw any more.
Sen are forced away, and hey, if you want to try to rotate elsewhere, just like last round, Mata has pushed up with the AWP to hold their exit. NRG have all of the map control. They have Sen surrounded, the walls are closing in, and eventually they're going to have to make a decision when the time gets low.
It's not just a trick room, it's a trash compactor that they're in, fully contained. If that first approach for Sen doesn't work and they're not working the map in some way, they're going to get clapped by the op if they back out. They are fully committed. They are all in. If they want to extract some weapons from this round, they've got to dive double door and hope to escape NRG's probing gaze. Brock has no reason to swing this at all. He is chilling on the corner, and he will hold M1 for the boys.
30 seconds left.
Time to break that door, get on into B. Sure, they might get the plant down, but where can they go from there? What is the positioning going to be?
They're up against so much util as well. Kiko is still got plenty to work with.
He goes down
C's.
Center site, they're just doubled up, trying to hold Jonah's back. This would have to be a monster play from Cortezia holding the door.
He's so low though. 55. Against some random Odin spray would do him in.
Center committing it all. The Nightfall goes through. It's going to cause a lot of delay on the players that are trying to get into Blue Room.
This is the round. Otherwise, they're forcing for the rest of the game. They're never going to be in an economic spot like this when they're already down 2 players. It is do or die. Now or never. Marta waiting. John's already been brought down and the swing is good. Brock silences them. Another 2 notched up with the Odin. And NRG have found 11.
There's just nowhere for SEN to go. NRG are ruling the map from beginning to end of these rounds. Sure, you can pivot into B. We're just going to retake from multiple angles. Main, we could go heaven, we could go baby door. Too much to watch for 3 players to try to control an uncontrollable situation. Nightfall thrown out, not enough. A big ultimate removed when NRG only need 2 more rounds to close this out and make it to the playoffs. Might just be a story of so close for this new Sentinels roster. You can see the potential that's there, but they might just not have enough in them yet compared to the world champions.
It's reps. It's honestly a pedigree you've got to build over time. It might just not be SEN's time for that playoff berth yet. Promising signs, sure. But when it really counts, they seem to have gone AWOL. Still round number 19, there's still game to play. They've still got weapons.
They can still keep forcing in. They've got the loss bonus, they got the spike down again, but it results in Guardians, no one on full armor.
Shadows traveling.
What is the plan? There's a sheer wall at C that has to be drawn out, and Sentinels are running low on time to tease this util out of NRG. At least Marta's not watching their flank this round.
The AWP is just such a good counter for this comp as well that SEN have. They're trying to re-clear into some of these spaces. Yeah, just the single controller.
No lurk wall.
No wall to play off of. So concerned getting back out into A here. They have to commit the fast lane just to get across. Haunt to clear close. It's a teleport into stairs from John, and a committal, and he gets the kill!
The Guardian, no less. 5 health, but he's still standing. He's still a warm body to carry the weapon, and Redux gets in. Joba now looking desperately, searching for any more presence of NRG on this site, but no, none to be found.
Spike planted.
That feels like a little bit of magic to give them some life in this round, honestly.
I mean, he TP'd
you gotta think
won the
John
fight.
is going down there 9 times out of 10.
Especially against the player the caliber of Kiko.
NRG have so much money, they can send this anyway.
Maybe this is meant to be, though. The start of something. Sentinels can sit back on this now. John's been able to get the Odin. And yeah, NRG's got money to burn, but they are still in a 2v5. Rubble's been cleared. Time is not on their side. Marta. What's to be done? Something crazy to flip out on these Sentinels, guys, but they are backing out now into Ethan's purview, straight into the Rubble direction. Marta on the side, John very low in the corner, still walks out on it, and that will be enough to keep Sentinels alive in the game. It's not pretty. They spent heavily, but they're in it to win it.
The damage is brutal there. NRG making the most of the round loss. Marta and Ethan claiming 3. Insane that John wins that fight. Insane.
You won't find a textbook that tells you to do that.
Yeah, not even the Odin in the hands of Brock was enough to deal with the slide and the swing there. Way too hard to actually place the crosshair on a target.
Razor sharp focus for SEN. No one standing up, no one getting overly exuberant. It's too early for that.
AWP staring them down on this A side. And nothing to disrupt it.
You've got a raw contact this part of the map.
They can't. There's no way.
Can you
Jonah is making so much noise over by B. He's taking damage.
Danger!
Drive swing out, and he's caught.
No one there to back him up as well. His A side is completely open.
Jonah making all that noise towards B. It made them think that nothing would be happening on this A side, so they leave Marta posted up solo, but he misses, and he's caught.
It's still a bit dangerous to bounce back to C because B is still unknown. Sentinel's going to commit to this A side now. Still Garden just to try and pave the way. No one there to experience it. NRG are full retake, a player down, but Jonah's trying to get into a nasty backstab spot.
Operate fast. Jonah, my lurking fade, who just sold that for SEN to get into the site, is now trying to flank with the right timing.
He's just missed the timing on Kiko. That doesn't mean there won't be another opportunity though, but Scuba here waits for Redux to emerge now. They're being gunned down inside tree. Can John stand up and do it again? One is going to have to be enough. That makes it even. There's the timing! Finally, Jonah's able to get there and pay it off. Chekhov's gun goes off in this round, and Brock at 17 has to make the defuse. Brock v Jonah. Two nasty Odin abusers. Two ridiculous humans. Brock gets the kill, but not the defuse, and Sentinels are extended. Yet another lifeline.
What a crazy game plan into that round. So sick though. All of the noise from Jonah over towards B main. Hits the door over on C as well. He's taking spam damage, he's drawing all the attention, and it makes NRG think that they should be rotating away from A rubble because the fade is there. They have the op there, just leave him posted up, and then Mata misses. And then after that, just collapsed on by everyone from SEN. Jonah for the latest of late flanks. The Baby J inspired late lurk coming through. Hours and hours after the fact, but right on time.
Even with a government nickname? That's crazy, bro. This is about as late as Sentinels could have left their comeback. Stitching 2 rounds together, it's been a very quiet half for them. Granted, a couple of opportunities served up by NRG. That's why this timeout is quite timely. Bombcard getting in the ears of NRG now, just trying to tighten up some of these protocols. Because Mata, there's no two ways about it. He completely overextended there into that A long, that rubble position, and got punished and allowed the map to be completely opened up.
Yeah, if he's playing there a little bit further back, he could miss and get out, but not in the situation that he found himself in. How do SEN continue this momentum?
You've got to twist the knife.
They've got the operator in the hands of Cortezia. The danger is they are losing so many players on these round wins. Look at the state of their econ. It's battered.
Both teams now, the fatigue almost certainly starting to set in. But NRG have got that experience gap. Doesn't even matter.
Cortezia would love to catch an NRG player that is pushing deep out of one of these extremities, taking all of that free space, wrapping behind them like they've been doing. It's not the case here on this C side. It's Brock just putting the full Vice setup down. All of the Thorns got the flash.
It just feels like it's such an unattractive prospect to try and hit into this C side against Brock.
Both Prowlers used early for Jonah. Immediate pressure onto A, and then uses the second one to get back towards C, get that orb in the hands of Redux.
That's a showstopper ready now. What better way to clear the way and set up a post-plant opportunity for this brawly SEN team? Up sneaks Cortezia. See a shoulder of Ethan. Oh, got him though! Knocked down to 45. Milliseconds reaction time.
Not feeling the pressure, he has to back away. Fastlane goes up to get outside, deep in A as well, so they know rubble is clear. Cross-map TP comes in from Kiko. 4 players on NRG posted up on A, content to leave Brock with a Vice set up on C. If there's a late to the back, there won't be. There's not enough time for that.
Showstopper though coming out. This is dangerous now for anyone on the B side of the map. That's where Sentinels are deciding with a left. Jonah in their wake, and he's knocked 2 down. Oh, give him another, why don't you? It's a landslide now for Sentinels. And all they had to do was lead the Professor poised to strike.
All of that pressure coming towards A, and NRG just fully expecting the commitment would be there. B site is vacant on the rotate over. Jonah just catches them. How on earth does he get a third on top of that? I mean, listen, we'll see it in the replay. But now Kiko, Brock forced to save. After all of that success, after that massive string of round wins, their economy is now the one in a bad spot.
It's America's comeback kings being fed a taste of their own medicine, bitter pill by bitter pill.
And how bad do SEN need a flawless as well, just to stimulate their own economy? They have been narrowly squeaking by these rounds, carrying over no credits.
Close to the margins. That was all they needed.
Yeah, Jonah is just left back to cut off the rotates, and he cooks them. The third kill is nasty from him.
Nothing like a veteran with something to prove, Wyatt. 1 round in it. Number 22 on the docket. Money now flowing into the coffers of Sentinels. Enough to wage this campaign against NRG to bring this match back under their banner.
Instant nade out from Redux. Fast lane cross. Mata fully committed. Nightfall as well from Ethan.
It's going to get ugly. Jerwin now knows there's someone close. Mata caught inside the sea. Still able to find that first kill though. John staying. Mata slides on in and clings him up though. Now if you're Sentinels, it could be full scale route, but still Cortezia holds the line. And the operator sings out.
At least catches one back on the cross. Jonah has the Nightfall to work with in this round. That could turn things around if used at a pivotal moment. But NRG finds success in that A fight. Mata steps up for the team. NRG are feeling so close to just ending this game. It's been agonizing for them. 3 maps back to back. All of them looking like potential 13-11s going the distance. Tech pauses just to add on to like the agony of
you don't like suspense
here. It's just brutal. They feel so close to winning at this point. They can't let it slip away.
This sets them back a little bit. Now they hedge their bets on hitting a site with a short-handed situation in numbers, but they are walking into the trap.
30 seconds
They know
left.
what's waiting for them though. They know this is going to be carpeted in Vice Util, but with 25 seconds, Sentinels have to go for it. Nightfall's going to be there for Jonah P. Partially because of that sick round we just had. Here are the Razor Vines now. He's still going to go for it. Okay, 1 for 1. Good enough for the time being, but Ethan emerges. RKO, baby. Slaps him back where they came from. And NRG move to match points.
Just one more round to lock up their spot in playoffs. As close as it can get. Sen need to take this to OT and then take it further to get the win. Mata stepping up in a pivotal round. The all-out A fight. He comes out
you
on
got
top.
headsets, bro. Turn around.
They were so locked in on that, Sentinels. That's heartbreaking. Yeah, look at the money. They can still buy, right? Let's not discount the psychological impact of that moment, though.
Full A fight from NRG. Do Sen just try to push into Brock and take his site? Yeah, they do. It's another teleport from John. This time he's caught. Is the trade there? No, it's not found.
Survives for a while. Still guarding. Going to be thrown out, though. That could be a bit of an issue now. Cortezia guns Ethan down. 4v3 now. Spike, though, very much committed to the seaside, but there are no defenders in this vicinity, and Cortezia is a problem. A thorn in the side, but Mata excises him.
There's just no way. Sentinels, they're divided right now, trying to take forward space. You have one in Halls, one in Waterfall.
Don't
Jonah
crossfires.
just tucked on the site. How can they win this out? HP isn't the best for 2 of them either. 3-on-3 for the game.
They got to win their ones, but I don't know if they're going to get them served up like that. Jerwin up close, judge in hand, backs out. Thinks the better of it, but Jonah gets picked off in his absence. He's got to go for it. Straight into Kiko. And Redux, last one standing, had to watch his teammate Scuba ascend without it, and he'll have to watch it again. That's World Championship pedigree from NRG. The grit and determination to hang in there. And they've booked their spot in our Stage 1 playoffs.
NRG just know how to win. No matter what situation they've been faced with in the past, this roster has come out on top. This is the closest they've been to getting knocked out before, even a regional playoff with this iteration of the team. But they come out on top in a sick game going the distance. Nothing but respect for this Sentinels team, what they've been able to accomplish in just a few weeks. German only being able to join with them in week 2. Impressive for sure, but that's not going to get them into playoffs, and it's a dangerous road ahead for Sen as they try to make champions. They're going to have to go on a hell of a run in Stage 2.
Those opportunities to get those championship points are few and far between for teams who cannot compete at Masters events. NRG, slow start to last year, and they came alive when it counted. This time, they start on the right foot, and still Ethan's record remains unblemished.
And it's under Ethan's leadership. They start this stage down 0-2, and then Mata spoke about they had a meeting as a team that Ethan called where they were all going to go in, they're all going to tell each other what they feel like is going wrong with the team right now. What's going right with the team? What do we like? What do we not like? And they had this open, honest conversation. And since then, it's just been steady improvements, grinding back to the top. And now they finish this group with a trio of wins. They make it into the playoffs and have a great shot at making it to London where, listen, at Globals, this team, success only. first place and third place.
They play it close to the wire, like you mentioned. Kickoff, right? They had to reverse sweep MIBR to get here. Now they're in a do-or-die game. The very last match in Stage 1. They've got to pull out a performance like this over 3 maps. And the classics are still playing. Brock still dominating with the Odin. Kiko having some insane showings, and the clutch factor from Captain Ethan is undeniable. All of the things, the ingredients that make this NRG team great are still in place. Expect to see more of it brought out as we head into our playoffs. For now, though, we're going to head over to Zoe down at the stage for a Verizon post-match interview with Kiko.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please, one more time, give it up for NRG, who with this victory clutched their playoff spot. Kiko, what a match this was. So, like, this literally had everything. It had us on the edges of our seat. First off, just like, what is going through your head right now after it's all done and you got that playoff spot?
I'm just super glad. It was like a pretty intense series. There was a lot of pauses, a lot of like close matches. So I'm glad we pulled through.
Let's talk about how you pulled through, because in map 1 and in map 2, you had a really slow start. What did you attribute that slow start to, and how did you turn that around in this last map?
They had some really good retake protocols, and we weren't really ready for it. And they kind of snowballed a little bit with the ults, so that was kind of like their game plan. And yeah, we kind of just adjusted to it, and we played our game. So,
was there any moment in time where you felt like it's really slipping through your fingers, or was the confidence there like throughout the entire series?
I'm pretty sure we were confident throughout the series. We just had like some talks between the rounds about how they're playing, so we're pretty chill about it. But yeah.
Pretty chill about it. Generally though, how chill were you about this stage? Because I feel like a lot of teams kind of struggle to find their identity, figure out the meta, see what works for them, like role-wise. How was that for you personally, this journey in Stage 1?
I'm just playing a lot of roles, so I'm having fun playing like different agents, and yeah, I'm just flexing. Whatever's fun.
Whatever's fun?
Yeah.
What's not fun for you?
Astra.
Okay.
I don't want Astra. I don't want to play Astra, but yeah.
Okay, no Astra. I fear we have to deal with Astra here and there though still. How do you see this evolving in the playoffs? Do you feel like each team has found their footing and had found their style?
Yeah, definitely. I think everyone's gotten a lot better, and it's pretty close between all the teams. So I think playoffs is going to be pretty fun, and yeah.
All right, well, I'm super excited to see NRG in action for the playoffs. Kiko, I'm going to let you rest. This was a slog of a match. Once again, congratulations to you and the team. But we're not done. We're going to have match point with Ethan and Mada and our crew.
That's right. Thank you so much, Zoe, for that, as well as Kiko. It's a pleasure to hear from him. But we're here at Match Point. We got Ethan and Mada. Yippee! We're going to yap about some stuff. Yes, yippee indeed. No, seriously, incredible game, fellas. That was a bit of a slog out there, especially the tech pause. I'm sure didn't help anything all that much. But talking and starting from the beginning of the series, though, Ethan, I mean, did you know coming into this one that it was gonna be like this?
Yeah, I think we knew the maps going into it.
Yeah. Did anything surprise you?
How good they were on Breeze, I would say.
Yeah.
And the retakes. Retakes the whole entire series, I think, it plagued us, and that was their strong suit.
Yeah, wow. No, well done, well done. What about for you, Mada?
I mean, we knew they were a good team. They have a lot of firepower, and I think like they were firing on all cylinders today.
Yeah.
They're all playing very good, so, I mean, yeah, it's just good individual players versus a good group of players on our side. So
yeah.
Good that we got the win.
Yeah, you guys had like so many retake rounds. Like it was kind of insane, and the post-on rounds were kind of crazy. Was that kind of your game plan going into it? Did you feel like you were going to be prepared for SEN to be just like flooding in and stuff?
We just kind of played our game, and
Yeah.
they happened to, I think they prepped, go into a lot of retakes, kind of let them have the site across all maps, and they played it well.
Yeah.
They played out their game plan very well, so give it to them for sure.
Now, of course, we find ourselves in playoffs yet again, fellas. Well done, congratulations. For you, Ethan, how does it feel knowing that you've managed alongside the team, but you've led this team to multiple playoff runs, incredible moments as well. How do you kind of measure this one up there? Because this one, I think you guys were tested a lot this stage. Do you feel that as well?
Yeah, I also feel very positive because we're still working towards it. I don't even think we're close to 80%. Obviously, we started the season really, really bad. But we're grasping it, climbing a ladder, and we're just on the way to the top.
Yeah.
What are you guys looking forward to most in playoffs? Other than the shotgun meta. The shotgun meta disappearing off the face.
We talked about it a bunch.
Yeah.
I would love that. I would love for it to just disappear tomorrow, but
Ascent's in, right?
Ascent is in, yeah.
Bine's gone.
Ascent is in.
Yeah.
I love Ascent.
What am I looking forward to? I mean, I love these like high intensity games. Like today was like a great example of just a complete bloodbath.
Yeah.
And those kinds of games are always the most fun. And I think, especially during playoffs, that's when you kind of see the most of those close games.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Is the confidence still high from you guys? Because it feels like you guys are still exuding that, but obviously you've been tested a lot more at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely been tested. I think there's something to say about the top 4 from Santiago all kind of getting tested. Every team, those top 4 is getting tested.
I mean, it's no shocker, right?
The meta is completely different than it was in Santiago, and we had a very little time to prepare for it.
Yeah.
So as time goes on, you're seeing improvements on our end, and I think that with more time, we'll be better and better.
Yeah, all right. London bound then, huh?
Hopefully.
Feeling it? Feeling it?
Gotta do it for Gio.
Gotta do it for Gio.
All right, that's what's up.
Get him home.
That's what's up. Yeah, you got to get the boy home to his family, you know, give him the free trip, right? It'll be great. Of course, so folks, stage 1, it's officially in the books. We're done. We wrapped this bad boy up. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and where we ended up, because with that win, NRG, you lock that 4th spot, but man.
Let's go, bro.
It was crazy because it was either you get the 4th spot or SEN get the 2nd spot. That is how wild the disparity was in this stage.
Yeah.
It felt that way for sure. Just glad to make playoffs, man. I don't care where we are.
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, it's a huge win for you guys for sure, of course. And this is the bracket. So you guys are going to be waiting in the lower bracket there. So you won't be starting things off, but you'll be waiting for the losers of, I believe it'll be FURIA Lev or G2 100 Thieves, but we'll, I guess, source that out when it happens. Yep. What do you guys make of the bracket, though, so far? It's behind us.
It's a bloodbath.
Every time we go into playoffs, it's just win. So it doesn't matter who we play.
I mean, you guys are like the lower bracket gods every single time.
Don't jinx us.
Yeah.
Like,
don't jinx us.
I'm telling you.
But, no. Dan, actually, I'm the jinxer. I'm the
okay.
Stop.
I'm excited for playoffs.
Me too. Yeah. By the way, we did get confirmation. You'll be facing the loser of FURIA and Leviatán. So that will be how it shakes out for you guys. What do you think of those two teams?
I think FURIA, dipped off a little bit. They had a crazy strong start.
Yeah.
Same for Lev. I would say the same for both of them.
Yeah.
We'll see how the Neon meta treats those teams. That's all I'll say.
Ain't that the truth, man? Things are going to shift. It's going to be interesting. But of course, we got some great matches to open things up here. We got FURIA and Leviatán, and then G2 versus 100 Thieves. Oh, man. What a great way to start off the playoffs.
What a great way.
Right? Isn't it?
What a great way.
You couldn't have asked for a great way to start the playoffs. All right, folks, that's going to do it for us. We thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you at the playoffs. And for now, here is your Samsung OLED Fast Replay. See you soon, friends. And we are back. 12 teams return to the stage, and they've all got their sights set on Masters London.
See, Dante's actually going to peek out of that one. Still goes for more. He's going to get 3 events. How is he doing this? Crew come out swinging.
Second, making moves. Damage done. That's the finish.
I'm literally looking at Mimi, and she's just, what is happening here?
I'm retaining the viewers.
You're retaining the viewers.
Defuse is going down. They have the orb up. What the hell? 100 Thieves. Get the thrifty.
Luke Show still here. Upgrade acquired. No way! Absolutely diffs them.
In the back we have Cloud9, and not only do they have... Wait a second, what's happening?
Lev will not stop encroaching into the site. Santo with 3 and another one. The duality of man.
Mata has a showstopper. It should be the slam dunk. Already let it loose. No way! LM to close it out against the reigning world champs.
Madness on the site, but Demon 1 delivers. The smoke blocking his vision. He has to activate. Now he has to activate quickly. Oh my God, he's done it. Demon 1.
What happened? They all passed away.
Now the squeeze being placed onto Alan, fighting past it. The stick half onto it. On the way! Alan!
My last question is for you.
Yay.
It's about VCT.
Oh, yeah, I work here.
You do.
So I think for now.
Quiet.
Flash may go too wide. Spike is just too fast. He's in there. Spike! It's electric. 30 seconds left. Spike leading the charge once more. And they deliver G2 their very first 0-2 streak in America's history. The Spike is heading back into A as this hit goes down on C. Ethan must live. He cannot. A flawless ridiculous start for Crew.
Following forwards with that one. Oh, deleted. Sentinels at disadvantage. What is that? Slow Orb has slowed it all the way down. What happened to the bloody rocket? I'm not too sure.
No.
30 seconds left. Stunted at the bloody doorstep. Sentinels reigning supreme.
Here on the couch with Athena, Dryad, and the disturbing images of Mimi and Golden Boy.
Oh my God, Spike! Just using the medium to long range stinger upgrade, I guess. Oh, Sato, what is that, bro?
So many walls in play now. Here's Valen fighting tooth and nail on the site.
He can just stick right now.
They're going to do something about this. Luke Show's watching the line.
So close.
13-10 for G2. I've got to ask, what's the deal with Hot Dog?
Hot dog! Hot dog!
Hot Dog!
Oh! Hot dog! Hot dog, baby, let's go.
We needed to put the dog in the bun. Hey, well,
A little bit of an avenue of space to get in here, trying to play anti-flash. There's the stingers. Now it's going to be Crew taking down FURIA.
43 seconds left. They're going to go for the fight. And there it is. Asuna slides on in 2v2. Any sort of cringe stall mechanics. What? Asuna! He's on the side, but he's alone. He knows he can play contact easily. Oh, Ethan. It's dirty. It's absolute filth. Crew is dominating.
It's been kind of insane, not going to lie.
In the server.
Oh my God. Speaking of insane.
I'm so proud.
That is terrifying.
Sentinels convert into the 10th round and gets the collat in the front of B.
Sentinels make quick work of EG.
Oxy's able to find him, but the code comes up. Plenty of sound being made now. And Aspas out of the picture. And Oxy is going to make mincemeat of him. And it's an ace for Oxy. Tex can't do too much.
What an upset. What a performance.
Upset.
I mean, I say.
Whoa.
Upset's crazy.
The spike continues moving up. Evil Genius is really trying their best, but it means nothing in the face of Brock's Odin.
Did Brock just 180 Odin spray them down?
I'm imagining myself tonight with a belly full of food, some nice beverages.
How does Zekin utilize this? Okay, spot spike low around. Oh, 3 bullets! Zekin, dirty stuff!
Tech spot an op this round. Maybe he can clutch out with it. Otherwise, that's just a big investment thrown away.
The timing. Oh my God! Red Bull clutch for Tex.
Oh
my God! Is that a first?
There's no way.
We got 9 comedians. I'm kidding.
9 no, genuinely 9 comedians.
They're supposed to be losers in bingo.
Yeah.
Not limitations on the numbers.
Okay.
Like, it's random chance, though. Is it not also random chance?
You know what?
100
Thieves try to worm their way back into the site. Bang somehow alive through all of this. Switching around on his guns with the reinforcements of Timatino. Come on! I'll never show the predictions. I'll never do
Whatever
that.
you guys see.
Whoa, unbelievable.
We did that so you guys would win.
Yeah.
We believe
Yeah.
Center in trouble, and they wanted to run.
Bum rush on towards B is the play. Both players pinged down, and there's the Odin! FURIA explode to end it for Sentinels. It's him against the world at this point. Him and Cow are both. It might be enough, though. Cowan-Zine now, and he has been elite on this map. Cowan-Zine is ridiculous.
What a performance out of Loud.
A big A fight, jaw pushed up on the wall drop. Oh my God.
That is a nasty off. Oh my goodness, what? In a split second, he finds connection. Jaws on for the ace. Oh my God,
What a shot.
Crew, they're gonna blow this out of the water. We've seen their. Don't laugh at me, okay? I didn't see you predicting G this time, all right? I'm so scared right now.
They ate that. Sadak just walks into the pit. There's no way. Sadak's going to take a third one. Crew take down Evil Geniuses.
What is my region doing, dog?
Asuna Phoenix? Cryo went to challenge the Cybercake. Surely he hears the sound cue. Honestly, no, stunned up there, and here's Asuna ready to fight for it. Fight, 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 he says. Oh, have my 3! 100 Thieves deliver yet another playoff berth!
This time around, we have the ancient one, Baby Bay, going up against the long-haired one, Zeppa.
Baby Bay on top side of B. Sard the arc rose gets another. Oh, he gets the correction! C's comes in. Oh, G2 moving into playoffs.
I shouldn't have done. Are you sure? This is getting dangerous now. Keston! Brother! Gone out at least. 1, 2. Oh my God! Here's Demon 1. Okay, how can we lose?
Okay, that's just uncalled for.
Let's go here, boys. Time to get sexy, Brockiana. Come on, boys. Yalla, 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 yalla. Time to eat. Nice, bruv. Yo, hello. Hello. How you doing, ladies? Did you guys, can you hear me? Hello? I'm not unmuted. Admin, they cannot hear me. They cannot hear me. Hello? 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 You little freak, come here. I'm gonna f you up, huh? You little Q-bird looking at teddy bear. Yo.